Vi. 1895, p. 126. Compare County Folklore, Suffolk, edited by Lady E. C. Gurdon, pages 25 sq. A like belief and practice occur in Sussex, see Latham, West Sussex Superstitions, Folklore Record, I. 43 sq. C. Further E. S. Hartland, The Legend of Perseus, E. 169–172. 740, Death from Lockjaw at Norwich, The People's Weekly Journal for Norfolk, July 19, 1902, pages 8. 741, F. N. Webb, in Folklore, XVI. 1905, pages 337. 742, C. Partridge, Cross River Natives, London, 1905, pages 295. 743, F. Panzer, Beitrag zur deutschen Mythologie, E. 305, compare, 277. 744, H. Prohil, Harsbilder, Leipzig, 1855, pages 82. 745, J. W. Wolf, Beitrag zur deutschen Mythologie, I. pages 225, section 282. 746, Bavaria, Lenz and Volkskunde des Königreichs Bayern, Iv. 1, pages 223. A further recommendation is to stroke the wound or the instrument with a twig of an ash tree and then keep the twig in a dark place. 747, Spencer and Gillen, Native Tribes of Central Australia, pages 250. 748, F. Panzer, Beitrag zur deutschen Mythologie, E. 302. W. Kolb, Hessisch Volkssitten angeblich im Licht der Heidnischen, Verzeiht, Marburg, 1888, pages 87. 749, M. J. Erdwig, Die Bewohner der Insel Tumleo, Berlin-Hafen, Deutsch Neuguinea, Mitteilungen der Anthropologischen Gesellschaft, in Wien, XXXII. 1902, pages 287. 750, M. J. Erdwig, Lochsit. 751, Behagen, Unter den Papuas, Wiesbaden, 1899, pages 269. 752, A. W. Howitt, On Australian Medicine Men, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XVI. 1887, pages 28 sq. Id. Native Tribes of Southeast Australia, pages 363 to 365. 753, B. T. Somerville, Notes on Some Islands of the New Hebrides, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XXIII. 1894, pages 19. 754, Theocritus, id. E. 53 sq. Similarly the witch in Virgil, Eclogue. V. 92 sqq. Buries under her threshold certain personal relics, exuvia which her lover had left behind. 755, Tito und Tem, Volkswagen Ostpreußens, Litauens und Westpreußens, Berlin, 1837, pages 283 sq. For more evidence of the same sort see E. S. Hartland, Legend of Perseus, E. 86 sqq. 756, E. Meyer, Deutsch Sagen, Sitten angeblich aus Schwaben, pages 245 sq. A. Kuhn, Sagen, Gebrecht Unmarken aus Westfalen, E. 192. Id. Die Herkunft des Führers, squared pages 200 sq. W. Mannhardt, Die Gottewald der Deutschen und Nordischen Völker, I. 203 Note. Compare Montanus, Die Deutsche Volksfest, Volksbrauch und Deutscher Volksglaube, pages 117. 757, Fisson and Howitt, Kamilaroi and Kernai, pages 250. A. W. Howitt, On Australian Medicine Men, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XVI. 1887, pages 26 sq. Id. Native Tribes of Southeast Australia, pages 366 sq. According to one account, a cross should be made in the footprint with a piece of quartz, and round the footprint thus marked the bones of kangaroos should be stuck in the ground. C. R. Brown Smythe, Aborigines of Victoria, I. 476, SQ. These and many of the following examples were cited by me in Folklore, I. 1890, pages 157 SQQ. For more instances of the same sort see S. Hartland, The Legend of Perseus, E. London, 1895, 78-83. 758, Spencer and Gillen, Native Tribes of Central Australia, pages 541. 759, ed. Northern Tribes of Central Australia, pages 340 SQ. 760, R. Parkinson, Dreisigjar and Dursatsi, Stuttgart, 1907, pages 605. 761, Elston Best, Spiritual Concepts of the Maori, Journal of the Polynesian Society, Ix. 1900, pages 196. 762, Basil C. Thompson, Savage Island, London, 1902, pages 97. 763, M. J. van Barda, Fablin, Verellen en overleveringen Galerijzen, Bitrigen tot de Talland en Volkinkan van, Nederlandsch Indie, XLV. 1895, pages 512. 764, Elhern, Glimpses of Unfamiliar Japan, London, 1894, E. 604. 765, F. Mason, On Dwellings, Works of Art, Laws, etc., of the Karens, Journal of the Asiatic Society of Bengal, XXXVII. 1868, Party. Pages 149. 766, W. Crook, Popular Religion and Folklore of Northern India, Westminster, 1896, E. 280. 767, ed. Tribes and Castes of the Northwestern Provinces and, Odd, E. 221. 768, M. Bloomfield, Hymns of the Atharva Veda, pages 295. W. Calland, Altine Dishes Zalbritual, pages 162 SQ. 769, A. Hillebrand, Vedish Offer and Zaber, Strasbourg, 1897, p. 173. 770, Josaphat Hahn, Dio Vairero, Zeitschrift der Gesellschaft für Erdkunde zu Berlin, Iv. 1869, pages 503. 771, H. Shins, Deutsch Südwestafrika, pages 313 SQ. 772, A. B. Ellis, The U-Speaking Peoples of the Slave Coast, pages 94. 773, J. Teat, The Shuswap, Leiden and New York, 1909, pages 613, Memoir of the American Museum of Natural History, The Jesup North Pacific Expedition, Volipart Vi. 774, E. Dowd, Magiet Religion dans l'Afrique du Nord, pages 59. 775, K. Bartsch, Segen, Marken Ungebrich aus Mecklenburg, E. 329 SQ. Cubic millimeter 1597, 1598, 1601A. 776, J.L.M. Noakes, Les Meurs d'Autrefois en Saint-Onget en, Honest, Saints, 1891, pages 169 SQ. C. de Mincinic, Recherches, Ethnographiques sur la Salive et la Craquette, Bordeaux, 1892, pages 45, note. 777, County Folklore, Suffolk, edited by Lady E. C. Gurdon, pages 201. 778, Josaphat Hahn, Loxit. K. Bartsch, Obsit. E. 330, 334, cubic millimeter 1599, 1611 ABC, compare pages 332, section 1607. Arendry, Ethnographische Parallelen und Vergleich, Neue Folge, Leipzig, 1889, pages 8, 11. 779, K. von den Steinen, Unter den Naturvölkern Central Brasiliens, pages 558. 780, J. V. Groman, Aberglatten Ungebrich aus Bowman und Maren, pages 200, section 1402. 781, Tito and Tem, Die Volkswagen Ostpreußens, Litauens und Westpreußens, pages 267. A. Besenberger, Lebensforschungen, Göttingen, 1882, pages 69. 782, K. Bartsch, Obsit. E. 330, section 1599. 783, Holzmeier, Ociliana, Verhandlungen der Gelatin-Estnischen, Gesellschaft zu Dorpat, vi. 1872, pages 79. 784, F. S. Krauss, Sidanbruch der Satzhaven, pages 165. 785, Saxa Grammaticus, Historia Danica, I. pages 40, ed. P. E. Muller, pp. 28 sq. O. Elton's English translation. 786, Alien, De Natura Animalium, I. 36. 787, Fragmenta Philosophiarum Graecorum, ed. F. G. A. Mullick, I. 510. 788, A. Wuttke, Der Deutsche Volksüberglaube, squared pages 127, section 186. 789, J. Dawson, Australian Aborigines, pages 54. 790, Theophilus Hahn, Sunigome, London, 1881, pages 84 sq. 791, J. Teat, The Thompson Indians of British Columbia, pages 371, The Jesup North Pacific Expedition, Vol. I. Part IV. 792, Peter Jones, History of the Ojibwe Indians, pages 154. 793, J. Spithe, Die Ustam, Berlin, 1906, pages 389. 794, Buchler Kreutzwald, Der Esten Abergläubische Gebräuche, Weissen, und Jonheiten, pages 121 sq. 795, J. Batchelor, The Ainu and Their Folklore, London, 1901, p. 516. 796, H. Callaway, The Religious System of the Amazulu, Part APP. 345 sq. 797, A. W. Howitt, On Australian Medicine Men, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XVI. 1887, pages 26 sq. Ed. Native, Tribes of Southeast Australia, pages 366. 798, R. Brow Smythe, Aborigines of Victoria, I. 475. 799, A. C. Haddon, Headhunters, London, 1901, pages 202. 800, M. J. Erdwig, Die Bewohner der Inseltumleo, Berlin-Hafen, Deutsche Neuguinea, Mitteilungen der Anthropologischen Gesellschaft, in Wien, XXXII. 1902, pages 287. 801, K. Vetter, Komm herüber und hilf uns. Oder die Arbeit der Nun, Detailsauer Mission, Heft E. Barman, 1898, pages 10. 802, Jamblichus, ad Hortatio ad Philosophiam, 21. Plutarch, Quest. Conviv. V. 7. Clement of Alexandria, Strom. V. 5, pages 661, ed. Potter. Compare Diogenes Laertius, Vit Philos. V. 1. 17. Certus, S.V. Pythagoras. 803. For detailed proof of this I may refer to my article, Some Popular Superstitions of the Ancients, Folklore, I. 1890, pages 147, SQQ. 804, E. Casales, The Basidos, pages 273. 805, J. Richardson, Travels in the Great Desert of Sahara, London, 1848, E. 65. 806, Jamblichus, Plutarch, Clement of Alexandria, Diogenes Laertius, Certus, LLCC. 807, E. Monier, Notes sur les coutumes et grandes superstitieuses, des Cambodgiens, Coaching en français, Excursions et Reconnaissances, No. 16, Saigon, 1883, pages 163. Chapter 4, Magic and Religion. 808. Malay magic in particular is deeply tinctured with a belief in spirits, to whom the magician appeals by kindly words and small gifts of food, drink, and even money. C.R.J. Wilkinson, Malay Beliefs, London and Latin, 1906, pages 67 SQQ. Here, therefore, religion is encroaching on magic, as it might naturally be expected to do in a race so comparatively advanced as the Malays. 809. Religio est, qui superioris cujustem naturae, quam divinam, vocant, curum ceremoniam advert. Cicero, The Inventione, e. 161. 810. James E. 17. 811. Piety is not a religion, though it is the soul of all religions. A man has not a religion simply by having pious inclinations, any more than he has a country simply by having philanthropy. A man is not a country until he is a citizen in a state, until he undertakes to follow and uphold certain laws, to obey certain magistrates, and to adopt certain ways of living and acting. Religion is neither a theology nor a theosophy. It is more than all this. It is a discipline, a law, a yoke, an indissoluble engagement. Albert, quoted by Matthew Arnold, Essays in Criticism, First Series, London, 1898, pages 288. 812. Micah Vi. 8. 813. James I. 27. 814. The opposition of principle between magic and religion is well brought up by Sir A. C. Lyell in his Asiatic Studies, First Series, London, 1899, I. 99 SQQ. It is also insisted on by Mr. F. B. Jevons, in his Introduction to the History of Religion, London, 1896. The distinction is clearly apprehended and sharply maintained by Professor H. Oldenburg in his notable book Die Religion des Väter, Berlin, 1894. See especially pages 58 SQ, 311 SQQ, 476 SQQ. Lord Avebury has courteously pointed out to me that the fundamental difference between magic and religion was dwelt on by him many years ago. See his Origin of Civilization, London, 1870, pages 116, 164 SQ. And the preface to the 6th edition of that work, London, 1902, pvi. I am glad to find myself in agreement with Lord Avebury on this subject, and only regret that in preparing my 2nd edition I was unaware that the view here taken has the support of his high authority. When I wrote this book originally I failed to realize the extent of the opposition between magic and religion, because I had not formed a clear general conception of the nature of religion, and was disposed to class magic loosely under it. 815. A. Wiedemann, Die Religion der alten Ägypter, Munster I. W. 1890, pages 142 to 145, 148. G. Maspero, Histoire ancienne des peuples de l'Orient classique, Les Origines, Paris, 1895, pages 212 SQ. 816. Augustine, De Civitate Dei, X. 11, quoting Porphyry. 817. J. A. Dubois, Maurice, Institutions et Cérémonies des Peuples de l'Inde, Paris, 1825, e. 60 SQQ. 818. Monier Williams, Religious Thought and Life in India, London, 1883, pages 201 SQ. 819. To prevent misconception I would ask the reader to observe that the earlier stage here spoken of, in which magic is confused with religion, is not, in my opinion, the earliest of all, having been preceded by a still earlier stage in which magic existed alone. See below, pages 233 SQQ. On my view, the evolution of thought on this subject has passed through 3 stages. First, a stage in which magic existed without religion. Second, a stage in which religion, having arisen, cooperated, and was to some extent confused with magic. And, third, a stage in which the radical difference of principle between the two having been recognized, Their relation was that of open hostility. 820, see above, pages 72, 77 SQ. 130, 163 SQ. 821, R. H. Codrington, The Melanesians, pages 191 SQ. The word mana is Polynesian as well as Melanesian. In the Maori language it means authority, especially supernatural power, divine authority, having qualities which ordinary persons or things do not possess. See Trickier, Maori Polynesian Comparative Dictionary, Wellington, NZ, 1891, pages 203. Compare R. Taylor, Tiaka A. Maui, or New Zealand, and its inhabitants, squared pages 184, The Mana, Virtue of the God. 822, H. Oldenburg, Die Religion des Veda, pages 59. 823, H. Oldenburg, Opsit. Pages 477. For particular examples of the blending of magical with religious ritual in ancient India see pages 311, SQQ. 369 SQ. 476 SQQ. 522 SQ. Of the same work. 824, S. Levi, La Doctrine du Sacrifice dans les Brahma? As, Paris, 1898, pages 129. 825, M. Bloomfield, Hymns of the Atharva Veda, ppxlv. SQ. Sacred Books of the East, Volexlii. 826, W. Calland, Altindisches Zauberritual, px. 827, O. Schrader, Rinksakon der Indogermanischen Altertumskund, Strasbourg, 1901, pages 637 SQ. In ancient Arabia the Kaban, etymologically equivalent to the Hebrew Kohen, priest seems to have been rather a soothsayer than a priest. C. J. Wellhausen, Rest, Arabischen Heidenim Squared, Berlin, 1897, pages 134, 143. The confusion of magic with religion, of spell with prayer, may also be detected in the incantations employed by Toda sorcerers at the present day. C.W.H. R. Rivers, The Todas, pages 272 SQ. The formulae of magic and of the dairy ritual are of the same nature, though the differentiation between the sorcerer and the priest who used them is even clearer than that between the sorcerer and the medicine man. It is probable that the names of the gods with the characteristic formulae of the prayer are later additions to the magical incantation. That at some time the sorcerer has added the names of the most important of his deities to the spells and charms which at one time were thought to be sufficient for his purpose. 828, G. Maspero, Etudes de Mythologie et d'Archéologie Égyptienne, Paris, 1893, I. 106. 829, A. Erman, Ägypten und Ägyptisches Leben im Altertum, pages 471. 830, A. Wiedmann, Die Religion der alten Ägypter, Munster I. W. 1890, pages 154. 831, A. Wiedmann, Ein altägyptischer Weltschöpfungsmythos, Am. Urquell, NFE. 1898, pages 95 SQ. 832, Jane Lecoeur, Esquisses du Bocage Normand, Concernero, 1883–1887, E. 78. In Beausy and Perche it was especially conflagrations caused by lightning which the priest was supposed to extinguish by the recitation of certain secret formulas. There was a regular expression for this procedure, namely, barring the fire. Cf. Chapuisseau, Le Folklore de la Beausy et du Perche, I. 216. 833, Amélie Bosquet, La Normandie Romanesque et Merveilleuse, Paris, and Rouen, 1845, pages 308. 834, see above, pages 225. 835, L.J.B. Berenger Farad, Superstitions et Survivances, Paris, 1896, I. 455 SQ. E. 217 SQ. 222 SQQ. Compare ed. Reminiscences populaires de la Provence, Paris, 1885, pages 288, SQQ. De Monnier, Traditions populaires Camperies, Paris, 1854, pages 31 SQQ. 836, J.F. Blade, Quater Superstitions populaires de la Gasconne, Aiken, 1883, pages 16 SQ. 837, For the Evidence Semi-Totemism and Exogamy, Vol. I pages 141, SQQ. 838, The suggestion has been made by Professor H. Oldenburg, Die Religion, des Veda, pages 59, who seems, however, to regard a belief in spirits as part of the raw material of magic. If the view which I have put forward, tentatively is correct, faith in magic is probably older than a belief in spirits. The same view as to the priority of magic to religion, and, apparently also as to the absence of spirits from primitive magic, was held by Hegel. It was not until long after the discussion in the text had been written that I became aware that my conclusions had been to a large extent anticipated by the German philosopher. See appendix at the end of this volume. 839, After a visit to the ruined Greek temples of Paestum, whose beauty and splendor impressed him all the more by contrast with the savagery of the surrounding peasantry, Renan wrote, G. Tremble, Pour la civilisation, en la voyancy limitée, assis sur un fable, assit, reposant sur si putain de vitas dans le pays même où elle est pregnante. C. Renan et M. Berthelot, Correspondence, Paris, 1898, pages 75 SQ. 840, see above, pages 68 SQ. The Witch Burning at Clonmel, Folklore, Vi. 1895, pages 373 to 384. F. S. Krauss, Volksglaubund, Religial sur Brach der Satzhaven, pages 144 SQQ. 841, A. Ehrman, Ägypten und Ägyptisches Leben im Altertum, pages 471. 842, C. Fossey, La Magie Assyrienne, Paris, 1902, pages 123, 125. 843, C. Fossey, Obset. Pages 137 to 139. For the incident of the magical disappearance and reappearance of the garment, C. P. Jensen, Assyrisch Babylonisch Mythen und Epen, Berlin, 1900, pages 23. R. F. Harper, Assyrian and Babylonian Literature, New York, 1901, pages 291. 844, H. Oldenburg, Die Religion des Veda, pages 66 to 68, 514 to 517. 845, F. R. Kaufmann, Balder, Mythos und Sage, Strasbourg, 1902, pp. 177 to 203. Compare J. Grimm, Deutsche Mythologie, 4e. 1024 to 1026. 846, G. Vigfussen and F. York Powell, Corpus Poeticum Boreal, I. 24, SQQ. Chapter V, The Magical Control of the Weather. 847, see above, pages 214 SQ. 848, W. Mannard, Antique Wald und Feldkult, pages 342, note. The heathen Swedes appear to have mimicked thunder, perhaps as a rain charm, by means of large bronze hammers, which they called Thor's hammers. See Saxa Grammaticus, Historia Danica, Lib. G. Pages 630, ed. P. E. Muller. Alas Magnus, Historia, E. 8. 849, KV. Bruckhausen, in Globus, Alex XVI. 1899, pages 253. There seem to be two villages in Wallachia that bear the name of Ploska. The reference may be to one of them. 850, CFH Kampen, De Godsdienstgruppen der Homerasch, Alphuren, de Schrift voor Indisch Taalland en Volkenkunde, XXVII. 1882, pages 447. 851, J.G.F. Riedel, Das Leuk en Crucerich Rasentussen, Celebes en Papua, pages 114. 852, G.A.J. Hazen, Klein Beiträge tot the Ethnographie en Folklore, van Java, de Schrift voor Indisch Taalland en Volkenkunde, XLVI. 1903, pages 298. 853, R. Parkinson, in Bismarck Archival, pages 143. Compare Joachim, Graph File, Studien an Biobachtungen aus der Setze, Brunswick, 1899, pages 139 SQ. 854, J. Owen Dorsey, Omaha Sociology, 3rd Annual Report of the Bureau of Ethnology, Washington, 1884, pages 347. Compare Charlevoix, Voyage dans l'Amérique septentrionale, E. 187. 855, Letters édifiants et curieuses, Nouvelle Edition, vi. 29 SQ. 856, C. Lumholtz, Unknown Mexico, London, 1903, I. 180, 330. 857, J. MacDonald, Religion and Myth, London, 1893, pages 10. 858, J. B. Labat, Relation historique de l'Ethiopie occidentale, E. 180. 859, M. Merker, Rechtsverhältnis und Sitten der Watschage, Gotha, 1902, pages 34, Petermann's Mitteilungen, Ergänzungsschrift. Number 138. 860, Fr. Stallman, Middemin Pasha ins Herz von Afrika, Berlin, 1894, pages 588. 861, R. Sutherland Rattray, Some Folklore Stories and Songs in Kinranja, London, 1907, pages 118 SQ. 862, E. Dowd, Métier et Religion dans l'Afrique du Nord, pages 583. 863, W. Weston, in the Geographical Journal, vi. 1896, pages 143. Ed. In Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XXVI. 1897, p. 30. Ed. Mountaineering and Exploration in the Japanese Alps, p. 161. The ceremony is not purely magical, for it is intended to attract the attention of the powerful spirit who has a small shrine on the top of the mountain. 864, J. Batchelor, The Ainu and Their Folklore, London, 1901, pages 333. Some of the ancient processions with ships may perhaps have been rain charms. C. J. Grimm, Deutsche Mythologie, 4i. 213-220. Pausanias, I. 29. 1. With my note. 865, Tournier, Notice sur le laus français, Hanoi, 1900, pages 80. In the temple of the Syrian goddess at Hierapolis on the Euphrates, there was a chasm into which water was poured twice a year by people, who assembled for the purpose from the whole of Syria and Arabia. C. Lucian, de Syria, 12 SQ. The ceremony was perhaps a rain charm. Compare Pausanias, I. 18. 7, with my notes. 866, Spencer and Gillen, Northern Tribes of Central Australia, pp. 313 SQ. 867, A. W. Howitt, On Australian Medicine Men, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XVI. 1887, pages 35. Ed. Native Tribes of Southeast Australia, pages 398. 868, R. Salvato, Mémoires historiques sur l'Australie, Paris, 1854, pages 262. 869, W. Stanbridge, On the Aborigines of Victoria, Transactions of the Ethnological Society of London, N.S., I. 1861, pages 300. This use of fire to make rain is peculiar. By analogy we should expect it rather to be resorted to as a mode of stopping rain. See below. 870, P.B. Nosco J. Mekisi de Vale Hadramot Libellist Arabus, Editas et Illustratus, Bonn, 1866, pages 25 SQ. 871, T.C. Hudson, The Native Tribes of Manipur, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XXXI. 1901, pages 308. 872, Rascher, Die Sulka, Archiv für Anthropologie, XXIX. 1904, p. 225. R. Parkinson, Dreisigjahren der Sutsee, pages 196 sq. 873, Indian Antiquary, XXIV. 1895, pages 359. 874, A. W. Howitt, Native Tribes of Southeast Australia, pages 398. 875, Spencer and Gillen, Northern Tribes of Central Australia, p. 315. 876, J. Teat, The Thompson Indians of British Columbia, pages 345, Memoirs of the American Museum of Natural History, The Jesup North Pacific Expedition, Vol. I. Part IV. 877, J. Batchelor, The Ainu and Their Folklore, pages 333. 878, ACKRUIJT, Regen Locken en Regen Verdritt van Bidet Torajas, Van Midden Celebes, Tijdschrift voor Indisch Taalland en Volkenkunde, XLIV. 1901, pages 2. 879, J. Crefo, Voyages dans l'Amérique du Sud, Paris, 1883, p. 276. 880, E. M. Gordon, Indian Folk Tales, London, 1908, pages 20. Ed. In Journal and Proceedings of the Asiatic Society of Bengal, New Series, I. 1905, pages 183. 881, W. E. Roth, Ethnological Studies Among the Northwest Central, Queensland Aborigines, Brisbane and London, 1897, pages 167. 882, W. E. Roth, Obs. Cit. Pages 168. Ed. North Queensland, Ethnography, Bulletin No. 5, Brisbane, 1903, pages 10. 883, S. Gasson, The Deri Tribe, Native Tribes of South Australia, pages 276 SQQ. A. W. Howitt, The Deri and Other Kindred Tribes of Central Australia, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XX. 1891, pages 91 SQ. Ed. Native Tribes of Southeast Australia, pages 394 to 396. As to the Muramuras, C.A.W. Howitt, Native Tribes of Southeast Australia, pages 475 SQQ. 779, SQQ. 884, A. W. Howitt, The Deri and Other Kindred Tribes of Central Australia, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XX. 1891, pp. 92 SQ. Ed. Native Tribes of Southeast Australia, pages 396, 744. 885, A. W. Howitt, Native Tribes of Southeast Australia, pages 396, SQ. 886, J. Creamer, Regenmaken, Ojoing, Tuveri onder de Javenen, Mededelingen van Wijsheid Nederlandsche Zendelingen Uchap, XXX. 1886, pages 113. 887, Calbo, Apes de Melik, A Travers Labicini, Missions, Catholics, XXX. 1898, pages 455. 888, 1 Kings XVIII. 28. From the whole tenure of the narrative it appears that the real contest between Elijah and the prophets of Baal was as to which of them should make rain in a time of drought. The prophets of Baal wrought magic by cutting themselves with knives. Elijah wrought magic by pouring water on the altar. Both ceremonies, alike were rain charms. Compare my note on the passage in Passages of the Bible chosen for their literary beauty and interest, 2nd edition, London, 1909, pages 476 SQ. 889, Spencer and Gillen, Northern Tribes of Central Australia, pp. 294 to 296, 630 SQ. 890, F. J. Gillen, in Report of the Work of the Horn Scientific Expedition to Central Australia, Part of Anthropology, London and Melbourne, 1896, pages 177 to 179. Spencer and Gillen, Native Tribes of Central Australia, pages 189 to 193. 891. As to the connection of the plover with rain in Central Australia, see above, pages 259. It is curious that the same association has procured, for the bird its name in English, French, pluvier, from the Latin, pluvia, and German, region Pfeiffer. Ornithologists are not agreed as to the reason for this association in the popular mind. See Alfred Newton, Dictionary of Birds, London, 1893 to 1896, pages 730 sq. 892. A. C. Haddon, The Ethnography of the Western Tribe of Torres Straits, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, Zix. 1890, p. 401. Reports of the Cambridge Anthropological Expedition to Torres Straits, v. 350. 893, W. W. Skeet, Malay Magic, pages 108. 894, Fr. Boas, in Fifth Report on the Northwestern Tribes of Canada, pages 51, separate reprint from the report of the British Association for 1889. 895, Fr. Boas, Loxit. Ed. In Sixth Report on the Northwestern Tribes of Canada, pages 58, 62, separate reprint from the report of the British Association for 1890. Ed. In 11th Report on the Northwestern Tribes of Canada, pages 5, separate reprint from the report of the British Association for 1896. 896, Fr. Boas, in Sixth Report on the Northwestern Tribes of Canada, pages 39 sq. Separate reprint from the report of the British Association for 1890. 897, British Central Africa Gazette, number 86, vol. v. Number 6, April 30, 1898, pages 3. 898, Fr. Boas, Loxit. 899, Narrative of the Adventures and Sufferings of John R. Jewett, Middletown, 1820, pages 173 sq. Pages 198, Edinburgh, 1824. 900, J. Teat, The Thompson Indians of British Columbia, pages 310 sq. Memoir of the American Museum of Natural History, The Jessup North Pacific Expedition, vol. I. Part IV. The Lillooet Indians of British Columbia also believed that twins were the real offspring of grizzly bears. Many of them said that twins were grizzly bears in human form, and that when a twin died his soul went back to the grizzly bears and became one of them. C. J. Teat, The Lillooet Indians, Leiden and New York, 1906, pages 263, Memoir of the American Museum of Natural History, The Jessup North Pacific Expedition, Vol. Part V. 901, Father Bowden, Le Fétichisme ou la religion des Nègres de la Guinée, Missions Catholiques, XVI. 1884, pages 250. 902, J. Spithe, Die Ustam, Berlin, 1906, pages 204, 206. 903, Fr. Boas, in Sixth Report on the Northwestern Tribes of Canada, pages 92, separate reprint from the report of the British Association for 1890. The instrument by which the twins make fine weather appears to be a bull roarer. Compare J. Teat, The Shuswap, Leiden and New York, 1909, pages 586 sq. Memoir of the American Museum of Natural History, The Jessup North Pacific Expedition, Vol. E. Part V. Twins were believed to be endowed with powers over the elements, especially over rain and snow. If a twin bathed in a lake or stream, it would rain. 904, Mark E. 17. If James and John had been twins, we might have suspected that their name of Boanerges had its origin in a superstition, like that of the Peruvian Indians. Was it in the character of sons of thunder that the brothers proposed to call down fire from heaven on a Samaritan village, Luke X. 54. 905, P.J. the Arriaga, Extirpación de la Idolatría del Perú, Lima, 1621, pages 16 sq. 32, 33, 119, 130. 132. 906, H. A. Junid, Les Baranga, Neuchatel, 1898, pages 412, 416, SQQ. The reason for calling twins children of the sky is obscure. Are they supposed in some mysterious way to stand for the sun and moon? 907, Dudley Kidd, Savage Childhood, London, 1906, pages 47. 908, P. Reichard, Die Wandermusik, Zeitschrift der Gesellschaft für Erdkunde zu Berlin, XXIV. 1889, pages 256 SQ. Another African, superstitionist twins may here be mentioned. On the slave coast, when a woman has brought forth stillborn twins, she has a statue made with 2 faces and sets it up in a corner of her house. There she offers it fowls, bananas, and palm oil in order to obtain the accomplishment of her wishes, and especially a knowledge of the future. See Missions, Catholics, vi. 1875, pages 592. This suggests that elsewhere, 2-faced images, like those of Janus, may have been intended to represent twins. 909, M. N. Venkateswamy, Superstitions Among Hindus in the Central Provinces, Indian Antiquary, XXVIII. 1899, pages 111. 910, The Grihya Sutras, translated by H. Oldenburg, Party. Oxford, 1892, pages 72 SQ. Sacred Books of the East, Vol. XXX. H. Oldenburg, Die Religion des Veda, pages 420 SQ. 911, G. G. Batten, Glimpses of the Eastern Archipelago, Singapore, 1894, pages 68 SQ. 912, ACKRUIJT, Regen Locken en Regen Verdrijven bij de Torajas, van Middenselebes, Tijdschrift voor Indisch Taalland en Volkenkunde, XLIV. 1901, pages 8 to 10. 913, Reverend W. O'Farrell, Native Stories from Santa Cruz and Reef Islands, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XXXIV. 1904, p. 225. 914, Lucy M. J. Garnett, The Women of Turkey and Their Folklore, The Christian Women, pages 123 SQ. 915, W. Mannard, The Cultus, pages 329 SQQ. J. Grimm, Deutsch, Mythologie, 4i. 493 SQ. W. R. S. Ralston, Songs of the Russian People, pages 227 SQQ. W. Schmidt, Das Jahr Unsanitagen, Meinung und Brauch der Romanen Siebenbergens, pages 17. E. Gerard, The Land Beyond the Forest, E. 13. Folklore, I. 1890, pages 520. 916, The Graphic, September 9, 1905, pages 324. Dr. Emil Fischer, Paperuta Unskalayan, Globus, XCIII. 1908, pages 14 SQ. 917, W. Mannard, The Cultus, pages 329. 918, G. F. Abbott, Macedonian Folklore, Cambridge, 1903, pages 118, SQ. 919, W. R. S. Ralston, Songs of the Russian People, pages 228. W. Mannard, The Cultus, pages 329 SQ. 920, see above, pages 260 SQ. This perpetual turning or whirling movement is required of the actors in other European ceremonies of a superstitious character. See below, Voli pages 74, 80, 81, 87. I am far from feeling sure that the explanation of it suggested in the text is the true one. But I do not remember to have met with any other. 921, Father H. S. Moore, in the Cali Evangelist, May 1908, pages 111, SQ. 922, Emma Begian, Der Armenische Volksglaube, Leipzig, 1899, pages 93, SQ. 923, J. Rendell Harris, Mississippi. Notes of Folklore Collected in the East. 924, Rendell Harris, Opsit. 925, S. I. Curtis, Primitive Semitic Religion Today, pages 114. 926, H. Austin, Codems des Arabes au Pays de Moab, Paris, 1908, pages 326, 328. 927, J. Pollack, Regions über in Osteuropa, Zeitschrift des Vereins, für Volkskunde, E. 1893, pages 85. For the Bathing of the Priest, compare W. Mannhardt, Baum Cultus, pages 331, note 2. 928, W. Mannhardt, Baum Cultus, pages 331. 929, R. F. Kendall, Zauberglatt bei den Routinen in der Buchowina und Galaxien, Globus, Alex I. 1892, pages 281. 930, Emma Begian, Der Armenische Volksglaube, Leipzig, 1899, pages 93. 931, E. Dowd, Magiet Religion dans l'Afrique du Nord, pages 584. 932, J. G. F. Riedel, De Minahasa in 1825, Dichtschrift voor, Indisch Taalland en Volkenkunde, XVII. 524. 933, ACKRUIJT, Regen Lokken en Regen Verdriet van Bede Torages, van Middenselibs, Dichtschrift voor Indisch Taalland en Volkenkunde, XLIV. 1901, pages 1 SQ. 934, M. Joustra, De Zenning onder de Carbotics, Mededelingen, van Wijsheid Nederlandsche Zendelingen Uchap, XLI. 1897, pages 158. 935, North Indian Notes and Queries, E. Pages 134, section 285. 936, W. Crook, Popular Religion and Folklore of Northern India, Westminster, 1896, I. 73 SQ. 937, J. L. van der Toorn, Het Animisme bij den Minangkabouwer, Bedankbovenlanden, Bitrigen tot de Taalland en Volkenkunde, van Nederlandsch Indie, XXXIX. 1890, pages 93. 938, Saratchandra Mitra, On Some Ceremonies for Producing Rain, Journal of the Anthropological Society of Bombay, E. 1893, pages 25, 27. Ed. In North Indian Notes and Queries, v. Pages 136, section 373. 939, Punjab Notes and Queries, I. Pages 102, section 791. 940, W. Crook, Popular Religion and Folklore of Northern India, Westminster, 1896, I. 74 SQ. 941, Saratchandra Mitra, On Vestiges of Moon Worship in Bihar and Bengal, Journal of the Anthropological Society of Bombay, E. 598, SQ. 942, Punjab Notes and Queries, E. Pages 42, section 256. W. Crook, Popular Religion and Folklore of Northern India, Westminster, 1896, I. 16, SQ. Saratchandra Mitra, in Journal of the Anthropological Society of Bombay, E. 597 SQ. Ed. In Journal of the Royal Asiatic Society, NSXXIX. 1897, pages 482. 943, W. W. Hunter, Orissa, London, 1872, E. 140 SQ. W. Crook, Opsit. I. 17. 944, W. Logan, Malabar, Madras, 1887, I. 161 SQ. E. Thurston, Castes and Tribes of Southern India, Vi. 287. L. K. Anantha Krishna, Iyer, The Cochin Tribes and Castes, I. Madras, 1909, pages 238. 945, R. F. Kendall, Die Hussein, Vienna, 1894, pages 63. Ed. Visitun Vizober den Oscarpeten, Globus, LXIX. 1896, pages 386. 946, A. Caberton, Nouvelles Recherches sur les Cams, Paris, 1901, pages 48. 947, Buchler Kreutzwald, Der Esten Abergläubisch Gebrach, Weissen, und Jonheiten, pages 90 sq. 948, E. Cross, Abergläubisch Kuren und sonstiger Aberglaube in Berlin und Nordstromsprung, Zeitschrift für Ethnologie, XV. 1883, pages 87. 949, Theophrastus, Historia Plantarum, vi. 3. 3, x. 8. 8. Plutarch, Quest. Conviv. vi. 2. 3. Pliny, Nat. Hist. 6. 120. 950, Palladius, De Re Rustica, Iv. 9. Pliny, Nat. Hist. 6. 120. 951, Theophrastus, Historia Plantarum X. 8. 8. 952, Lactantius, Divin. Institut. I. 21. Apollodorus, Bibliotheca, E. 5. 11. 8. Philostratus, Imagines, E. 24. Conan, in Photius, Bibliotheca, pages 132, ed. Becker. Lactantius speaks of the sacrifice of a pair of oxen, Philostratus of the sacrifice of a single ox. 953, Die Schalen und Schweizereier im Kaukasus, Zeitschrift für Allgemeinerkunde, NFE. 1857, pages 75. 954, Emma Begian, Der Armenische Volksglaube, Leipzig, 1899, pages 93. 955, J. Reineg, Beschreibung des Kaukasus, E. Hildesheim and St. Petersburg, 1797, pages 114. Among the ape chases of the Western Caucasus, girls make rain by driving an ass into a river, placing a puppet, dressed as a woman on a raft, and letting the raft float downstream. C.N. von Sudlitz, Die Aebchesen, Globus, LXVI. 1894, pages 75 sq. 956, W. Mannard, Belm Cultus, pages 553. E. Gerard, The Land Beyond, The Forest, E. 40. 957, Punjab Notes and Queries, E. pages 41, 115, cubic millimeter 173, 513. 958, North Indian Notes and Queries, I. pages 210, section 1161. 959, Surachendra Mitra, on the Harpurori, or the Bihari Women's Ceremony for Producing Rain, Journal of the Royal Asiatic Society of Great Britain and Ireland, NSXXIX. 1897, pages 471 to 484. Ed. In Journal of the Anthropological Society of Bombay, Iv. Number 7, 1898, pages 384 to 388. 960, Surachendra Mitra, on some ceremonies for producing rain, Journal of the Anthropological Society of Bombay, E. 25. On these, Indian rain charms compare W. Crook, Popular Religion and Folklore of Northern India, Westminster, 1896, I. 68 SQQ. Mr. E. S. Hartland suggests that such customs furnish the key to the legend of Lady Godiva, Folklore, I. 1890, pages 223 SQQ. Some of the features of the ceremonies, though not the plowing, reappear in a rain charm practiced by the Rajbansis of Bengal. The women make 2 images of Hudam Dio out of mud or cow dung, and carry them away into the fields by night. There they strip themselves naked and dance round the images, singing obscene songs. C. Sir H. H. Risley, The Tribes and Castes of Bengal, Ethnographic Glossary, Calcutta, 1891-92, I. 498. Again, in time of drought the Kapi women of southern India mold a small figure of a naked human being to represent Jokumara, the rain god. This They place in a mock palanquin and go about for several days from door to door, singing indecent songs and collecting alms. Then they abandon the figure in a field, where the mullahs find it and go about with it in their turn for 3 or 4 days, singing ribald songs and collecting alms. See Thurston, Castes and Tribes of Southern India, e. 244, SQ. We have seen, pp 267 SQ. That lewd songs form part of an African rain charm. The link between ribaldry and rain is not obvious to the European mind. 961, T.C. Hudson, The Native Tribes of Manipur, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XXXI. 1901, pages 302 SQ. 962, B. Houghton, in Indian Antiquary, XXV. 1896, pages 112. 963, C. Lumholtz, Unknown Mexico, London, 1903, I. 330. 964, G. Turner, Samoa, pages 345 SQ. 965, Father Lambert, in Missions Catholiques, XXV. 1893, pages 116. Ed. Moers et Superstitions des Neocaledoniens, Numia, 1900, pp. 297 SQ. 966, W. R. S. Ralston, The Songs of the Russian People, pages 425, SQ. P.V. Stenen, Über den Geisterglauben in Russland, Globus, LVII. 1890, pages 285. 967, Aristophanes, Clouds, 373. 968, Emma Begian, Der Armenische Volksglaube, pages 93. 969, J. Rendell Harris, Mississippi. Notes. 970, R. H. Eliot, Experiences of a Planter in the Jungles of Mysore, London, 1871, I. 76 SQ. 971, ACKRUIJT, Regen Locken en Regen Verdriging Bidet Torajas, Van Central Celebes, Tijdschrift voor Indisch Taalland en Volkenkunde, XLIV. 1901, pages 6, citing V. Barta. 972, Milla, Chorographia, E. 106. 973, ACKRUIJT, Opsit. Pages 3 SQ. 974, above, pages 268. 975, Dudley Kidd, The Essential Kaffir, London, 1904, pages 115. 976, Missioner P. H. Brinker, Beobachtungen über die Damini, der Angeboren Deutschland Westafrikas, Globus, LVII. 1890, p. 323. Ed. In Mitteilungen des Seminars für Orientalische Sprachen zu, Berlin, E. 1900, Drittabteilung, pages 89. 977, A. Collin, Historia Choreográfica Natural y Evangelica della Nueva Andalucía, Provincias de Cumana, Guyana y Vergentes del Rio, Orinoco, pages 92. 978, J. J. M. de Groot, The Religious System of China, E. 918, SQQ. 979, Spencer and Gillen, Northern Tribes of Central Australia, pp. 314 SQ. 980, Spencer and Gillen, Opsit. Pages 311. 981, G. B. Grinnell, Blackfoot Lodge Tales, pages 262. 982, J. Teat, The Thompson Indians, pages 374, Memoir of the American Museum of Natural History, The Jesup North Pacific Expedition, Vol. I. Part Iv. 983, E. W. Nelson, The Eskimo about Bering Strait, 18th, Annual Report of the Bureau of American Ethnology, Part I. Washington, 1899, pages 446. 984, J. Batchelor, The Ainu and Their Folklore, London, 1901, p. 334. 985, Sir J. G. Scott, Gazetteer of Upper Burma and the Shan States, Part E. Volley. Rangoon, 1901, pages 280. 986. T.C. Hudson, The Native Tribes of Manipur, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XXXI. 1901, pages 308. 987. H. Oldenburg, Die Religion des Veda, pages 507. 988. Fr. H. Olson, Codems Arabes, Revue Publique, April 1903, pages 248. Elsewhere the same writer describes this ceremony as a mode of putting a stop to cholera. See his Codems des Arabes, Épées de Moab, Paris, 1908, pages 362. To pass between the pieces of a sacrificial victim is a form of oath, Genesis XV. 9 SQQ. Jeremiah XXXIV. 18. Dictes credensis, Bell. Trojan. I. 15. R. Moffat, Missionary Labors and Scenes in Southern Africa, pages 278, or, of Purification, Plutarch, Questions Romanae, 111. Apollodorus, Bibliotheca, E. 13. 7. Livy, XL. 6. E. Casales, The Basidos, p. 256. S. Krashnenko, Des Schreibung des Lands Kamchatka, pages 277, SQ. Compare my note on Pausanias, E. 20. 9. 989, B. F. Matthes, Over the Eras of Junten der Makasaranen, Baljanisen, Verslichen en Mededelingen der Koninklijke Academie van Wetenschappen, Afdeling Letterkunde, der Rijks, E. Amsterdam, 1885, pages 169. 990, G. A. J. Hazu, Klein Bittrechen taught the Ethnographie en Folklore, van Java, Dichtschrift voor Indisch Taalland en Volkenkunde, XLVI. 1903, pages 298. 991, A. Hillebrand, Veddisch Offer und Zauber, Strasbourg, 1897, p. 120. 992, E. Dowd, Meiji et Religion dans l'Afrique du Nord, pages 583. 993, Acosta, History of the Indies, B.K. VCHXXVIII. Volley. p. 376, Hakluite Society. 994, J. Shooter, The Kaffirs of Natal and the Zulu Country, London, 1857, pages 212 SQQ. 995, O. Bowman, Durchmesalen zur Nilquell, Berlin, 1894, p. 188. 996, H. Cole, Notes on the Wagogo of German East Africa, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XXXII. 1902, pages 325. 997, L. Deckel, 3 Years in Savage Africa, London, 1898, pages 154. 998, A. L. van Hasselt, Volksbeschrijving van Midden Sumatra, pp. 320 SQ. J. L. van der Toorn, Het animisme bij den Minangkabouwer der Bedankschbovenlanden, Bittrechen tot de Taalland en Volkenkunde, van Nederlandsch Indie, XXXIX. 1890, pages 93. 999, E. T. Dalton, Descriptive Ethnology of Bengal, pages 88. 1000, Folklore Journal, edited by the Working Committee of the South African Folklore Society, I. 1879, pages 34. 1001, J. S. G. Gramberg, Een Monden de Benelanden van Timor, Verhandelingen van het Bataviasch-Genootschap van Kunsten en Wetenschappen, XXXVI. Pages 209. H. Sander van Timor en de Timorezen, Dichtschrift van het Nederlandsch Aardrijkskundig Genootschap. Tweed, Surrey, v. 1888, Afdeling, Meertjebrod Artikelen, pages 402 SQ. 1002, Siwis, Betrayed zur Geschichte der Zulu im Norden des Zambesi, Namentlich der Angoni, Zeitschrift für Ethnologie, XXXII. 1900, pages 198. 1003, W. Weston, Mountaineering and Exploration in the Japanese Alps, London, 1896, pages 162 SQ. Id. In Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XXVI. 1897, pages 30. Id. In the Geographical Journal, Vi. 1896, pages 143 SQ. 1004, A. Collin, Historia Chorographica Natural y Evangelica della Nueva Andalucia, Provincias de Cumana, Guyana y Vertientes del Rio, Orinoco, pages 96. Colombia, being a geographical, etc., account of the country, I. 642 SQ. A. Bastian, Die Kulturländer des Alten, America, E. 216. 1005, D. Forbes, on the Aymara Indians of Bolivia and Peru, Journal of the Ethnological Society of London, E. 237, note. On the supposed relation of the frog or toad to water in America, see further E.J. Payne, History of the New World called America, I. 420 SQ. 425, SQQ. He observes that throughout the New World, from Florida to Chile, the worship of the frog or toad, as the offspring of water and the symbol of the water spirit, accompanied the cultivation of maize, p. 425. A species of water toad is called by the Araucanians of Chile, Jenko, which signifies Lord of the Water, as they believe that it watches over the preservation and contributes to the celebrity of the waters. J. I. Molina, Geographical, Natural, and Civil History of Chile, London, 1809, I. 179. 1006, Mary E. B. Howitt, Folklore and Legends of Some Victorian Tribes, in manuscript. This story is told in an abridged form by Dr. A. W. Howitt, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XVIII. 1889, pages 54 SQ. 1007, above, pages 255. 1008, J. Teat, The Thompson Indians of British Columbia, Memoirs of the American Museum of Natural History, the Jesup North Pacific Expedition, Vol. I. Part Iv. April 1900, pages 346. A. Kuhn, 2nd, Gebirgsmarken aus Westfalen, E. Pages 80, section 244. E. Gerard, The Land Beyond the Forest, E. 13. 1009, M. N. Venkateswamy, Superstitions Among Hindus in the Central Provinces, Indian Antiquary, XXVIII. 1899, pages 111. Compare E. Thurston, Castes and Tribes of Southern India, Iv. 387. 1010, North Indian Notes and Queries, E. Pages 134, section 285. W. Crook, Popular Religion and Folklore of Northern India, Westminster, 1896, I. 73. 1011, Journal of the Asiatic Society of Bengal, LXXII, Part 3, Anthropology, Calcutta, 1904, pages 39. 1012, E. Thurston, Castes and Tribes of Southern India, E. 245. 1013, E. Thurston, Obs. Cit. Iv. 387. 1014, M. Bloomfield, On the Froghem, Rig Veda, Vi. 103, Journal of the American Oriental Society, XVII. 1896, pages 173 to 179. 1015, A. L. Wardell, Frog Worship Among the Newars, The Indian Antiquary, XXII. 1893, pages 292 to 294. The title Bhumanatha, Lord or Protector of the Soil, is specially reserved for the frog. The title, Parmesvara, is given to all the newer divinities. 1016, Encyclopaedia Britannica, 9th edition, SV. Frog, Ix. 796. For an instance of a frog thus caught in a drought and made to disgorge its hoard of water, see Ammonier, Voyage dans la Laos, Paris, 1895–1897, E. 284 SQ. 1017, J. MacDonald, Manners, Customs, Superstitions, and Religions of South African Tribes, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, Zix. 1890, pages 295. 1018, H. von Lislocki, Volksglaube und Religiöse Brüder, Zegener, Munster I. W. 1891, pages 64 SQ. 1019, W. Crook, Popular Religion and Folklore of Northern India, Westminster, 1896, I. 76. 1020, W. Crook, Opsit. I. 74. 1021, W. Weston, Mountaineering and Exploration in the Japanese Alps, London, 1896, pages 162. 1022, Al J. B. Berenger Farad, Les Peuplades de la Senegambie, Paris, 1879, pages 291. 1023, R. Lang, Bitten Regen in Japan, Zeitschrift des Vereins, für Volkskunde, E. 1893, pages 334 SQ. Compare W. G. Aston, Shinto, London, 1905, pages 153. However, the throwing of the dragon into the waterfall may be a homeopathic charm rather than a punishment. 1024, H. H. Bancroft, Native Races of the Pacific States, I. 520. 1025, Huck, L'Empire Chinois 4, Paris, 1862, I. 241. 1026, Manager Rizzolatti, in Annales de la Propagation de la Foi, XVI. 1844, pages 350. Manager Rudyard, Ib. XXVIII. 1856, pages 102. In Tonquin also, a mandarin has been known to whip an image of Buddha for not sending rain. See Annales de l'Association de la Propagation de la Foi, Iv. 1830, pages 330. 1027, Huck, L'Empire Chinois, 4i. 241 SQ. 1028, Letters Edifiants et Curieuses, Nouvelle Edition, XVI. 210. 1029, J. Bertrand, in Annales de la Propagation de la Foi, XXII. 1850, pages 351 to 355. W. W. Rockhill, The Land of the Lamas, London, 1891, pages 311. 1030, Reverend E. Z. Simmons, Idols and Spirits, Chinese Recorder and Missionary Journal, Zix. 1888, pages 502. 1031, Manager Bruguière, in Annales de l'Association de la Propagation de la Foi, v. 1831, pages 131. 1032, Brian, Apercu sur la province de Battambang, Cochin Klein, Française, Excursions et Reconnaissances, No. 25, Saigon, 1886, pages 6, SQ. 1033, G. Voulier, La Sicile, Impressions du Présent et du Passé, Tour du Monde, LXVII. 1894, pages 54 SQ. Compare G. Piter, UCE, Costumi, Cretans e Pregiudizi del Popolo Siciliano, E. Palermo, 1889, pages 142 to 144. As to Saint Francis of Paula, who died in 1507 and was canonized by Leo X in 1519, CP Rebatanera, Flo Sanctorum, Sia, Vita Santi, Venice, 1763, I. 252 SQ. Th. Treed, Des Identim, in der Römischen Kirche, E. 45 to 47. G. Piter, Fest Patronalian, Sicilia, Turin and Palermo, 1900, pages 49 SQQ. He was sent for by Louis I. of France, and his fame as a worker of miracles is still spread over all the south of Italy. With the entertainments given, in honor of Saint Francis of Paula to wheedle rain out of him, we may compare the shadow plays or puppet shows given by the Javanese and the comedies played by the Chinese for the same purpose. C.T.S. Raffles, History of Java, London, 1817, I. 477. G. A. J. Hazen, Klein, Bittrechen taught the ethnography and die Folklore van Java, Tijdschrift, voor Indisch Taalland en Volkenkunde, XLVI. 1903, pages 299 SQ. Huck, L'Empire Chinois 4, Paris, 1862, I. 241. 1034, J. Bidov, Tribes of the Hindu Kush, Calcutta, 1880, p. 95. 1035, Al-Biruni, The Chronology of Ancient Nations, translated and edited by C. Sacco, London, 1879, pages 235. This and the following passage were pointed out to me by my late friend, W. Robertson Smith. 1036, Al-Biruni, Loxit. 1037, Gervasis von Tilbury, Osha Imperialia, ed. F. Liebrecht, pp. 41 SQ. 1038, Geraldus Cambrensis, Topography of Ireland, ch. 7. Compare W. Manard, Antique Walden Feldkult, pages 341 note. 1039, Jane Lecoeur, Esquisses du Bocage Normand, e. 79. 1040, Al. J. B. Berenger Farad, Superstitions et Survivances, I. 473. 1041, La R. P. Kadir, Créances et Dictons Populaires de la Vallée, d'Inguinson, Province de Quang Binh, Annam, Bulletin de l'École, Française Extreme Orient, I. Hanoi, 1901, pages 204 SQ. 1042, Selamholtz, Unknown Mexico, e. 194. 1043, H. Callaway, Religious System of the Amazulu, Part IV. 1870, pages 407 SQ. 1044, Dudley Kidd, The Essential Kaffir, pages 117 SQ. 1045, E. Reckless, Nouvelle Géographie Universelle, z. 100. 1046, North Indian Notes and Queries, e. pages 135, section 285. W. Crook, Popular Religion and Folklore of Northern India, Westminster, 1896, I. 77. 1047, ACKRUIJT, Regen Lokken en Regen Verdrich van Bede Torajas, van Midden Celebes, Tijdschrift voor Indisch Taalland en Volkenkunde, XLIV. 1901, pages 2. 1048, Rasmussen, Aditamenta ad Historiam Arabum Anti-Islamismum, pages 67 SQ. I. Golger, Muhammadanish Studien, Halle. S. 1888-1890, I. 34 SQ. 1049, J. Wellhausen, Rest Arabischen Hydonyms, pages 157, first edition. 1050, J. B. Labat, Relation historique de l'Ethiopie occidentale, e. 180. 1051, H. Tourneau-Compens, Essai sur l'ancienne Dinamarca, Paris, N.D. pages 42. 1052, G. Turner, Samoa, pages 145. 1053, A.L.P. Cameron, Notes on Some Tribes of New South Wales, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, Ziv. 1885, pages 362. 4. Other uses of quartz crystal and ceremonies for the making of rain, see above, pages 254, 255. 1054, A.L.P. Cameron, Loxit. Compare E. M. Kerr, The Australian Race, e. 377. 1055, E. Clement, Ethnographical Notes on the Western Australian Aborigines, Internationales Archive for Ethnography, XVI. 1904, pp. 5 SQ. 1056, Rasher, Die Sulka, Archive for Anthropologie, XXIX. 1904, pages 225. Compare R. Parkinson, Dreisigjahren der Setzi, pages 196. 1057, T.C. Hudson, The Jena Amongst the Tribes of Assam, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XXXVI. 1906, pages 96. 1058, W. G. Aston, Shinto, London, 1905, pages 330. 1059, F. R. Stillman, Midamin Pasha ins Herz von Afrika, Berlin, 1894, pages 654. 1060, Indian Notes and Queries, Iv. Pages 218, section 776. W. Crook, Popular Religion and Folklore of Northern India, Westminster, 1896, I. 75 SQ. 1061, J. Rendell Harris, Mississippi. Notes. 1062, W. R. Patton, in Folklore, Z. 1901, pages 216. 1063, G. Timkowski, Travels of the Russian Mission through Mongolia, to China, London, 1827, I. 402 SQ. 1064, C. H. Cottrell, Recollections of Siberia, London, 1842, p. 140. 1065, W. Redloff, Aus Siberian, Leipzig, 1884, e. 179 SQ. 1066, The American Antiquarian, v. 339. Vivid descriptions of the scenery and climate of Arizona and New Mexico will be found in Captain J. G. Burke's On the Border with Crook, New York, 1891. See, for example, pages 1 SQ, 12 SQ, 23 SQ, 30 SQ, 34 SQ, 41 SQQ, 185, 190 SQ. See also C. Mindeleff, in 17th Annual Report of the Bureau of American Ethnology, Part 2, Washington, 1898, pages 477 to 481. 1067, Emma Begian, Der Armenische Volksglaube, pages 94. 1068, J. Rise, Celtic Heathendom, pages 184. J. Grimm, Deutsch, Mythologie, 4i. 494. L. J. B. Berenger Farad, Superstitions et Survivances, e. 190 SQ. Comparida nor, Coutumes, Myths et Traditions des Provinces de France, pages 216. Saint Mart, Die Arthur, Sage, pages 105 SQ. 153 SQQ. 1069, J. Rise, Celtic Heathendom, pages 185 SQ. Quoting an earlier authority. 1070, J. Rise, Ob Cit. Pages 187. The same thing is done at the Fountain of Saint Anne, near Jevez, in Brittany. C. P. Sibyllot, Traditions et Superstitions de la Haute Bretagne, I. 72. 1071, G. Herve, Quelques Superstitions de Morvan, Bulletins de la Société d'Anthropologie de Paris, for Misiri, e. 1892, pages 530. 1072, Berenger Farad de Mortelet, in Bulletins de la Société d'Anthropologie de Paris, for Misiri, e. 1891, pages 306, 310 SQ. L. J. B. Berenger Farad, Superstitions et Survivances, I. 427. 1073, Lebrun, Histoire critique des pratiques superstitieuses, Amsterdam, 1733, I. 245 SQ. L. J. B. Berenger Farad, Superstitions et Survivances, I. 477. For more examples of such customs in France, C. P. Sibyllot, Le Folklore de France, e. 376 to 378. 1074, Lombardy, Relation de la Culture du Mengeli, Voyages au Nord, vi. 174, Amsterdam, 1725. 1075, H. S. Hallett, 1,000 Miles on an Elephant in the Shen, States, Edinburgh and London, 1890, pages 264. 1076, Martin, Description of the Western Islands of Scotland, in Pinkerton's Voyages and Travels, e. 594. 1077, R. H. Codrington, The Melanesians, pages 201. 1078, J. L. van der Toorn, het animism beden menankabouwer bedankboven London, Bitragen tot de Talland en Volkinkund, van Nederlandsch Indie, XXXIX. 1890, pages 86. As to the cat-in, rain-making ceremonies, see above, pages 289, 291. 1079, Myroneals, the Twana, Kemakum, and Klallam Indians of Washington Territory, Annual Report of the Smithsonian Institute for 1887, pages 674. 1080, as to such prayers, see Pausanias, E. 25. 10. Marcus Antoninus, v. 7. Petronius, 44. Tertullian, Apologue. 40. Compare 22 and 23. P. Cower, Delectus Inscriptionum Graecarum, squared number 162. H. Collins und F. Bechtel, Sammeln der Griechischen Dialekt in Schriften, number 3718. Ch. Michel, Recueil des Inscriptions Grecques, number 1004. O. Luters, Die, Dionysian Künstler, Berlin, 1873, pages 26 sq. 1081, Pausanias, v. 38. 4. 1082, see above, pages 248. 1083, Antigonus, Hister. Mirab. 15, Scriptures Rerum Mirabilium, Greci, ed. A. Westermann, pages 64 sq. Antigonus mentions that the badge of the city was a representation of the chariot with a couple of ravens perched on it. This badge appears on existing coins of Crenon, with the addition of a pitcher resting on the chariot, BV ed. Historia Numerum, pages 249. Hence a Furtwängler conjectured, with great probability, that a pitcher full of water was placed on the real chariot when rain was wanted, and that the spilling of the water, as the chariot shook, was intended to imitate a shower of rain. C. A. Furtwängler, Meisterwerk der Griechischen Plastik, pages 257 to 263. 1084, above, pages 248, 251. 1085, Apollodorus, I. 9. 7. Virgil, in. Vi. 585 SQQ. Servius on, Virgil, L.C. 1086, Festus, SVV. Aquilicum and Manalum Lapidum, pages 2, 128, ed. C. O. Muller. Nonius Marcellus, S.V. Trellum, pages 637, ed. Quakerat. Servius on Virgil, in. E. 175. Fulgentius, Expos. Serm. Antic. S.V. Manals Lapides, Mythogre. Lot. ed. Stavron, pages 769 sq. It has been suggested that the stone derived its name and its virtue from the manes or spirits of the dead, E. Hoffmann, in Rheinisches Museum für Philologie, NFL. 1895, pages 484 to 486. Mr. O. Gilbert supposes that the stone was hollow and filled with water, which was poured out in imitation of rain. C. O. Gilbert, Geschichte und Topographie der Stadtraum im Altertum, E. Leipzig, 1885, pages 154, note. His suggestion is as exactly parallel to that of Furtwängler, as to the pitcher at Crenon, above, pages 309 note 6. Compare W. Ward, Fowler, Roman Festivals of the Period of the Republic, London, 1899, pages 232 sq. 1087, Nonius Marcellus, S.V. Aquilex, pages 69, ed. Quakerat. In favor of taking Aquilex as rainmaker is the use of Aquilicum in the sense of rainmaking. Compare K. O. Muller, Die Etrusker, ed. W. Deek, E. 318 sq. 1088, Diodorus Siculus, v. 55. 1089, Philochorus, cited by Athenaeus, Ziv. 72, pages 656a. 1090, among the Barretts, on the upper Zambesi, the sorcerers or witch doctors go from village to village with remedies which they cook in great cauldrons to make rain. A Bertrand, The Kingdom of the Barotse, London, 1899, pages 277. 1091, Philarchus, cited by Athenaeus, XV. 48, pages 693 f. If the conjectural reading T micro s were adopted in place of the manuscript reading T s, we should have to suppose that the custom was not observed by the Greeks, but by the people of Emesa, in Syria, where there was a famous worship of the sun. But Polemo, the highest authority in such matters, tells us that the Athenians offered sober sacrifices to the sun and to other deities. Skull. On Sophocles, Oed. 100. And in a Greek inscription found at Piraeus we read of offerings to the sun and of 3 sober altars, by which no doubt are meant altars on which wine was not poured. Ch. Michel, Recueil des Inscriptions Grecs, number 672. Diggenberger, Sylloge Inscriptionum Graecorum, squared number 631. E. S. Roberts, Introduction to Greek Epigraphy, E. number 133. Legis Graecorum, Sacrae, ed. J. Duprat et al. Zihan, E. number 18. In the passage of Athenaeus, accordingly, the reading T micro s, which has been rashly adopted by the latest editor of Athenaeus, G. Cable, may be safely rejected in favor of the manuscript reading. 1092, Peter Jones, History of the Ojibwe Indians, pages 84. 1093, W. Smythe and F. Lowe, Narrative of a Journey from Lima to Para, London, 1836, pages 230. An eclipse either of the sun or the moon is commonly supposed by savages to be caused by a monster who is trying to devour the luminary, and accordingly they discharge missiles and raise a clamor in order to drive them away. C. B. Tyler, Primitive Culture, Squared I. 328 SQQ. 1094, J. Gumilla, Histoire de l'Orinoque, of Ignan, 1758, E. 243, SQ. 1095, S. Krasheninico, Beschreibung des Lands Kamchatka, Lemgo, 1766, pages 217. 1096, A. G. Morris, The Western Danes, Their Manners and Customs, Proceedings of the Canadian Institute, Toronto, 3rd Series, Vi. 1888-89, pages 154. 1097, A. Mort, Le Rituel du Culte divin Journalier en Egypte, Paris, 1902, pages 90 SQ. Ed. Du Caractère Religio de la Royauté Pharaonique, Paris, 1902, pages 98. 1098, Plutarch, Isis et Osiris, 52. The Eskimo of Bering Strait give the name of the sun's walking stick to the vertical bar in Upper Helene. C. W. Nelson, The Eskimo about Bering Strait, 18th Annual Report of the Bureau of American Ethnology, Part I. Washington, 1899, pages 449. 1099, Father Lambert, in Missions Catholiques, Z. 1880, pages 216. Ed. Mores et Superstitions des Neocaledoniens, Numia, 1900, pp. 193 SQ. Clement, Usages, Mores et Customs des Neocaledoniens, Revue d'Ethnographie, Vi. 1889, pages 116. 1100, Father Lambert, in Missions Catholiques, XXV. 1893, pages 116. Ed. Mores et Superstitions des Neocaledoniens, Numia, 1900, pp. 296 SQ. The magic formula differs slightly in the two passages. In the text I followed the second. 1101, Tiarbacit et F. Daumas, Voyage d'Exploration au Nord-Est, La Colonie du Cap de Bonne Espérance, Paris, 1842, pages 350 SQ. 4. The kinship with the sacred object, totem, from which the clan takes its name, see Ibid. Pages 350, 422, 424. Other people have claimed kindred with the sun, as the Natchez of North America, Voyages O. Nord, v. 24, and the Incas of Peru. 1102, G. Kurs, Sitten Ungebrecht der Lengua Indianer, Mitteilungen der Geographischen Gesellschaft zu China, XXIII. 1905, pages 17. 1103, R. H. Codrington, in Journal of the Anthropological Institute, X. 1881, pages 278. Id. The Melanesians, Oxford, 1891, pages 184. 1104, above, pages 291 SQ. 1105, G. Turner, Samoa, pages 346. See above, pages 284. 1106, P. J. Arriaga, Extirpación de la Idolatría del Perú, Lima, 1621, pages 37. 1107, A. d'Orbigny, Voyage dans l'Amérique méridionale, E. Paris, and Strasbourg, 1844, pages 24. 1108, V. Solomon, Extracts from Diaries kept in Car Nicobar, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XXXII. 1902, pages 213. 1109, Satapatha Brahmana, translated by J. Egling, Part I. Pages 328, Sacred Books of the East, Vol. Z. 1110, E. J. Payne, History of the New World called America, I. Oxford, 1892, pages 520 to 523. K.T.H. Preuss, in Verhandlungen der Berliner Anthropologischen Gesellschaft, November 15, 1902, pp. 449, SQ. 457, SQ. Id. Die Führung der als Ausgangspunkt zum Verständnis der mexikanischen Religion, Mitteilungen der Anthropolog. Gesellschaft in Wien, XXXIII. 1903, pages 157 SQ. 163. A Mexican legend relates how in the beginning the gods sacrificed themselves by fire in order to set the sun in motion. C.P. de Sahagan, Histoire Generale des Choses de la Nouvelle Espagne, BKVCH. 2, pages 478, SQQ. French trans. By Jordanet and Simeon. 1111, Festus, S.V. October Equus, pages 181, ed. C.O. Muller. 1112, 2 Kings XXIII. 11. Compare H. Zimmern, in E. Schrader's Die, Kehlenschriften und das Alttestament cubed, Berlin, 1902, pages 369 SQ. 1113, Pausanias, E. 20. 4. 1114, Zedfin, Cyropid. V. 3. 24. Philostratus, Vit. Apollon. I. 31. 2. Ovid, Fasti, I. 385 SQ. Pausanias, E. 20. 4. Compare, Zedfin, Anabasis, Iv. 5. 35. Tricus Pompus, I. 10. 5. 1115, Herodotus, I. 216. Strabo, Xi. 8. 6. On the sacrifice of horses see further S. Bahart, Hierozoikon, I. Ca. 175 SQQ. Nedline, in Zeitschrift für Ethnologie, XXXIII. 1901, pages 62 to 66. Many Asiatics held that the sun rode a horse, not a chariot. C. Dittenberger, Siloge Inscription in Graecarum, squared number 754, with note 4. 1116, A. Bastian, Die Völker des Ausgleichen, Iv. 174. The name of the place is Andahuaylas. 1117, Th. Williams, Fiji and the Fijian squared, I. 250. 1118, Mr. Fison's letter is dated August 26, 1898. 1119, H. R. Schoolcraft, The American Indians, Buffalo, 1851, pp. 97 sqq. Id. Oniota, New York and London, 1845, pages 75 sqq. W. W. Gill, Myths and Songs of the South Pacific, pages 61 sq. G. Turner, Samoa, pages 200 sq. 1120, Fr. Boas, The Eskimo of Baffinland and Hudson Bay, Bulletin, of the American Museum of Natural History, XV. 1901, pages 151. 1121, G. Zundel, Land und Folk der Ewer auf der Sklavenkasten, Westafrika, Zeitschrift der Gesellschaft für Erdkunde zu Berlin, Z. 1877, pages 411. We have met with a somewhat similar charm in North Africa to bring back a runaway slave. See above, pages 152. 1122, J. Chalmers, Pioneering in New Guinea, London, 1887, pages 172. 1123, Annius Sylvius, Opera, Bale, 1571, pages 418 wrongly numbered, 420. Edavit, Cosmographie Universelle, Paris, 1575, e. 851. 1124, Arbrow Smythe, Aborigines of Victoria, e. 334. E. M. Kerr, The Australian Race, I. 50. 1125, Fancourt, History of Yucatan, pages 118. Brasseur de Bourbourg, Histoire des Nations Civilisées du Mexique et de l'Amérique Centrale, e. 51. 1126, S. L. Cummins, Subtribes of the Bear El Gazel Dinkas, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XXXIV. 1904, pages 164. 1127, South African Folklore Journal, Vol. I. Part I. Cape Town, 1879, pages 34. Dudley Kidd, Savage Childhood, London, 1906, pp. 147 sq. Reverend E. Gotchling, The Bonda, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XXXV. 1905, pages 381. 1128, E. J. Eyre, Journals of Expeditions of Discovery into Central Australia, London, 1845, e. 365. The Ovacumbi of Angola place a stone in the fork of a tree as a memorial at any place where they have learned something which they wish to remember. CCH. Woonenberger, La Mission et le Royaume de Homme, Missions Catholiques, XX. 1888, p. 270. 1129, E. M. Kerr, The Australian Race, e. 145. 1130, K. Vetter, Komm herüber und hilf uns. Oder die Arbeit der Mission in Deutsch-Neu-Guinea, e. Barman, 1898, p. 29. Ed. In Behagens unter den Papuas, Wiesbaden, 1899, pages 287. 1131, W. W. Skeet, Malay Magic, pages 92 sq. 1132, G. M. Dawson, Notes on the Shuswap People of British Columbia, Transactions of the Royal Society of Canada, X. 1901, Pub. 1902, Section E. Pages 38. 1133, J. G. G. M. E. L. I. N., Raised Dirt Siberian, Göttingen, 1751-52, e. 510. 1134, C. H. Cottrell, Recollections of Siberia, London, 1842, p. 140. 1135, J. Owen Dorsey, Omaha Sociology, 3rd Annual Report of the Bureau of Ethnology, Washington, 1884, pages 241. Ed. A Study of Siouan Cults, 11th Annual Report of the Bureau of Ethnology, Washington, 1894, pages 410. 1136, G. M. Dawson, On the Haida Indians of the Queen Charlotte Islands, Geological Survey of Canada, Report of Progress for 1878-1879, pages 124b. 1137, W. Powell, Wanderings in a Wall Country, London, 1883, pages 169. 1138, O'Dapper, Description de l'Afrique, Amsterdam, 1686, pages 389. 1139, Mission Scientifique du Cap Horn, Vi. Paris, 1891, pages 257. 1140, J. Richardson, A Dictionary of Persian, Arabic, and English, New Edition, London, 1829, pp. Lee. SQ. 1141, Relations des Jesuites, 1636, pages 38, Canadian reprint. On the other hand, some of the New South Wales Aborigines thought that a wished-for wind would not rise if shellfish were roasted at night. D. Collins, Account of the English Colony in New South Wales, London, 1804, pages 382. 1142, J. Mooney, Sacred Formulas of the Cherokees, 7th Annual, Report of the Bureau of Ethnology, Washington, 1891, pages 387 SQ. 1143, Annales de l'Association de la Propagation de la Foi, Iv. 1830, pages 482. 1144, CM Plate, Ethnographische Beschriftung der K-Landen, dit Schrift van het NEDERLANDSCH Ardrijkskundig Genootschap, Tweed, Surrey, X. 1893, pages 827. 1145, R. H. Codrington, The Melanesians, pages 200, 201. 1146, J. Palmer, quoted by R. H. Codrington, The Melanesians, p. 201, note. 1147, Dudley Kidd, Savage Childhood, London, 1906, pages 151. 1148, Behagen, Under den Papuas, Wiesbaden, 1899, pages 269. 1149, W. Monckton, Some Recollections of New Guinea Customs, Journal of the Polynesian Society, v. 1896, pages 186. 1150, J. G. Dalio, The Darker Superstitions of Scotland, pages 248. 1151, Fr. Boas, in 6th Report on the Northwestern Tribes of Canada, pages 26, separate reprint from the Report of the British Association for 1890. 1152, A. C. Haddon, Headhunters, pages 60. Reports of the Cambridge Anthropological Expedition to Torres Straits, vi. Cambridge, 1908, pages 201 SQ. 1153, Martin, Description of the Western Islands of Scotland, in Pinkerton's Voyages and Travels, e. 627. Miss C. F. Gordon Cumming, in the Hebrides, pages 166 SQ. 1154, W. Frazer, in Sir John Sinclair's Statistical Account of Scotland, v. Edinburgh, 1793, pages 52, note. 1155, Buchler Kreutzwald, Der Esten Abergläubische Gebreche, Wyson, und Jonheiten, St. Petersburg, 1854, pages 105 SQ. 1156, A. C. Haddon, The Ethnography of the Western Tribe of Torres Straits, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, Zix. 1890, pp. 401 SQ. Reports of the Cambridge Anthropological Expedition to Torres Straits, v. Cambridge, 1904, pages 351 SQ. 1157, Reports of the Cambridge Anthropological Expedition to Torres Straits, v. 352. 1158, Mary E. B. Howitt, Folklore and Legends of Some Victorian Tribes, in manuscript. 1159, see above, pages 263. 1160, H. Agede, Description of Greenland, 2nd edition, London, 1818, pages 196, note. 1161, Hesychius and Semitas, S.V. E. Micro. Ta. Eustathius, on Homer, Odd. X. 22, pages 1645. Compare J. Tupfer, Addish Genealogy, p. 112, who conjectures that the Udinemi or Hodinemi at Athens may also have claimed the power of lulling the winds. 1162, Eunapius, Vitae Sophistarum, Odysseus, pages 463, Didit edition. 1163, Pliny, Nat. Hist. XVIII. 294. Compare Japanaga, E. 18. 1164, Alas Magnus, Gentium Septendra. Hist. E. 15. 1165, Buchler Kreutzwald, Der Esten Abergläubisch Gebrauch, Weissen, und Jonheiten, pages 107 SQ. 1166, Dana, 2 years before the mast, ch. 5. 1167, J. Schiffer, Laponia, Frankfurt, 1673, pages 144. J. Train, Account of the Isle of Man, E. 166. Miss C. F. Gordon Cumming, in The Hebrides, pages 254 SQ. Ch. Rogers, Social Life in Scotland, E. 220. Sir W. Scott, Pirate, Note to ch. 5. Miss M. Cameron, in Folklore, Ziv. 1903, pages 301 SQ. Compare Shakespeare, Macbeth, Act I. SC3, line 11. But, my loving master, if any wind will not serve, then I wish I were in Lapland, to buy a good wind of one of the honest witches that sell so many winds there and so cheap. Isaac Walton, Complete Angler, ch. v. 1168, J. G. Lockhart, Memoirs of the Life of Sir Walter Scott, E. 203, First edition. 1169, C. Lemius, De Lapinibus Fimarchi, etc., Commentatio, Copenhagen, 1767, pages 454. 1170, Homer, Odyssey, X. 19 SQQ. It is said that Perdoides, the Lithuanian Aeolus, keeps the winds enclosed in a leathern bag. When they escape from it he pursues them, beats them, and shuts them up again. C. Wittgenstedt, Die Mythen, Sagen und Legenden der Zamaten, Litauer, I. 153. The statements of this writer, however, are to be received with caution. 1171, J. Chalmers, Pioneering in New Guinea, pages 177. 1172, Lieutenant Harold, in Mitteilungen aus den Deutschen Schutzgebieten, v. 1892, pages 144 SQ. H. Close, Togo Unter, Deutscher Flag, Berlin, 1899, pages 189. 1173, Reverend J. MacDonald, Religion and Myth, London, 1893, pages 7. 1174, Fr. Boas, The Central Eskimo, 6th Annual Report of the Bureau of Ethnology, Washington, 1888, pages 593. 1175, Arctic Papers for the Expedition of 1875, Royal Geographical Society, pages 274. 1176, J. Murdoch, Ethnological Results of the Point Barrow Expedition, 9th Annual Report of the Bureau of Ethnology, Washington, 1892, pages 432 SQ. 1177, M. Bloomfield, Hymns of the Atharva Veda, pages 249, Sacred Books of the East, Volexilii. W. Calland, Alpine Dishes, Zauber Ritual, pages 128. 1178, Father Livadak, in Annales de la Propagation de la Foi, Lee. 1881, pages 209. 1179, J. Brim, C. Dayak Religion, Journal of the Straits Branch, of the Royal Asiatic Society, No. 10, December 1882, pages 241 SQ. H. Lingroth, The Natives of Sarawak and British North Borneo, I. 201. A. W. Niwenahuas, in Central Borneo, Latin, 1900, E. 180, SQ. The people of Samarkand used to beat drums and dance in the 11th month to demand cold weather, and they threw water on one another. C. Chavans, Les 2Q, Turks, Occidental, St. Petersburg, 1903, pages 135. 1180, J. G. Campbell, Superstitions of the Highlands and Islands of Scotland, Glasgow, 1900, pages 24 sq. 1181, Peaceabilit, Codems Populaires de la Haute-Bretagne, pages 302 sq. 1182, Holzmeier, Ociliana, Verhandlungen der Gelatin-Estnischen Gesellschaft zu Dorpat, vi. 2, pages 54. 1183, Akun und W. Schwartz, Norddeutsche Sagen, Marken und Gebräuche, pages 454, section 406. Von Alpenberg, Mythen und Sagen Tirols, pages 262, 365 sq. W. Mannhardt, Die Götter der Deutschen und Nordischen Völker, Berlin, 1860, pages 99. Id. Antiquald und Feldkult, pages 85. Buchler Kreutzwald, Der Esten Abergläubisch, Gebräuche, Weisen und Gewohnheiten, pages 109. F. S. Krauss, Volksglaube, und Religiös Brauch der Schutzhaven, pages 117. In some parts of Austria and Germany, when a storm is raging, the people open a window and throw out a handful of meal, saying to the wind, "There, that's for you, stop!" C. A. Peter, Volkstümliches aus Österreichisch E. 259. J. Grimm, Deutsche Mythologie, 4 pages 529. Zinschel, Sitten, Brauch und Meinungen des Sturlevolks, squared pages 118, section 1046. Similarly, an old Irish woman has been seen to fling handfuls of grass into a cloud of dust blown along a road, and she explained her behavior by saying that she wished to give something to the fairies who were playing in the dust. Folklore, Iv. 1893, pages 352. But these are sacrifices to appease, not ceremonies to constrain the spirits of the air. Thus they belong to the domain of religion rather than to that of magic. The ancient Greek sacrifice to the winds. C. P. Stengel, Die Opfer der Hellenen and Die Wind, Hermes, XVI. 1881, pages 346 to 350. In my note, on Pausanias, E. 12. 1. 1184, J. G. Cole, Die Deutsche Rezession Ostseeprüfungen, E. 278. 1185, G. Kurz, Sitten und Gebräuche der Länge Indiener, Mitteilungen der Geographischen Gesellschaft zu Jena, XXIII. 1905, pages 17. 1186, F. Theozara, Voyage dans l'Amérique Méridionale, E. 137. 1187, P. Lozano, Descripción Geográfica del Gran Chaco, Cordova, 1733, pages 71. Charlevoix, Histoire du Paraguay, E. 74. Guevara, Historia del Paraguay, pages 23, in P. the Angeleses Colección de Obras, y Documentos, etc., E. Buenos Aires, 1836. D. the Alvear, Relación Geográfica y Histórica de la Provincia de Misiones, pages 14, P. the Angeles, Opsit. Iv. 1188, W. A. Henry, Betrichstat der Kennis der Betaklanden, die Schrift für Indisch Talland en Volkenkund, XVII. 23 sq. 1189, A. W. Niewenhues, Kur durch Borneo, I. Leiden, 1904, pages 97. 1190, R. Brow Smythe, Aborigines of Victoria, I. 457 sq. Compare, id. E. 270. A. W. Howitt, in Journal of the Anthropological Institute, G. 1884, pages 194, note. Spencer and Gillen, Northern Tribes of Central Australia, pages 632. 1191, W. Cornwallis Harris, The Highlands of Ethiopia, London, 1844, I. 352. Compare P. H. Pollock, Ethnography Nordostafrikas, Die Geistige Kultur der Donaukiel, Gala und Sommel, Berlin, 1896, p. 28. Even where these columns or whirlwinds of dust are not attacked, they are still regarded with awe. The Ainos believe them to be filled with demons. Hence they will hide behind a tree and spit profusely if they see one coming. J. Batchelor, The Ainu and Their Folklore, p. 385. In some parts of India they are supposed to be bats going to bathe in the Ganges. Denzil C. J. Ibbotson, Settlement Report of the Panipat, Tahsil, and Karnal Pargana of the Karnal District, pages 154. The Chevas and Tambukas of South Africa fancy them to be the wandering souls of sorcerers. Zeitschrift für Allgemeinerkunde, Vi. Berlin, 1856, pages 301 SQ. The Baganda and the Pawnees believe them to be ghosts. J. Roscoe in Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XXXII. 1902, pages 73. G. B. Grinnell, Pawnee Hero Stories and Folk Tales, p. 357. Californian Indians think that they are happy souls ascending to the heavenly land. Stephen Powers, Tribes of California, pages 328. Once when a great Fijian chief died, a whirlwind swept across the lagoon. An old man who saw it covered his mouth with his hand and said, in an awestruck whisper, "There goes his spirit." Reverend Lorimer Fisson, in a letter to the author, dated August 26, 1898. 1192, Herodotus, Iv. 173. Aulus Gellius, XVI. 11. The Cimbrians are said to have taken arms against the tide. Strabo, Vi. 2. 1. Chapter 6, Magicians as Kings. 1193. The government of the Western Islanders of Torres Straits is similar. C.A.C. Haddon, in Reports of the Cambridge Anthropological Expedition to Torres Straits, v. 263 SQ. So too, the Bantok Igorot of the Philippines have no chiefs and are ruled by councils of old men. C.A.E. Jenks, The Bantok Igorot, Manila. 1905, pages 32 SQ. 167, SQ. 1194, Spencer and Gillen, Native Tribes of Central Australia, pp. 9-15, 154, 159-205. Ed. Northern Tribes of Central Australia, pages 20-27, 285-297, 309 SQ. 316. A. W. Howitt, Native Tribes of Southeast Australia, pages 320-326. 1195, A. W. Howitt, Op. Cit. Pages 303. 1196, A. W. Howitt, Op. Cit. Pages 313. 1197, A. W. Howitt, Op. Cit. Pages 314. 1198, A. W. Howitt, Op. Cit. Pages 297-299. For more examples of hetmen who are also magicians, see it. Pages 301 SQ. 302, 317. 1199, Scott 9, Description of the Natives of King George's Sound, Swan River Colony, Journal of the Art Geographical Society, I. 1832, pages 41. 1200, Sir W. MacGregor, British New Guinea, London, 1897, pages 41. 1201, La Arpegus, Les Papus, Les Missions Catholiques, XXXVI. 1904, pages 334. 1202, J. Chalmers, Toripi, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XXVII. 1898, pages 334. 1203, E. Beardmore, The Natives of Moadadari, New Guinea, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, Zix. 1890, pages 464. 1204, C. G. Seligman, The Melanesians of British New Guinea, Cambridge, 1910, pages 455 SQ. 1205, M. Krieger, Neu Guinea, Berlin, ND. Pages 334. 1206, R. H. Codrington, The Melanesians, Oxford, 1891, pages 46. 1207, R. H. Codrington, Op. Cit. pages 52. As to the mana or supernatural power of chiefs and others, see Ibid. Pages 118 SQQ. Above, pages 227 SQ. I have pointed out, p. 111, note 2, that this supernatural power supplies, as it were, the physical basis of magic. 1208, Father A. Dini, Credences religieuses et mostas indigenes, de l'almolo, nouvelles hébrides, les missions catholiques, XXXIII. 1901, pages 347. 1209, R. H. Codrington, Op. Cit. Pages 56. 1210, Sirib, Zwijaren unter den Kannibalen der Salomo in Zeln, Dresden Blasewitz, 1903, pages 173 SQ. 1211, C. G. Seligman, The Melanesians of New Guinea, Cambridge, 1910, pages 702. 1212, G. Brown, D. D., Melanesians and Polynesians, London, 1910, p. 270. 1213, Reverend G. Brown, Op. Cit. Pages 429. 1214, G. Turner, Samoa, pages 320–322. 1215, see above, pages 175. 1216, O. Bowman, Durchmasselen zur Nilquell, Berlin, 1894, pp. 187 SQ. 1217, O. Bowman, Op. Cit. Pages 173. 1218, H. Cole, Notes on the Wagogo of German East Africa, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XXXII. 1902, pages 321. 1219, Sir Harry Johnston, The Uganda Protectorate, London, 1902, e. 830. 1220, O. Bowman, Durchmasselen zur Nilquell, pages 164. 1221, Darren C. C. van der Decken, Reisen in Ost Africa, e. Leipzig and Heidelberg, 1871, pages 24. 1222, M. Merker, Die Maasai, Berlin, 1904, pages 18 SQ. I have slightly abridged the writer's account. 1223, M. Merker, Die Maasai, pages 21. As to the medicine men of the Maasai, see further A. C. Hollis, The Maasai, Oxford, 1905, pp. 324–330. 1224, O. Bowman, Durchmasselen zur Nilquell, pages 164. 1225, A. C. Hollis, The Nandi, Oxford, 1909, pages 49 SQ. 1226, Sir H. Johnston, The Uganda Protectorate, e. 851. 1227, Sir H. Johnston, The Uganda Protectorate, e. 779. 1228, W. E. R. Cole, African Rainmaking Chiefs, The Gondokoro, District, White Nile, Man, X. 1910, pages 90–92. Yasbashi, Tribes, on the Upper Nile, Journal of the African Society, No. 14, January, 1905, pages 228 SQ. Brun Roulette, The New Blanket La Soudon, Paris, 1855, pages 227 SQ. F. Spire, Rainmaking in Equatorial Africa, Journal of the African Society, No. 17, October, 1905, pages 15–21. 1229, Emin Pasha, quoted by Fr. Stellman, mit Emin Pasha ins Herz, von Afrika, Berlin, 1894, pages 778–780. 1230, F. Spire, Rainmaking in Equatorial Africa, Journal of the African Society, No. 17, October, 1905, pages 16–18, 21. 1231, G. Schweinfurth, The Heart of Africa Cubed, London, 1878, I. 144, SQ. 1232, E. D. Pruisinair, Reisen und Forschungen im Gebiet des Weißen und Blauen Nil, Petermans Mitteilungen, Ergänzungsschrift, No. 50, Gotha, 1877, pages 27 SQ. 1233, Sir H. Johnston, The Uganda Protectorate, E. 555. 1234, G. Casati, 10 Years in Equatoria, London and New York, 1891, E. 57, compare I. 134. 1235, Ch. Woonenberger, La Mission et le Royaume de Homme, sur les bords du Canine, les missions catholiques, XX. 1888, pages 262. 1236, Ettore de Joyce, Notes on the Ethnography of the Bough, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XXXVI. 1906, pp. 48, 51. 1237, Ettore de Joyce, On the Ethnology of the Southwestern Congo Free State, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XXXVII. 1907, pages 140. 1238, Olenz, Skizzen aus West Africa, Berlin, 1878, pages 87. 1239, A. Mansfield, Erwald Dokument, Voyager unter den Crossflussnickern Camerons, Berlin, 1908, pages 161. 1240, Ch. Partridge, Cross River Natives, London, 1905, pages 201, SQ. The care taken of the chief's cut hair and nails is a precaution against the magical use that might be made of them by his enemies. C. The Golden Bough, 2nd edition, I. 375 SQQ. 1241, Dudley Kidd, The Essential Kaffir, London, 1904, pages 114. The chief collects to himself all medicines of known power. Each doctor has his own special medicine or medicines, and treats some special form of disease, and the knowledge of such medicines is transmitted as a portion of the inheritance to the eldest son. When a chief hears that any doctor has proved successful in treating some case where others have failed, he calls him and demands the medicine, which is given up to him. Thus the chief becomes the great medicine man of his tribe, and the ultimate reference is to him. If he fail, the case is given up as incurable. H. Callaway, Religious System of the Amazulu, Part IV. Pages 419 SQ. Note: the medicines here referred to are probably for the most part magical rather than medicinal in our sense of the term. 1242, Dudley Kidd, Op. Cit. Pages 115. 1243, W. Grant, Mikado and his Tribe, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XXXV. 1905, pages 267. 1244, L. Deckel, 3 Years in Savage Africa, London, 1898, pages 154. 1245, R. Moffat, Missionary Labors and Scenes in Southern Africa, London, 1842, pages 306. 1246, E. A. Mond, Zambezia, The New British Possession in Central, South Africa, Proceedings of the Royal Geographical Society, 1890, pages 651. 1247, Father C. Kroonenbergs, In Annales de la Propagation de la Foi, Lee. 1881, pages 262 SQ. 267 SQ. 1248, see above, pages 344, 345, 346. 1249, J. B. Labat, Relation historique de l'Ethiopie occidentale, Paris, 1732, E. 172-176. 1250, H. Hackward, Recenter Kustand in das Inner von West, Africa, Leipzig, 1854, pages 78. 1251, A. Bastian, Die Deutsche Expedition and der Longo-Kust, I. 354, E. 230. 1252, J. Leighton Wilson, Western Africa, London, 1856, pages 129, SQ. Miss Mary H. Kingsley, in Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XXIX. 1899, pages 62. 1253, P. Common, The Victoria Nyanza, London, 1899, pages 168. 1254, Manager Lividac, in Annales de la Propagation de la Foi, LX. 1888, pages 110. 1255, d'Unionville, Statistique de l'Almorus, Paris, 1838, e. 285 SQ. 1256, Evangemp, Taboo et Totemism à Madagascar, Paris, 1904, pages 118, quoting Michael de Lacombe, Voyage à Madagascar, Paris, 1840, I. 229 SQ. Probably the Antimorona are identical with the Antimars. 1257, Emin Pasha, quoted by Fr. Stallman, mit Emin Pasha ins Herz, von Afrika, Berlin, 1894, pages 779 SQ. 1258, Skull. On Apollonius Rhodius, Argon. E. 1248. A. D. P. T. Des Macro. T. Macro. Ta. Ta. E. A. A. T. S. SAS. AF. S. A. Macro. D. Macro E. Pa. E. T. P. T. P. T. Da. A. D. T. A. Macro E. It. P. Ta macro. P. E. T. Pit. A. Da. A. P. T. S. 1259, Ammianus Marcellinus, XXVIII. 5. 14. 1260, Plutarch, Isis et Osiris, 73. 1261, G. Turner, Samoa, pages 304 SQ. 1262, A. Fismayer, Nachrichten von den alten Bewohnern des Heutigen, Korea, Sitzungsberg der Philos. Hister. Cluster Ks. Akademie der Wissenschaften, Vienna, LVII. 1868, pages 483 SQ. It would seem that the Chinese reported similarly of the Roman emperors. Seeherth, China and the Roman Orient, pages 41, 44, 52, 58, 70, 78. 1263, N.B. Dennis, Folklore of China, London and Hong Kong, 1876, pages 125. An account of the Peking Gazette, the official publication of the Chinese government, may be read in letters at Effides, Curieuses, Nouvelle Edition, XXI. 95 to 182. 1264, Manager Havard, in Annales de la Propagation de la Foi, vi. 1834, pages 470 to 473. 1265, Joe. Filippo de Marini, Historia et Relazioni del Ticino, e del Giappone, Rome, 1665, pages 137 SQ. Relation Nouvelle, Curious des Royaumes de Tonquin et de Lau, Traduit de l'Italien du, P. Marini, Sig Romain, Paris, 1666, pages 258 SQ. 1266, H. H. Bancroft, The Native Races of the Pacific States, E. 146. 1267, Geo Catlin, Manners, Customs, and Conditions of the North American Indians 4, London, 1844, I. 40 SQ. 1268, W. L. Hardesty, The Lushu Indians, Report of the Smithsonian Institution for 1866, pages 312, 316. 1269, Reverend J. Jett, On the Medicine Men of the Tenna, Journal of the R. Anthropological Institute, XXXVII. 1907, pages 163. By the Tenna, the writer means the tribe which is variously known as the Tin, Din, Dingi, etc., according to the taste and fancy of the speller. 1270, Roland B. Dixon, The Northern Maidu, Bulletin of the American Museum of Natural History, Volex VII. Party. New York, 1905, p. 267. 1271, Roland B. Dixon, Op. Cit. Pages 328, 331. 1272, S. Powers, Tribes of California, Washington, 1877, pages 372, SQ. 1273, S. Power, Op. Cit. Pages 380 SQ. 1274, F.A. de Witt, Les Singularités de la France Antarctique, Autrement nommée Amérique, Antwerp, 1558, pages 65 wrongly numbered 67. 1275, C.F. Phil. V. Martius, Zur Ethnography Americas, Zummel, Brasiliens, Leipzig, 1867, pages 76. 1276, G. Kurz, Sitten Angeblich der Langue Indianer, Mitteilungen der Geographischen Gesellschaft zu Jena, XXIII. Jena, 1905, pages 19, 29. 1277, Sir R. Scumberg, Reisen in British Guiana, I. 169 SQ. Compare ed. I. 423, E. 431. Sir Everard F. Thurn, Among the Indians of Guiana, London, 1883, pages 211, 223 SQ. 328, 333 SQ. 339 SQ. 1278, W. W. Skeet and C. O. Blagden, Pagan Races of the Malay Peninsula, London, 1906, E. 196 SQ. 1279, W. W. Skeet, Malay Magic, London, 1900, pages 36. 1280, G. Mon, en het mededelingen omtrent die zetten en juwelten der, Tortilla ten opzicht van de restboe, de schrift voor Indisch, Taalland en Volkenkunde, XLVI. 1903, pages 339. The name Tortilla or Inlander is only another form of Toraja. 1281, H. Lowe, Sarawak, London, 1848, pages 259 SQ. 1282, W. W. Skeet, Malay Magic, pages 59. 1283, T. J. Newbold, Political and Statistical Account of the British Settlements in the Straits of Malacca, E. 193. W. W. Skeet, Malay Magic, pages 23 to 29. 1284, G. J. Arabumi, in Ornamenten Feest van Gandering, Zuidselibs, Mededelingen van Wijsheid Nederlandsche, Zendeling Genootschap, Zix. 1875, pages 344 to 351. G. K. Niemann, De Botaniesen en Makassaren, Bitrigen tot de Taalland en, Volkenkunde van Nederlandsch Indi, Zgxvi. 1889, pages 270 SQ. D. F. van Brom Morris, in de schrift voor Indisch Taalland, en Volkenkunde, XXXIV. 1891, pages 215 SQ. ACKRUIJT, van, Palapo naar Paso, Mededelingen van Wijsheid Nederlandsche, Zendeling Genootschap, XLII. 1898, pages 18, 25 SQ. LWC van den Berg, de Mohammedansche Vorsten en Nederlandsch Indi, Bitrigen, tot de Taalland en Volkenkunde van Nederlandsch Indi, Lee. 1901, pages 72 to 80. 1285, A. Morit, Le Rectul du Culte van Journalier en Egypt, Paris, 1902, pages 94 SQ. 1286, Sir William MacGregor, Lagos, Abeokuta, and the Lake, Journal of the African Society, No. 12, July, 1904, pages 472. 1287, E. Perigo, Ches Les Achanti, Neuchatel, 1906, pages 140. 1288, J. Spithe, Die Ustam, Berlin, 1906, pages 76, 78, compare, pages 101 SQ. 1289, A. Bastian, Vokerstam and Brahmaputra, Berlin, 1883, Ps. I. 1290, Herodotus, Iv. 5-7. Compare K. Newman, Die Hellen im Scythenland, I. Berlin, 1855, pages 269 SQ. 1291, Pausanias, X. 40. 11 SQ. 1292, Apollodorus, Bibliotheca, ed. R. Wagner, pages 185. On Public Talismans in Antiquity CCH. A. Lobeck, Aglaophamus, pages 278, SQQ. And my note on Pausanias, v. 40. 11. 1293, The Laws of Manu, X. 246 SQ. Translated by G. Buhler, p. 385, Sacred Books of the East, Volex XV. 1294, Homer, Odyssey, E. 409, Iv. 43, 691, Vi. 167, v. 2, XVIII. 405. Iliad, E. 335, XVII. 464, etc. 1295, Homer, Odyssey, Zix. 109 to 114. The passage was pointed out to me by my friend Professor W. Ridgway. Naturally, this view was not shared by the enlightened Greeks of a later age. See Sophocles, Oedipus, Tyrannus, 31 SQQ. Polybius, Hist. Vi. 6 SQ. 1296, Nicolaus Damascenus, BK Vi Frag. 49, in Fragmenta, Historicorum Graecorum, ed. C. Muller, E. 381. D. A. St. A. Sass. E. T. A. T. Macro. Say. 1297, Apollodorus, Bibliotheca, E. 5. 1. 1298, Ammianus Marcellinus, XXVIII. 5. 14. 1299, Snorro Sturluson, Chronicle of the Kings of Norway, trans. By S. Lowing, Sago ICHS. 1847. Comparative Liebrecht, zur Volkskunde, Heilbronn, 1879, pages 7. J. Schiffer, Uppsala, 1666, pages 137. In 1814 a pestilence broke out among the Chukchis of northeastern Siberia, which carried off many of the people and spread its ravages among the herds of reindeer. The shamans declared that the spirits were angry and would not stay the plague till the virtuous Kochkin, one of the most venerated chiefs, had been offered to them in sacrifice. No one was found hardy enough to raise a sacrilegious hand against him, and the shamans had to force the chief's own son to cut his father's throat. C. de Rengel, Le Nord de la Sibérie, Paris, 1843, I. 265 to 267. 1300, Saxa Grammaticus, Historia Danica, B.K. Ziv. Pages 779, ed. P. Muller. 1301, P.W. Joyce, Social History of Ancient Ireland, London, 1903, I. 56 SQ. J. O'Donovan, The Book of Rites, Dublin, 1847, pages 8, note. Compare Berenger Farad, Superstitions et Survivances, I. 492. 1302, S. Johnson, Journey to the Western Islands, Baltimore, 1815, pages 115. 1303, J. G. Campbell, Superstitions of the Highlands and Islands of Scotland, Glasgow, 1900, pages 5. As to the banner, see also Th. Pennant, Second Tour in Scotland, in Pinkerton's Voyages and Travels, E. 321 SQ. 1304, J. G. Dalziel, The Darker Superstitions of Scotland, Edinburgh, 1834, pages 62 SQQ. 1305, Memoirs of John Evelyn, ESQ, New Edition, London, 1827, E. 151 SQ. Under July 6, 1660. Angel gold were gold coins with the figure of an angel stamped on them. As to Charles's triumphal entrance into London, see Evelyn, Obsit. E. 148 SQ. 1306, Memoirs of Samuel Pepys, ESQ, edited by Lord Braybrooke, 2nd edition, London, 1828, I. 187, Compare Ib. Pages 110, E. 192. 1307, T.B. Macaulay, History of England, Chap. Zifoli pp. 478-481, 1st edition, London, 1855. 1308, J. Boswell, Life of Samuel Johnson, 9th edition, London, 1822, I. 18 SQ. 1309, T. J. Pettigrew, Superstitions Connected with the History and Practice of Medicine and Surgery, London, 1844, pages 117-154. W. G. Black, Folk Medicine, London, 1883, pages 140 SQQ. W. E. H. Lecky, History of England in the 18th Century, London, 1892, I. 84-90. Down to the end of the 18th century it was believed in the Highlands of Scotland that some tribes of MacDonalds had the power of curing a certain disease by their touch and the use of a particular set of words. Hence the disease, which attacked the chest and lungs, was called the MacDonald's disease. We are told that the faith of the people in the touch of a MacDonald was very great. See Reverend Dr. Th. Bissett, Parish of Lakeigate, in Sir John Sinclair's Statistical Account of Scotland, E. Edinburgh, 1792, pages 84. 1310, Baron Roger, Notice sur le gouvernement, les moeurs et les superstitions du pays de Wallow, Bulletin de la Société de Géographie, Paris, v. 1827, pages 351. 1311, W. Mariner, An Account of the Natives of the Tonga Islands, 2nd edition, London, 1818, I. 434, note. 1312, to this subject we shall recur later on. Meantime I may refer the reader to the Golden Bough, 2nd edition, I. 319 SQQ. 343. Psyche's Task, pages 5 SQQ. 1313, a Roman name for jaundice was the royal disease, morbus regius. See Horace, Ars Poetica, 453. Celsus, De Medicina, E. 24. Can this have been because the malady was believed to be caused and cured by kings? Did the sight or touch of the king's red or purple robe ban the yellow tinge from the skin of the sufferer? As to such homeopathic cures of jaundice, see above, pages 79 SQQ. 1314, Pruard's History of Longo, Kakongo, and Other Kingdoms in Africa, in Pinkerton's Voyages and Travels, XVI. 573. Chapter 7, Incarnate Human Gods. 1315, a reminiscence of this evolution is preserved in the Brahmin theology, according to which the gods were at first mortal and dwelt on earth with men, but afterwards attained immortality and ascended to heaven by means of sacrifice. C.S. Levi, La Doctrine du Sacrifice, Dans les Brahmanas, Paris, 1898, pages 37-43, 59-61, 84 SQ. 1316, see above, pages 240-242. 1317, Monier Williams, Religious Life and Thought in India, pages 268. However, as to the son of the carpenter it is said that his followers scarcely worshipped him as a god, yet they fully believed in his power of working miracles. 1318, W. Ellis, Polynesian Researches, 2nd edition, London, 1832-36, I. 372-5. 1319, W. W. Gill, Myths and Songs of the South Pacific, London, 1876, pages 35. 1320, Reverend Lorimer Fisson, in a letter to the author, dated August 26, 1898. 1321, F.A. Liefring, Bitrich tot de kennis van het Island Bully, de Schrift voor Indisch Taalland en Volkenkunde, XXXIII. 1890, pages 260 SQ. 1322, ACKRUIJT, Mini Eerst Ervaringen te Poso, Mededelingen, van Wijch het Nederlandsche Zendelingen Uchap, XXXVI. 1892, pp. 399-403. 1323, Satapatha Brahmana, Party pages 4, 38, 42, 44, translated by J. Egling, Sacred Books of the East, Vol XXVI. 1324, Opsit. Pages 20. 1325, Opsit. Pages 29. 1326, Satapatha Brahmana, Part I. Pages 4, translated by J. Egling, Sacred Books of the East, Vol Z. On the deification of the sacrificer in the Brahmin ritual. Ch. Hubert and M. Moss, Isaiser, Le Sacrifice, L'année sociologique, E. 1897-1898, pages 48 SQQ. 1327, S. Levi, La Doctrine du Sacrifice dans les Brahmanas, Paris, 1898, pages 102-108. Hubert and Moss, Loxit. Satapatha Brahmana, trans. By J. Egling, Party pages 18-20, 25-35, 73, Part V pages 23 SQ. Sacred Books of the East, Vols. XXVI and XLIV. 1328, see for examples E. B. Tyler, Primitive Culture, Square D. 131 SQ. 1329, Pausanias, E. 24. 1. In 1902 the site of the temple was identified by means of inscriptions which mention the oracle. C. Berliner Philologische Wochenschrift, April 11, 1903, Ca. 478 SQ. 1330, Pliny, Nat. Hist. XXVIII. 147. Pausanias, Vi. 25. 13. Mentions the draught of bull's blood as an ordeal to test the chastity of the priestess. Doubtless it was thought to serve both purposes. 1331. Bishop R. Caldwell, on Demonolatry in Southern India, Journal of the Anthropological Society of Bombay, I. 101 SQ. For a description of a similar rite performed at Paripatam in Southern India, see Letters Edified et Curieuses, Nouvelle Edition, X. 313 SQ. In this latter case the performer was a woman, and the animal whose hot blood she drank was a pig. 1332, E. Thurston, Castes and Tribes of Southern India, Iv. 187. 1333, J. G. F. Riedel, De Minahasa in 1825, De Schrift voor, Indisch Taalland en Volkenkunde, XVII. 517 SQ. Compare de Godsdienst en Godsdienstplichten der Alfoeren in de Minahasa op, het Eiland Celebes, Dit Schrift van Nederlandsch Indie, 1849, DL. E. Pages 395. In Grafland, de Minahasa, I. 122. J. Dumont d'Urville, Voyage Otter du Monde à la Recherche de la Prose, v. 443. 1334, F. J. Mohn, Geschichte des Heidenthums im Nordlichen Europa, Leipzig and Darmstadt, 1822-23, I. 188. 1335, J. Biddulph, Tribes of the Hindu Kush, Calcutta, 1880, pages 96. For other instances of priests or representatives of the deity drinking the warm blood of the victim, compare H. A. Oldfield, Sketches from Nepal, London, 1880, E. 296 SQ. Asiatic Researches, if pages 40, 41, 50, 52, 8 Foed. Paul Solalit, L'Afrique Occidentale, Paris, 1877, pages 123 SQ. To snuff up the savor of the sacrifice was similarly supposed to produce inspiration, Tertullian, Apologet. 23. 1336, c. F. Oldham, The Nagas, Journal of the Royal Asiatic Society, for 1901, London, 1901, pages 463, 465 SQ. 467, 470 SQ. The Takas, worship the cobra, and Mr. Oldham believes them to be descended from the Nagas of the Mahabharata. 1337, Maimonides, quoted by D. Wolson, Die Sabir under Sobismus, St. Petersburg, 1856, e. 480 SQ. 1338, J. Biddulph, Tribes of the Hindu Kush, pages 97. 1339, Lucian, Bissacus. 1. Jade sets, skull. On the coffin, 6. Plutarch, the Apodelphos, 2. Id. Depiti Auriculus, 6. 1340, Plutarch, Questions Romanae, 112. 1341, Reverend J. Roscoe, further notes on the manners and customs of the Baganda, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XXXII. 1902, p. 42. 1342, C. Lekkerkerker, Enkel opmerkingen over Sporn van Shamanism, Bemadoeries en Javanen, Tijdschrift voor Indisch Taalland en Volkenkunde, XLV. 1902, pages 282 to 284. 1343, H. Vembury, Das Kenvook, Leipzig, 1885, pages 158. 1344, Plutarch, De Defecto Regel. 46, 49, 51. The Greeks themselves seem commonly to have interpreted the shaking or nodding of the victim's head as a token that the animal consented to be sacrificed. See Plutarch, Quest. Conviv. v. 8. 7. Scholiast on Aristophanes, Peace, 960. Scholiast on Apollonius Rhodius, Argon. I. 425. And, this explanation has been adopted by modern interpreters. C.A. Willems, Notes sur la Pike's Dristophane, Brussels, 1899, pages 30 to 33. E. Moncher, in Bulletin de Folklore, 1903, pages 216 to 229. But this interpretation can hardly be extended to the case of the Delphic victim, which was expected to shake all over. The theory of possession applies equally to that and to the other cases, and is therefore preferable. The theory of consent may have been invented when the older view had ceased to be held and was forgotten. 1345, D. Wolson, Die Sabir under Sobismus, e. 37. Letters, Edifiants et Curiuses, XVI. 230 SQ. E. T. Atkinson, The Himalayan Districts of the Northwestern Provinces of India, e. Allahabad, 1884, pages 827. Punjab Notes and Queries, e. pages 171, section 721. North Indian Notes and Queries, I. pages 3, section 4. W. Crook, Popular Religion and Folklore of Northern India, Westminster, 1896, I. 263. Indian Antiquary, XXVIII. 1899, pages 161. Journal of the Anthropological Society of Bombay, I. 103. S. Matir, The Land of Charity, pages 216. Id. Native Life in Travancore, pages 94. E. T. Thurston, Castes and Tribes of Southern India, e. 466, 469. Sir A. C. Lyell, Asiatic Studies, First Series, London, 1899, pages 19. J. Biddulph, Tribes of the Hindu Kush, pages 131. P. S. Palace, Ryson, in Verschiedenen Provinzen des Preußischen Reichs, I. 91. H. Vembury, Das Kenvook, pages 485. Erman, Archiv für Wissenschaftliche Kunde, von Russland, I. 377. Über die Religion der heidnischen Schirmissen, im Gouvernementkäsen, Zeitschrift für Allgemeinheitkunde, NF. E. 1857, pages 153. Globus, Alex VII. 1895, pages 366. When the row of KACH8 sacrifices a buffalo, water is sprinkled between its horns. If it shakes its head, it is unsuitable. If it nods its head, it is sacrificed. Punjab Notes and Queries, I. Pages 120, section 911. This is probably a modern misinterpretation of the old custom. 1346, Sir George Scott Robertson, The Kafirs of the Hindu Kush, London, 1896, pages 423. 1347, J. Moura, Le Royaume du Cambodge, Paris, 1883, I. 177 SQ. The practice in Tonquin is similar, except that there the person possessed seems only to give oracles. See Annales de l'Association de la Propagation de la Foi, Iv. 1830, pages 331 SQ. 1348, Pausanias, X. 32, 6. Coins of magnesia exhibit on the reverse a man carrying an uprooted tree. C. F. B. Baker, in Numismatic Chronicle, 3rd Series, Z. 1892, pages 89 SQQ. Mr. Baker suggests that the custom may be a relic of ancient tree worship. 1349, C. S. Stewart, A Visit to the South Seas, London, 1832, I. 244 SQ. Vincent Dumoulin et C. Descries, als Marquisizou, now Cahiva, Paris, 1843, pages 226, 240 SQ. Compare Matthias G. Lettres sur les Isles Marquises, Paris, 1843, pages 44 SQ. The general name applied to these human gods was Atuus, which, with scarce a modification, is the term used in all the Polynesian dialects to designate the ideal beings worshipped as gods in the system of polytheism existing among the people. At the Washington Islands, as at other groups, the Atuus, or false gods of the inhabitants, are numerous and vary in their character and powers. Besides those having dominion, respectively, as is supposed, over the different elements and their most striking phenomena, there are Atuus of the mountain and of the forest, of the seaside and of the interior, Atuus of peace and of war, of the song and of the dance, and of all the occupations and amusements of life. It is supposed by them that many of the departed spirits of men also become Atuus, and thus the multiplicity of their gods is such that almost every sound in nature, from the roaring of the tempest in the mountains and the bursting of a thunderbolt in the clouds, to the sighing of a breeze through the cocoa-nut tops and the chirping of an insect in the grass or in the thatch of their huts, is interpreted into the movements of a god. C. S. Stewart, Op. Cit. I. 243 SQ. The missionary referred to in the text, who described one of the human gods from personal observation, was the Reverend Mr. Crook of the London Missionary Society, who resided in the island of Chihuahua in 1797. On the deification of living men see Lord Avebury, Sir John Lubbock, Origin of Civilization 4, London, 1882, pages 354 SQQ. 1350, J. A. Morinaut, Voyages aux Isles du Grand Ocean, Paris, 1837, I. 479. W. Ellis, Polynesian Researches, 2nd edition, London, 1832–1836, E. 94. 1351, D. Tyerman and G. Bennett, Journal of Voyages and Travels in the South Sea Islands, China, India, etc., London, 1831, I. 524. Compare, Ebed. Pages 529 SQ. 1352, Tyerman and Bennett, Op. Cit. I. 529 SQ. 1353, W. Ellis, Polynesian Researches, Squared E. 108. The Ethnological Museum at Berlin possesses a magnificent robe of red and yellow feathers with a feather helmet, also two very handsome tippets of the same materials. They were the insignia of the royal family of Hawaii, and might be worn by no one else. 1354, J. Williams, Narrative of Missionary Enterprises in the South Sea Islands, London, 1838, pages 471 SQ. 1355, W. Ellis, Obs. Cit. E. 113 SQ. 1356, Missionary Chevron, in Annales de la Propagation de la Foi, XV. 1843, pages 37. Compare ed. G. 1841, pages 378. 1357, G. Turner, Samoa, pages 37, 48, 57, 58, 59, 73. 1358, Hazelwood, in J. E. Erskine's Cruise Among the Islands of the Western Pacific, London, 1853, pages 246 SQ. Compare C.H. Wilkes, Narrative of the U.S. Exploring Expedition, New Edition, New York, 1851, E. 87. T.H. Williams, Fiji and the Fijians, Squared I. 219 SQ. R.H. Codrington, The Melanesians, pages 122. A great chief in Fiji really believed himself to be a god, that is a reincarnation of an ancestor who had grown into a god. Reverend Lorimer Fisson, in a letter to the author, dated August 26, 1898. 1359, J. Q. Berry, Die Religion der Pelor, in A. Bastians Allerlei, aus Voges und Menschenkund, Berlin, 1888, I. 30 SQQ. 1360, Porphyry, The Abstinentia, Iv. 9. Eusebius, Preparatio Evangelii, E. 12. Compare Minucius Felix, Octavius, 29. The titles of the nomarchs or provincial governors of Egypt seem to show that they were all originally worshipped as gods by their subjects. A. Wheatman, Die Religion der Alten Ägypter, pages 93. Id. Menschenvergötterung im Alten Ägypten, Immerquell, N.F. I. 1897, pages 290 SQ. 1361, Diogenes Laertius, Vit. Philosoph. V. 59-62. Fragmenta, Philosophium Graecorum, ed. F. G. A. Mullick, I. pages 12, 14. H. Deals, Die Fragment der Vorsokratiker, Squared I. Berlin, 1906, pages 205. I owe this and the following case of a human god to a lecture on Greek religion by my friend Professor H. Deals, which I was privileged to hear at Berlin in December 1902. 1362, Plutarch, Demetrius, 10-13. Athenaeus, Vi. 62 SQ. Pages 253, SQ. Apparently the giddy young man submitted to deification with a better grace than his rough old father Antigonus, who, when a poet called him a god and a child of the sun, bluntly remarked, "That's not my valet's opinion of me." See Plutarch, Isis et Osiris, 24. For more evidence of the deification of living men among the Greeks, see Mr. A. B. Cook, in Folklore, XV. 1904, pages 299 SQQ. 1363, Tacitus, Germania, 8. Id. Hister. Iv. 61. Clement of Alexandria, Strom. I. 15. 72, pages 360, ed. Potter. Caesar, Bell. Gaul. I. 50. 1364, Tacitus, Germania, 8. Id. Hister. Iv. 61, 65, v. 22. Compare K. Molinoff, Deutsch Altertumskund, Iv. 208 SQQ. 1365, Strabo, Vi. 3, 5, pages 297 SQ. 1366, J. dos Santos, Eastern Ethiopia, in Jean Thiel's Records of Southeastern Africa, Vi. 1901, pages 190 SQ. 199. 1367, J. dos Santos, Obs. Cit. Pages 295. 1368, F. S. Arnott, Guaranales. Or, 7 Years Pioneer Mission Work, in Central Africa, London, North Dakota, Preface, dated March 1889, pages 78. 1369, Zeitschrift für Allgemeinerkunde, vi. 1856, pages 273 SQ. This is from a German abstract, pp 257 to 313, 369 to 420, of a work, which embodies the results of a Portuguese expedition conducted by Major Monteiro in 1831 and 1832. The territory of the Moravs is described as bounded on the south by the Zambesi and on the east by the Portuguese possessions. Probably things have changed greatly in the 70 years which have elapsed since the expedition. 1370, G.W.H. Knight Bruce, Memories of Mashonaland, London and New York, 1895, pages 43. Ed. In Proceedings of the Royal Geographical Society, 1890, pages 346 SQ. 1371, Father Kroonenberg's La Mission du Zambez, Missions, Catholiques, Ziv. 1882, pages 452 SQ. 1372, Ch. L. Norris Newman, Matabeleland and How We Got It, London, 1895, pages 167 SQ. These particulars were communicated to Captain Newman by Mr. W. E. Thomas, son of the first missionary to Matabeleland. 1373, Annales de la Propagation de la Foi, Li. 1880, pages 443 to 445. Compare Father Kroonenberg's La Mission du Zambez, Missions, Catholiques, Ziv. 1882, pages 452. 1374, R. W. Felkin, Notes on the Waganda Tribe of Central Africa, Proceedings of the Royal Society of Edinburgh, G. 1885-86, p. 762. C. T. Wilson and R. W. Felkin, Uganda and the Egyptian Soudan, I. 206. J. MacDonald, Religion and Myth, pages 15 SQ. 1375, V. L. Cameron, Across Africa, London, 1877, E. 69. 1376, Manager Massaja, in Annales de la Propagation de la Foi, XXX. 1858, pages 51. 1377, The Strange Adventures of Andrew Battle, in Pinkerton's Voyages and Travels, XVI. 330. Priart, History of Longo, Kakongo, and Other Kingdoms in Africa, in Pinkerton, Opsit. XVI. 577. O. Dapper, Description de l'Afrique, pages 335. 1378, Ogilby, Africa, pages 615. Dapper, Opsit. Pages 400. 1379, J. Adams, Sketches Taken During 10 Voyages to Africa, pages 29. Ed. Remarks on the Country Extending from Cape Palmas to the River, Congo, London, 1823, pages 111. Compare My Wanderings in Africa, by N. FRGSRF Burton, Frazer's Magazine, LXVII. April 1863, p. 414. 1380, W. Allen and T. R. H. Thompson, Narrative of the Expedition to the River Niger in 1841, London, 1848, I. 288. A slight mental confusion may perhaps be detected in this utterance of the dark-skinned deity. But such confusion, or rather obscurity, is almost inseparable from any attempt to define with philosophic precision the profound mystery of incarnation. 1381, J. Spithe, Die Ustam, Berlin, 1906, pages 419. 1382, Reverend J. Sabri, Curiosities of Words Connected with Royalty and Chieftainship, Antananarivo Annual and Madagascar Magazine, No Xi. 1887, pages 302. Ed. In Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XXI. 1892, pages 218. 1383, Reverend J. Sabri, in Antananarivo Annual and Madagascar Magazine, No Xi. 1887, pages 307. Ed. In Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XXI. 1892, pages 225. 1384, Vinoel, L. de Madagascar, Recherches sur les Sakalava, Bulletin de la Société de Géographie, Paris, Duxim Série, XX. 1843, pages 56. 1385, W. W. Skeet, Malay Magic, pages 23 SQ. 1386, T. J. Newbold, Political and Statistical Account of the British Settlement in the Straits of Malacca, E. 193. See above, pages 362 to 364. 1387, W. W. Skeet, Opsit. Pages 29. 1388, G. K. N. Eamon, Bitrichtot de Kennis van den Godsdienster, Batax, Tijdschrift voor Nederlandsch Indie, E. Serie, Iv. 1870, pages 289 SQ. Behagen, Betrayed zur Kenntnis der Betterlichen, Tijdschrift voor Indisch Taalland en Volkenkunde, XXVIII. 537, SQ. G. A. Wilkin, Het Animism, The Indisch Gids, July 1884, pages 85. Id. Handleiding voor die Werkelijke en Volkenkunde van, Nederlandsch Indie, Latin, 1893, pages 369 SQ. 612. J. Freiherr von Brenner, Besak bij den Kannibalen Sumatras, Wurzburg, 1894, pages 340. 1389, W. Marsden, History of Sumatra, London, 1811, pages 376 SQ. 1390, Ackruijt, van Palapo naar Paso, Mededelingen van Weege, het Nederlandsche Zendelingen Nieuwschap, XLII. 1898, pages 22. 1391, F. Valentin, Oud en Nieuwst Indien, E. 7 SQ. 1392, G. Boot, Kortschetster Noordkust van Serum, Tijdschrift, van het Nederlandsch Aardrijkskundige Nieuwschap, Tweede Serie, X. 1893, pages 1198 SQ. 1393, Sangermano, Description of the Burmese Empire, reprinted at Rangoon, 1885, pages 63 SQ. 1394, E. A. Monier, Le Cambodge, E. Paris, 1901, pages 25. 1395, E. Young, The Kingdom of the Yellow Robe, Westminster, 1898, pages 142 SQ. Similarly, special sets of terms are or have been used, with reference to persons of royal blood in Burma, Forbes, British, Burma, pages 71 SQ. Shwayo, The Burman, E. 118 SQQ. Cambodia, Les Mire, Coaching Conférences et le Royaume de Cambodge, pages 447, The Malay Peninsula, W. W. Skeet, Malay Magic, pages 35, Travancore, S. Matir, Native Life in Travancore, pages 129, The Palau Islands, K. Semper, Da Palau Inseln, pages 309 SQ. Ponape, one of the Caroline Islands, Dr. Hall, Metalingen über Sitten und Rechtliche Verhältnisse auf Ponape, Ethnologisches Notizblatt, E. Heft 2, Berlin, 1901, pages 5, Samoa, LTH. Violette, in Missions, Catholics, E. 1870, pages 190. J. E. Newell, Chief's Language, in Samoa, Transactions of the 9th International Congress of Orientalists, London, 1893, E. 784-799, The Maldives, Fr. Peard, Voyage to the East Indies, the Maldives, the Moluccas, and Brazil, Hakluyt Society, I. 226, in some parts of Madagascar, J. Sabri, in the Antananarivo Annual and Madagascar Magazine, Nozai, Christmas, 1887, pages 310 SQQ. Id. In Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XXI. 1892, pages 215 SQQ. Among the Bonda of the Transvaal, Buster, Das Volk der Volenda, Zeitschrift der Gesellschaft für Erdkunde zu Berlin. Ziv. 1879, pages 238, and among the Natchez Indians of North America, Duprat's History of Louisiana, pages 328. When we remember that special vocabularies of this sort have been employed with regard to kings or chiefs who are known to have enjoyed a divine or semi-divine character, as in Tahiti, see above, pages 388, Fiji, Th. Williams, Fiji and the Fijians, squared I. 37, and Tonga, W. Mariner, Tonga Islands, E. 79, we shall be inclined to surmise that the existence of such a practice anywhere is indicative of a tendency to deify royal personages, who are thus marked off from their fellows. This would not necessarily apply to a custom of using a special dialect or particular forms of speech in addressing social superiors generally, such as prevails in Java. T.S. Raffles, History of Java, I. 310, 366 SQQ. London, 1817, and Bali, R. Frederik, Verloopig Verslik van het Island Bali, Verhandelingen van het, Batavia-Genootschap van Kunsten en Wetenschappen, XXII. 4. J. Jacobs, Enogen Tij onder de Beliers, pages 36. 1396, A. Bastian, Die Volker des Ostlichen Scene, Iv. 383. 1397, S. I. Curtis, Primitive Semitic Religion Today, Chicago, 1902, pages 102. 1398, W. E. Marshall, Travels Amongst the Todas, London, 1873, pp. 136, 137. CP pages 141, 142. F. Matz, Tribes Inhabiting the Nilgiri Hills, 2nd edition, Mangalore, 1864, pages 19 SQQ. However, at the present day, according to Dr. W. H. R. Rivers, the Pala or milkman of the highest class is rather a sacred priest than a god. But there is a tradition that the gods held the office of milkman, and even now, the human milkman of one particular dairy is believed to be the direct successor of a god. C. W. H. R. Rivers, The Todas, London, 1906, pages 448 SQ. 1399, Monier Williams, Religious Life and Thought in India, pages 259. 1400, The Laws of Manu, Vi. 8, pages 217, translated by G. Buhler, Sacred Books of the East, Volex XV. 1401, ed. Ix. 317, 319, pages 398, 399. 1402, Satapatha Brahmana, trans. By J. Egling, Part I, pages 309, SQ. Compare ed. Part E. Pages 341, Sacred Books of the East, Vols. Z and XXVI. 1403, Monier Williams, Op. Cit. Pages 457. 1404, Monier Williams, Op. Cit. Pages 201 SQ. 1405, Monier Williams, Op. Cit. Pages 259 SQ. 1406, I have borrowed the description of this particular deity from the Rev. Dr. A. M. Fairburn, who knew him personally, Contemporary Review, June 1899, pages 768. It is melancholy to reflect that in our less liberal land the divine Swami would probably have been consigned to the calm seclusion of a jail or a madhouse. The difference between a god and a madman or a criminal is often merely a question of latitude and longitude. Swami departed this life in August 1899 at the age of about 70. It is only fair to his memory to add that the writer who records his death bears high and honorable testimony to the noble and unselfish character of the deceased, who is said to have honestly repudiated the miraculous powers ascribed to him by his followers. He was worshipped in temples during his life, and other temples have been erected to him since his death. See Rai Bahadur Lala Nath, B.A., Hinduism, Ancient and Modern, Meerut, 1905, pages 94 SQ. 1407, E. Thurston, Castes and Tribes of Southern India, Iv. 236, 280. 1408, E. Thurston, Ethnographic Notes in Southern India, Madras, 1906, pages 301. 1409, Captain Edward Moore, Account of an Hereditary Living Deity, Asiatic Researches, Vi. London, 1803, pages 381 to 395. Viscount, Valencia, Voyages and Travels, E. 151 to 159. Ch. Coleman, Mythology of the Hindus, London, 1832, pages 106 to 111. Gazetteer of the Bombay Presidency, XVII. Party. Bombay, 1885, pages 125 SQ. I have to thank my friend Mr. W. Crook for calling my attention to the second and fourth of these works. To be exact, I should say that I have no information as to this particular deity later than the account given of him in the 18th volume of the Bombay Gazetteer, published some 25 years ago. But I think we may assume that the same providential reasons which prolonged the revelation down to the publication of the Gazetteer have continued it to the present time. 1410, Monier Williams, Obsit. Pages 136 SQ. A full account of the doctrines and practices of the sect may be found in the History of the Sect of the Maharajas or Vallabhacharyas, published by Trubner at London in 1865. My attention was directed to it by my friend Mr. W. Crook. 1411, A. Harnick, Larabukter Dogmangeschicht, I. 321. 1412, F. C. Coney Bear, The History of Christmas, American Journal of Theology, E. 1899, pages 18 SQ. M.R. Coney Bear kindly lent me a proof of this article, and the statement in the text is based on it. In the published article the author has made some changes. 1413, D. Mackenzie Wallace, Russia, London, Paris, and New York, North Dakota, pages 302. The passage in the text is a short extract from a description of the Cleisti by one who was initiated into their mysteries. As to these Russian Christs, see further in Sakni, La Russie Sectaire, Paris, North Dakota, pages 63 SQQ. Amongst the means which these sectaries take to produce a state of religious exaltation are wild, whirling dances like those of the dancing dervishes. 1414, J. L. Mosheim, Ecclesiastical History, London, 1819, E. 278, SQQ. 1415, J. L. Mosheim, Obsit. E. 288 SQ. 1416, Manager Flaget, in Annales de la Propagation de la Foi, Vi. 1834, pages 84. Manager Flaget was Bishop of Bardstown, and his letter is dated May 4, 1833. He says that the events happened in a neighboring state about 3 years before he wrote. 1417, D.C. J. Ibbotson, Outlines of Punjab Ethnography, Calcutta, 1883, pages 123. 1418, G. Massaja, Imaya Trentasing Anidimasioni Nalalta, Ethiopia, Romand Milan, 1888, v. 53 SQ. Compare Father Leondas, Aventures, in Bulletin de la Société de Géographie, Paris, VME, Série, XVII. 1869, pages 307. 1419, E. A. Monier, Notes sur Laos, Saigon, 1885, pages 141 SQ. Ed. Voyage dans la Laos, E. Paris, 1897, pages 47. 1420, W. Robinson, Descriptive Account of Assam, London and Calcutta, 1841, pages 342 SQ. Asiatic Researches, XV. 146. 1421, Huck, Souvenirs d'un voyage dans la Tartarie et le Tibet, I. 279 SQQ. Ed. 12 Mo. For more details, C.L.A. Waddell, The Buddhism of Tibet, London, 1895, pages 245 SQQ. Compare G. Timkowski, Travels of the Russian Mission through Mongolia to China, I. 23-25. Abbey Armand David, Voyage en Mongolie, Bulletin de la Société de Géographie, Paris, Vime Série, X. 1875, pages 132-134. Manager Bruguière, in Annales de la Propagation de la Foi, X. 1836, pages 296 sq. Father Gebed, Ib. XX. 1848, pages 229-231. G. Sandberg, Tibetan, The Tibetans, London, 1906, pages 128 sqq. In the delta of the Niger, the souls of little Negro babies are identified by means of a similar test. An assortment of small wares that belong to deceased members of the family is shown to the new baby, and the first thing he grabs at identifies him. Why, he's Uncle John, they say. See, he knows his own pipe. Or, that's Cousin Emma. See, she knows her market calabash. Miss M. H. Kingsley, Travels in West Africa, pages 493. 1422, Huck, Opsit. E. 279, 347 sq. C. Miners, Geschichte, Religionen, I. 335 sq. J. G. Georgi, Beschreibung aller Nationen, des Russischen Reichs, pages 415. A. Ehrman, Travels in Siberia, E. 303, sqq. Journal of the Roy. Geogr. Sock. Zgshvi. 1868, pages 168, 169. Proceedings of the Roy. Geogr. Sock. NSV. 1885, pages 67. Surat, Chandra Das, Journey to Lhasa and Central Tibet, London, 1902, pp. 159 sq. The Grand Lama's palace is called Potala. Views of it from a photograph and from a drawing are given by Surat Chandra Das. In the Journal of the Royal Geographical Society, LC. The Lama in question is called the Lama Guru. But the context shows that he is the Great Lama of Lhasa. 1423, Thevenet, Relations des Divers Voyages, Iv. Party, Paris, 1672, Voyage à la Condesse pp. I. Gruber at Dorville, pages 1, sq. 22. 1424, E. Pander, Professor at the University of Peking, des Lemaiche Pantheon, Zeitschrift für Ethnologie, XXI. 1889, p. 76. Id. Geschichte des Lamaismus, Verhandlungen der Berliner Gesellschaft für Anthropologie, Ethnologie und Geschichte, 1889, p. 202. 1425, Manager d'Anaccord, Rapport sur l'origine, les progrès et la décadence de la secte au SSE, Enquin, Annales de la Propagation de la Foi, XXX. 1858, pages 15-20. J. H. Gray, China, London, 1878, I. 103 sq. Dr. Mers, Bericht über seine Erstreise, von Nemoinachkuikjung, Zeitschrift der Gesellschaft für Erdkunde, Berlin, XXIII. 1888, pages 413-416. 1426, Garcilaso de la Vega, First Part of the Royal Commentaries, of the Incas, BKECHS. 8 and 15, vol. I. pages 131, 155, Markham's, translation. This writer tells us that the Peruvian Indians held their kings not only to be possessed of royal majesty, but to be gods, Ib. BK if ch. V. vol. I. pages 303, Markham's trans. Mr. E.J. Payne denies that the Incas believed in their descent from the sun, and stigmatizes as a ridiculous fable the notion that they were worshipped as gods. History of the New World called America, I. 506, 512. I content myself with reproducing the statements of Garcilaso de la Vega, who had ample means of ascertaining the truth. His good faith has been questioned, but, as I believe, on insufficient grounds. See below, Voli. Pages 244. Note to the first. 1427, Alex. von Humboldt, Researches Concerning the Institutions and Monuments of the Ancient Inhabitants of America, E. 106 SQQ. H. Ternocumpens, Isai Serlanchen Dinamarca, pages 14 SQ. 19 SQ. 40 SQ. Th. Waits, Anthropologie der Naturvölker, Iv. 352, SQQ. J. G. Muller, Geschichte der Amerikanischen Religionen, pp. 430 SQ. C. F. Penthouse v. Martius, Zur Ethnographie Amerikas, pages 455. A. Bastian, Die Kulturländer des Alten Amerika, E. 204 SQ. 1428, see above, pages 356. 1429, H. H. Bancroft, Native Races of the Pacific States, E. 146. 1430, Manuscript Ramirez, Histoire de l'origine des Indiens qui habitent la Nouvelle-Espagne, Publié par D. Charnay, Paris, 1903, p. 107. J. The Acosta, Natural and Moral History of the Indies, E. 505, 508, Hakluyt Society, London, 1880. 1431, J. J. M. de Groot, Sectarianism and Religious Persecution in China, I. Amsterdam, 1903, pages 17 SQ. 1432, Manners and Customs of the Japanese in the 19th Century, from recent Dutch visitors to Japan and the German of Dr. Phfr von Siebold, London, 1841, pages 141 SQQ. 1433, H. Radow, Early Babylonian History, New York and London, 1900, pages 307-317. Compare C. Brockelmann, Wesen und Ursprung des Eponymats in Assyrian, Zeitschrift für Assyriologie, XVI. 1902, p. 394. H. Zimmern, in E. Schrader's Die Kielenschriften und das Alte Testament cubed, Berlin, 1903, pages 379, 639 SQ. 1434, Ammianus Marcellinus, XXIII. 6, cubic millimeter 5 and 6. 1435, C. P. Thiel, History of the Egyptian Religion, pages 103, SQ. On the Worship of the Kings. See also E. Meyer, Geschichte des Altertums, squared I. 2. Section 219, pages 142 SQ. A. Ehrman, Ägypten und Ägyptisches Leben im Altertum, pages 91 SQQ. Id. Die Ägyptische Religion, Berlin, 1905, pages 39 SQ. V. von Strauss und Karnen, Die Altägyptischen Götter und Göttersagen, pages 467 SQQ. A. Windman, Die Religion der Alten Ägypter, pages 92 SQ. Id. Menschenvergötterung im Alten Ägypten, Emerquell, N.F. I. 1897, pages 289 SQQ. Id. Herodotus Weitzbuch, pages 274 SQ. G. Maspero, Histoire ancienne des peuples de l'Orient classique, Les Origines, pages 258-267. E. Naville, La Religion des Anciens Egyptiens, Paris, 1906, pages 225 SQQ. Diodorus Siculus observed, I. 90, that the Egyptians seemed to worship and honor their kings as fairy gods. 1436, Philippe Renouve, The Priestly Character of the Earliest Egyptian Civilization, Proceedings of the Society of Biblical Archaeology, Z. 1890, pages 355. 1437, A. Mort, Du Caractère Religio de la Haute Pharaonique, Paris, 1902, pages 278 SQ. Compare Ib. Pages 313. 1438, A. Mort, Obsit. Pages 306. 1439, A. Mort, Obsit. Pages 310. 1440, A. Mort, opposite. Pages 299. 1441, Amort, opposite. Pages 233. 1442, V. von Strauss und Karnon, opposite. Pages 470. On the titles of the Egyptian kings see further Amort, opposite. Pages 17 to 38. 1443, C. P. Thiel, History of the Egyptian Religion, pages 105. Compare Amort, opposite. Pages 71 SQ. 312. 1444. In regard to the natives of the western islands of Torres Straits, it has been remarked by Dr. A. C. Haddon that the magicians, or sorcerers, constituted the only professional class among these democratic islanders. Reports of the Cambridge Anthropological Expedition to Torres Straits, v. 321. The same observation could be applied to many other savage tribes. 1445. For example, amongst the Todas the medicine man has been differentiated from the sorcerer. Yet their common origin is indicated by their both using the same kind of magical formulas or spells to accomplish their different ends. See Dr. W. H. R. Rivers, The Todas, pages 271. It seems clear that the Todas have advanced beyond the stage of human culture in which all misfortunes are produced by magic. They recognize that some ills are not due to human intervention, but yet, they employ the same kind of means to remove these ills as are employed to remove those brought about by human agency. The advance of the Todas is shown most clearly by the differentiation of function between Pilakaran and Utkaran, between sorcerers and medicine men, and we seem to have here a clear indication of the differentiation between magic and medicine. The two callings are followed by different men, who are entirely distinct from one another, but both use the same kind of formula to bring about the effect they desire to produce. Appendix, Hegel on Magic and Religion. 1446, Vorlesungen über die Philosophie der Religion, I. 220 SQQ. Volzi of the first collected edition of Hegel's works, Berlin, 1832. The coincidence was also pointed out to me by my friend Dr. J. M. E. McTaggart. 1447, similarly I have pointed out elsewhere, Totemism and Exogamy, I. 169 SQ. That it is the unstable, apparently irregular, incalculable element in nature which the magician particularly aims at controlling, while so far as the course of nature is observed to be stable, regular, and uniform, it lies comparatively outside the operations of magic. To put it generally, the practice of magic for the control of nature will be found on the whole to increase with the variability and to decrease with the uniformity of nature throughout the year. Hence the increase will tend to become more and more conspicuous as we recede from the equator, where the annual changes of natural conditions are much less marked than elsewhere. This general rule is no doubt subject to many exceptions which depend on local varieties of climate. But, on the whole, this department of magic, if not checked by civilization or other causes, would naturally attain its highest vogue in the temperate and polar zones rather than in the equatorial regions. While, on the other hand, the branch of magical art which deals directly with mankind, aiming for example at the cure or infliction of disease, tends for obvious reasons to be diffused equally over the globe without distinction of latitude or climate, totemism and exogamy, I. 170. The reason why the latter branch of magic tends to be equally prevalent in all parts of the world is, of course, that in all parts of the world human nature is equally unstable, seemingly irregular, and incalculable by comparison with the stability, regularity, and uniformity of nature. 1448. I have not found the passage of Captain Parry which Hegel here quotes, whether from the English original or from a German translation. I should doubt whether the gallant English explorer would have spoken of an empirical mode of existence, which appears to me to savour rather of the professor's lecture room than of the captain's quarter-deck. 1449. G. W. F. Hegel, Lectures on the Philosophy of Religion, translated by the Reverend E. B. Spires, B.D., and J. Burton Sanderson, I. London, 1895, pages 290 to 298. Further, Hegel observes, p. 300, that magic has existed among all peoples and at every period. End of Vol. I. Printed by R. and R. Clark, Limited, Edinburgh. Works by Sir J. G. Frazer, DCL, LLD. The Golden Bough. A Study in Magic and Religion. 3rd edition, revised and enlarged. 8 Vol. Part I. The Magic Art and the Evolution of Kings. 4th impression. 2 volumes. 20s. Net. 2 Taboo and the Perils of the Soul. 3rd impression. 1 volume. 10s. Net. 3. The Dying God. 3rd impression. 1 volume. 10s. Net. 4 Adonis, Attis, Osiris. 3rd impression. 2 volumes. 20s. Net. The Spirits of the Corn and of the Wild. 2nd impression. 2 volumes. 20s. Net. 6. The Scapegoat. 1 volume. 10s. Net. 7. Balder the Beautiful, The Fire Festivals of Europe in the Doctrine of the External Soul. 2nd impression. 2 volumes. 20s. Net. Vol. XII. Bibliography and General Index. 20s. Net. Times. The verdict of posterity will probably be that the Golden Bough has influenced the attitude of the human mind towards supernatural beliefs and symbolical rituals more profoundly than any other books published in the 19th century except those of Darwin and Herbert Spencer. Totemism and Exogamy. A treatise on certain early forms of superstition and society. With maps. 4 vols. 8 Vol. 50s. Net. Mr. A. E. Crawley and Nature. That portion of the book which is concerned with totemism, if we may express our own belief at the risk of offending Professor Frazer's characteristic modesty, is actually the complete history of totemism, its practice and its theory, its origin, and its end. Nearly 2,000 pages are occupied with an ethnographical survey of totemism, an invaluable compilation. The maps, including that of the distribution of totemic peoples, are a new and useful feature. Lectures on the Early History of the Kingship. 8 Vol. 8s. 60. Net. Athenaeum. It is the effect of a good book not only to teach, but also to stimulate and to suggest, and we think this the best and highest quality, and one that will recommend these lectures to all intelligent readers, as well as to the learned. Psyche's Task. A discourse concerning the influence of superstition on the growth of institutions. 2nd edition, revised and enlarged. 2, which is added the scope of social anthropology. 8 Vol. 5s. Net. Outlook. Whether we disagree or agree with Dr. Frazer's general conclusions, he has provided us with a veritable storehouse of correlated facts, for which, and for the learning that has gone to their collection, and for the intellectual brilliance that has gone to their arrangement, we can never be sufficiently grateful. The belief among the aborigines of Australia, the Torres Straits Islands, New Guinea, and Melanesia. The Gifford Lectures, St. Andrews, 1911 to 1912. 8 Vol. 10s. Net. Mr. Edward Clodd in the Daily Chronicle. If a man die, shall he live again? Is a question asked Killiads before Job put it, and the generations of mankind repeat it. In this profoundly interesting volume, Professor Frazer, out of the treasury of his knowledge, and, with consummate art of attractive presentment, gives the answers devised by the lower races. Folklore of the Old Testament. 8 Vol. In preparation. Pausanias's Description of Greece. Translated with a commentary, illustrations, and maps. 2nd edition. 6 vols. 8 Vol. 126s. Net. Athenaeum. All these writings in many languages Mr. Frazer has read and digested with extraordinary care, so that his book will be for years a book of reference on such matters, not only in England, but in France and Germany. It is a perfect thesaurus of Greek topography, archaeology, and art. Studies in Greek scenery, legend and history selected from his Commentary on Pausanias by Sir J.G. Frazer Globe 8 Vo. 5s. Net. Eversley Series. Guardian. Here we have material which everyone who has visited Greece, or purposes to visit it, most certainly should read and enjoy. We cannot imagine a more excellent book for the educated visitor to Greece. Letters of William Cowper. Chosen and edited, with a memoir and a few notes, by Sir J.G. Frazer. 2 vols. Globe 8 Vo. 10s. Net. Eversley Series. Mr. Clement Shorter in the Daily Chronicle. The introductory memoir, of some 80 pages in length, is a valuable addition to the many appraisements of Cowper that these later years have seen. Dr. Frazer has given us 2 volumes that are an unqualified joy. Essays of Joseph Addison chosen and edited, with a preface and a few notes, by Sir J.G. Frazer. 2 vols. Globe 8 Vo. 10s. Net. Eversley Series. Macmillan and Company, Limited, London. Transcriber's note. Original spelling and grammar have been generally retained, with some exceptions noted below. Occasional missing full stops or commas were replaced without notice. Original printed page numbers are shown like this, p52. Original small caps or bold text is now uppercase. Italics look like this. Notes occurring in the middle of a paragraph of text have been moved to the head of the relevant paragraph, and all distinct notes then lying at the head of a paragraph have been combined into one note. Footnotes have been relabeled 1 to 1449, and converted to endnotes, and relocated to between the appendix and the advertisements. I produce a cover image by editing a scan image of the original, and hereby assign it to the public domain. Original page images are available from archive.org. Search for B2265082900001. Page G. Full stop was added after in cultivated plants. Page XXIV. The comma in seriously to outrun it was changed to full stop. Page 16. The comma was removed from Of Gems the Goddess. Page 47. Full stop was added after reputed descendants of deities. Page 48. The word sacrificed in the phrase bullock was sacrificed was changed to sacrificed. Page 80, note 274. This note links to another, page 371, note 4. The note referenced is number 1313 in this edition. Page 121, note 405. In the word Sunni, Gom, the double vertical line has been transcribed in the plain text edition of this ebook as Unicode character U+01C1 Latin letter lateral click. This character is not universally supported in browsers. Therefore, an image has been substituted in the HTML ebook multi editions. Page 153, note 550. The phrase 980 was changed to 980 so as not to be confused with a note anchor. Page 311, note 1091. The word conjectural was changed to conjectural. Page 324. The phrase a useful function was changed to a useful function. Page 341. The phrase mats, hatchets, beans was changed to mats, hatchets, beans. Page 380, note 1322. The phrase Zendeling new chap was changed to Zendeling new chap. Page 386, set a note. The word Perfi was changed to Pacific. The Golden Bough, a study in magic and religion. The Golden Bough, a study in magic and religion. By Sir James George Frazer, DCL, LLD. Lit D. Fellow of Trinity College, Cambridge, Professor of Social Anthropology in the University of Liverpool. 3rd edition. Vol. 2. Part I. The Magic Art and the Evolution of Kings. Vol. 2. Macmillan and Company, Limited, St. Martin Street, London. 1917. 3rd edition, March 1911. Reprinted July 1911, 1913, 1917. Contents. Chapter 8. Departmental Kings of Nature, pages 1 to 6. The King of the Wood at Nemi, probably a departmental king of nature. Kings of Rain in Africa. Kings of Fire and Water in Cambodia. Chapter 9. The Worship of Trees, pages 7 to 58. Section 1. Tree Spirits, Great Forests of Ancient Europe. Tree worship, practiced by all Aryan races in Europe. Trees regarded as animate. Tree spirits, sacrifices to trees. Trees sensitive to wounds. Apologies for cutting down trees. Bleeding trees. Trees threaten to make them bear fruit. Attempts to deceive spirits of trees and plants. Trees married to each other. Trees in blossom and rice in bloom, treated like pregnant women. Trees tenanted by the souls of the dead. Trees as the abode, not the body, of spirits. Ceremonies at felling trees. Propitiating tree spirits in house timber. Sacred trees, the abode of spirits. Sacred groves. Section 2. Beneficent powers of tree spirits. Tree spirit develops into anthropomorphic deity of the woods. Tree spirits give rain and sunshine. Tree spirits make crops to grow. The harvest may and kindred customs. Tree spirits make herds and women fruitful. Green boughs protect against witchcraft. Influence of tree spirits on cattle among the Wends, Esthonians, and Circassians. Tree spirits grant offspring or easy delivery to women. Chapter X. Relics of Tree Worship in Modern Europe, pages 59 to 96. May trees in Europe, especially England. May garlands in England. May customs in France, Germany, and Greece. Whitsuntide customs in Russia. May trees in Germany and Sweden. Midsummer trees and poles in Sweden. Village maypoles in England and Germany. Tree spirit detached from tree and represented in human form, Esthonian tale. Tree spirit represented simultaneously in vegetable and human form. The Little May Rose. The Wobber. Green George. Double representation of tree spirit by tree and man among the Orions. Double representation of harvest goddess Kori. W. Madhart's conclusions. Tree spirit or vegetation spirit represented by a person alone. Leaf-clad mummers, Green George, Little Leaf Man, Jack in the Green, etc. Leaf-clad mummers called kings or queens, King and Queen of May, Whitsuntide King, etc. Whitsuntide bridegroom and bride. Midsummer bridegroom and bride. The Forsaken bridegroom or bride. Saint Bride in Scotland and the Isle of Man. May bride or Whitsuntide bride. Chapters I. The influence of the sexes on vegetation, pages 97 to 119. The marriage of the King and Queen of May intended to promote the growth of vegetation by homeopathic magic. Intercourse of the sexes practiced to make the crops grow and fruit trees to bear fruit. Parents of twins supposed to fertilize the bananas in Uganda. Relics of similar customs in Europe. Continents practiced in order to make the crops grow. Incest and illicit love supposed to blight the fruits of the earth by causing drought or excessive rain. Traces of similar beliefs as to the blighting effect of adultery and incest among the ancient Jews, Greeks, Romans, and Irish. Possible influence of such beliefs on the institution of the forbidden degrees of kinship. Explanation of the seeming contradiction of the foregoing customs. Indirect benefit to humanity of some of these superstitions. Chapter XII. The Sacred Marriage, pages 120 to 170. Section 1. Diana as a goddess of fertility. Dramatic marriages of gods and goddesses as a charm to promote vegetation. Diana as a goddess of the woodlands. Sanctity of holy groves in antiquity. The breaking of the golden bough, a solemn rite, not a mere piece of bravado. Diana, a goddess of the teeming life of nature, both animal and vegetable. Deities of woodlands, naturally the patrons of the beasts of the woods. The crowning of hunting dogs on Diana's day, a purification for their slaughter of the beasts of the wood. As goddess of the moon, especially the yellow harvest moon, Diana, a goddess of crops and of childbirth. As a goddess of fertility, Diana needed a male partner. Section 2. The marriage of the gods. Marriages of the gods in Babylonia and Assyria. Marriage of the god Ammon to the queen of Egypt. Apollo and his prophetess at Patara. Artemis and the Essenes at Ephesus. Marriage of Dionysus and the queen at Athens. Marriage of Zeus and Demeter at Eleusis. Marriage of Zeus and Hera at Plataea. Marriage of Zeus and Hera in other parts of Greece. The god Frey and his human wife in Sweden. Similar rites in ancient Gaul. Marriages of gods to images or living women among uncivilized peoples. Custom of the Wadiaks. Custom of the Peruvian Indians. Marriage of a woman to the sun among the Blackfoot Indians. Marriage of girls to fishing nets among the Hurons and Algonquins. Marriage of the sun god and earth goddess among the Oriones. Marriage of women to gods in India and Africa. Marriage of women to water gods and crocodiles. Virgin sacrificed as a bride to the Jinni of the sea in the Maldive Islands. Section 3. Sacrifices to water spirits. Stories of the Perseus and Andromeda type. Water spirits conceived as serpents or dragons. Sacrifices of human beings to water spirits. Water spirits as dispensers of fertility. Water spirits bestow offspring on women. Love of river spirits for women in Greek mythology. The slaying of the dragon at Fürth in Bavaria. Saint Romain and the dragon at Rouen. Chapter XIII. The Kings of Rome and Alba, pages 171 to 194. Section 1. Numa and Egeria. Egeria, a nymph of water, and the oak, perhaps a form of Diana. Marriage of Numa and Egeria, a reminiscent of the marriage of the king of Rome to a goddess of water and vegetation. Section 2. The king is Jupiter. The Roman king personated Jupiter and wore his costume. The oak crown as a symbol of divinity. Personation of the dead by masked men among the Romans. The kings of Alba as personifications of Jupiter. Legends of the deaths of Roman kings point to their connection with the thunder god. Local Jupiters in Latium. The oak groves of ancient Rome. Latian Jupiter on the Alban Mound. Woods of Latium in antiquity. Latin worship of Jupiter like the Druidical worship of the oak. Sacred marriage of Jupiter and Juno. Janus and Carnath, Flamindilus and Flaminica as representatives of Jupiter and Juno. Marriage of the Roman king to the oak goddess. Chapter XIV. The King's Fire, pages 195 to 206. Sacred marriage of the fire god with a woman. Legends of the birth of Latin kings from Vestal virgins impregnated by the fire. Vestal virgins, as wives of the fire god. The Vestal fire, originally the fire on the king's hearth. The round temple of Vesta, a copy of the old round hut of the early Latins. Root pottery used in Roman ritual. Superstitions as to the making of pottery. Sanctity of the storeroom at Rome. The temple of Vesta with its sacred fire, a copy of the king's house. Chapter XV. The fire drill, pages 207 to 226. Vestal fire at Rome rekindled by the fire drill. Use of the fire drill by savages. The fire sticks regarded by savages as male and female. Fire customs of the Herero. Sacred fire among the Herero maintained in the chief's hut by his unmarried daughter. The Herero chief is priest of the hearth. Sacred Herero fire rekindled by fire sticks, which are regarded as male and female, and are made from the sacred ancestral tree. The sacred Herero hearth, a special seat of the ancestral spirits. Sacred fire sticks of the Herero represent deceased ancestors. Sacred fireboards as family deities among the Koryaks and Chukchis. Chapter XV. Father Jove and Mother Vesta, pages 227 to 252. Similarity between the fire customs of the Herero and the ancient Latins. rites performed by the Vestals for the fertility of the earth and the fecundity of cattle. The Vestals as embodiments of Vesta, a mother goddess of fertility. The domestic fire as a fecundating agent in marriage ritual. Newborn children and the domestic fire. Reasons for ascribing a procreative virtue to fire. Fire kindled by friction by human representatives of the fire father and fire mother. Fire kindled by friction by boy and girl or by man and woman. Human fire makers, sometimes married, sometimes unmarried. Holy fire and virgins of Saint Bridget in Ireland. The oaks of Erin. Virgin priestesses of fire in ancient Peru and Mexico. The Agnihatris or fire priests of the Brahmins. Kinds of wood employed for fire sticks in India and ancient Greece. Chapter XVI. The origin of perpetual fires, pages 253 to 265. Custom of perpetual fires probably originated in motives of convenience. Races reported to be ignorant of the means of making fire. Fire probably used by men before they knew how to kindle it. Savages carry fire with them as a matter of convenience. Prometheus the fire bringer. Perpetual fires maintained by chiefs and kings. Fire extinguished at king's death. Chapter XVI. The succession to the kingdom in ancient Latium, pp. 266 to 323. The sacred functions of Latin kings in general probably the same as those of the Roman kings. Question of the rule of succession to the Latin kingship. List of Alban kings. List of Roman kings. Latin kingship, apparently transmitted in female line to foreign husbands of princesses. Miraculous births of kings explained on this hypothesis. Marriage of princesses to men of inferior rank in Africa. Traces of female descent, of kingship in Greece and in Scandinavia. Reminiscence of such descent, in popular tales. Female descent of kingship among the Picts, the Lydians, the Danes, and the Saxons. Traces of female kinship or motherkin among the Aryans, the Picts, and the Etruscans. Motherkin may survive in royal families after it has been superseded by fatherkin, among commoners. The Roman kings plebeians, not patricians. The first consuls at Rome heirs to the throne according to motherkin. Attempt of Tarquin to change the line of succession from the female to the male line. The hereditary principle compatible with the elective principle in succession to the throne. Combination of the hereditary with the elective principle in succession to the kingship in Africa and Assam. Similar combination perhaps in force at Rome. Personal qualities required in kings and chiefs. Succession to the throne determined by a race. Custom of racing for a bride. Contests for a bride other than a race. The flight of the king, regifugium at Rome, perhaps a relic of a contest for the kingdom in the hand of a princess. Confirmation of this theory from the practice of killing a human representative of Saturn at the Saturnalia. Violent ends of Roman kings. Death of Romulus on the Nona Capitanae, July 7, an old licentious festival like the Saturnalia for the fertilization of the fig. Violent deaths of other Roman kings. Succession to Latin kingship perhaps decided by single combat. African parallels. Greek and Italian kings may have personated Cronus and Saturn before they personated Zeus and Jupiter. Chapter XIX. St. George and the Paralia, pages 324 to 348. The early Italians are pastoral as well as agricultural people. The Shepherds' Festival of the Paralia on April 21st. Intention of the festival to ensure the welfare of the flocks and herds and to guard them against witches and wolves. Festival of the same kind still held in Eastern Europe on April 23, St. George's Day. Precautions taken by the Esthonians against witches and wolves on St. George's Day, when they drive out the cattle to pasture for the first time. St. George's Day, a pastoral festival in Russia. Among the Ruthenians, among the Huzels of the Carpathians. St. George as the patron of horses in Silesia and Bavaria. St. George's Day among the Saxons and Romanians of Transylvania. St. George's Day, a herdsman's festival among the Wallachians, Bulgarians, and South Slavs. Precautions taken against witches and wolves whenever the cattle are driven out to pasture for the first time, as in Prussia and Sweden. These parallels illustrate some features of the Parolia. St. George as a personification of trees or vegetation in general. St. George as patron of childbirth and love. St. George seems to have displaced an old Aryan god of the spring, such as the Lithuanian Pergrubiask. Chapter XX. The Worship of the Oak, pages 349 to 375. Section 1. The diffusion of the oak in Europe. Jupiter, the god of the oak, the sky, and thunder. Of these attributes, the oak is probably primary, and the sky and thunder secondary. Europe covered with oak forests in prehistoric times. Remains of oaks found in peat bogs. Ancient lake dwellings built on oaken piles. Evidence of classical writers as to oak forests in antiquity. Oak woods in modern Europe. Section 2. The Aryan god of the oak and the thunder. Aryan worship of the oak, and the god of the oak. Zeus is the god of the oak, the thunder, and the rain in ancient Greece. Jupiter as the god of the oak, the thunder, and the rain in ancient Italy. Celtic worship of the oak. Donner and Thor, the Teutonic gods of the oak and thunder. Perun, the god of the oak and thunder among the Slavs. Perkunas, the god of the oak and thunder among the Lithuanians. Tara, the god of the oak and thunder among the Esthonians. Parjanya, the old Indian god of thunder, rain, and fertility. Gods of thunder and rain in America, Africa, and the Caucasus. Traces of the worship of the oak in modern Europe. In the great European god of the oak, the thunder, and the rain, the original element seems to have been the oak. Chapter XXI. Dionysus and Diana, pages 376 to 387. Recapitulation. Rise of sacred kings endowed with magical or divine powers. The king of the wood at Nemi seems to have personified Jupiter, the god of the oak, and to have mated with Diana, the goddess of the oak. Dionysus, Janus, and Diana, originally dialectically different forms of Jupiter and Juno. Janus, Dionysus, not originally a god of doors. Double-headed figure of Janus, Dionysus, derived from a custom of placing him as sentinel at doorways. Parallel custom among the Negroes of Suriname. Originally the king of the wood at Nemi represented Dionysus, Janus, a duplicate form of Jupiter, the god of the oak, the thunder, and the sky. Index, pages 389 to 417. Chapter 8. Departmental Kings of Nature. The preceding investigation has proved that the same sit a note, departmental kings of nature. Union of sacred functions with a royal title, which meets us in the king of the wood at Nemi, the sacrificial king at Rome, and the magistrate called the king at Athens, occurs frequently outside the limits of classical antiquity and is a common feature of societies at all stages from barbarism to civilization. Further, it appears that the royal priest is often a king, not only in name but in fact, swaying the scepter as well as a crosier. All this confirms the traditional view of the origin of the titular and priestly kings in the republics of ancient Greece and Italy, at least by showing that the combination of spiritual and temporal power, of which Greco-Italian tradition preserved the memory, has actually existed in many places. We have obviated any suspicion of improbability that might have attached to the tradition. Therefore we may now fairly ask, may not the king of the wood have had an origin like that which a probable tradition assigns to the sacrificial king of Rome and the titular king of Athens? In other words, may not his predecessors in office have been a line of kings whom a republican revolution stripped of their political power, leaving them only their religious functions and the shadow of a crown? There are at least two reasons for answering this question in the negative. One reason is drawn from the abode of the priest of Nemi. The other from his title, the king of the wood. If his predecessors had been kings in the ordinary sense, he would surely have been found residing, like the fallen kings of Rome and Athens, in the city of which the scepter had passed from him. This city must have been Erisha, for there was none nearer. But Erisha was 3 miles off from his forest sanctuary by the lake shore. If he reigned, it was not in the city, but in the greenwood. Again, his title, King of the Wood, hardly allows us to suppose that he had ever been a king in the common sense of the word. More likely he was a king of nature, and of a special side of nature, namely, the woods from which he took his title. If we could find instances of what we may call departmental kings of nature, that is of persons supposed to rule over particular elements or aspects of nature, they would probably present a closer analogy to the king of the wood than the divine kings we have been hitherto considering, whose control of nature is general rather than special. Instances of such departmental kings are not wanting. Cite note, kings of rain in Africa. On a hill at Bough near the mouth of the Congo dwells Namvilivumu, king of the rain and storm. 1. Of some of the tribes on the Upper Nile we are told that they have no kings in the common sense. The only persons whom they acknowledge as such are the kings of the rain, Madakodu, who are credited with the power of giving rain at the proper time, that is in the rainy season. Before the rains begin to fall at the end of March, the country is a parched and arid desert. And the cattle, which form the people's chief wealth, perish for lack of grass. So, when the end of March draws on, each householder betakes himself to the king of the rain and offers him a cow, that he may make the blessed waters of heaven to drip on the brown and withered pastures. If no shower falls, the people assemble and demand that the king shall give them rain. And if the sky still continues cloudless, they rip up his belly, in which he is believed to keep the storms. Amongst the Bari tribe, one of these rain kings made rain by sprinkling water on the ground out of the handbell. 2. Cite note, priesthood of the Elphi. Among tribes on the outskirts of Abyssinia a similar office exists and has been thus described by an observer. The priesthood of the Elphi, as he is called by the Berea and Kanama, is a remarkable one. He is believed to be able to make rain. This office formerly existed among the Algods and appears to be still common to the Nuba Negroes. The Elphi of the Berea, who is also consulted by the northern Kanama, lives near Tembadir on a mountain, alone with his family. The people bring him tribute in the form of clothes and fruits, and cultivate for him a large field of his own. He is a kind of king, and his office passes by inheritance to his brother or sister's son. He is supposed to conjure down rain and to drive away the locusts. But if he disappoints the people's expectation and a great drought arises in the land, the Elphi is stoned to death, and his nearest relations are obliged to cast the first stone at him. When we passed through the country, the office of Elphi was still held by an old man. But I heard that rain-making had proved too dangerous for him and that he had renounced his office. 3. Cite note, kings of fire and water in Cambodia. In the backwoods of Cambodia live two mysterious sovereigns known as the King of the Fire and the King of the Water. Their fame is spread all over the south of the great Indo-Chinese peninsula. But only a faint echo of it has reached the west. Down to a few years ago no European, so far as is known, had ever seen either of them. And their very existence might have passed for a fable, were it not that till lately communications were regularly maintained between them and the King of Cambodia, who year by year exchanged presents with them. The Cambodian gifts were passed from tribe to tribe till they reached their destination. For no Cambodian would essay the long and perilous journey. The tribe amongst whom the kings of fire and water reside is the Cree or Dre, a race with European features but a sallow complexion, inhabiting the forest-clad mountains and high tablelands which separate Cambodia from Annam. Their role functions are of a purely mystic or spiritual order. They have no political authority. They are simple peasants, living by the sweat of their brow and the offerings of the faithful. According to one account, they live in absolute solitude, never meeting each other and never seeing a human face. They inhabit successively 7 towers perched upon 7 mountains, and every year they pass from one tower to another. People comfortably and cast within their reach what is needful for their subsistence. The kingship lasts 7 years, the time necessary to inhabit all the towers successively. But many die before their time is out. The offices are hereditary in one or, according to others, 2 Royal families, who enjoy high consideration, have revenues assigned to them, and are exempt from the necessity of tilling the ground. But, naturally the dignity is not coveted, and when a vacancy occurs, all eligible men, they must be strong and have children, flee and hide themselves. Another account, admitting the reluctance of the hereditary candidates to accept the crown, does not countenance the report of their hermit-like seclusion in the Seven Towers. For it represents the people as prostrating themselves before the mystic kings whenever they appear in public, it being thought that a terrible hurricane would burst over the country if this mark of homage were omitted. Probably, however, these are mere fables such as commonly shed a glamour of romance over the distant and unknown. A French officer, who had an interview with the redoubtable Fire King in February 1891, found him stretched on a bamboo couch, diligently smoking a long copper pipe, and surrounded by people who paid him no great deference. In spite of his mystic vocation, the sorcerer had no charm or talisman about him, and was in no way distinguishable from his fellows except by his tall stature. Another writer reports that the two kings are much feared, because they are supposed to possess the evil eye. Hence everyone avoids them, and the potentates considerately cough to announce their approach and to allow people to get out of their way. They enjoy extraordinary privileges and immunities, but their authority does not extend beyond the few villages of their neighborhood. Like many other sacred kings, of whom we shall read in this sequel, the kings of fire and water are not allowed to die a natural death, for that would lower their reputation. Accordingly, when one of them is seriously ill, the elders hold a consultation, and if they think he cannot recover, they stab him to death. His body is burned, and the ashes are piously collected and publicly honored for 5 years. Part of them is given to the widow, and she keeps them in an urn, which she must carry on her back when she goes to weep on her husband's grave. Cite a note, supernatural powers of the kings of fire and water. We are told that the Fire King, the more important of the two, whose supernatural powers have never been questioned, officiates at marriages, festivals, and sacrifices in honor of the yen or spirit. On these occasions a special place is set apart for him, and the path by which he approaches is spread with white cotton cloth. A reason for confining the royal dignity to the same family is that this family is in possession of certain famous talismans which would lose their virtue or disappear if they passed out of the family. These talismans are 3, the fruit of a creeper called kui, gathered ages ago at the time of the last deluge, but still fresh and green. A rattan, also very old but bearing flowers that never fade. And lastly, a sword containing a yen, or spirit, who guards it constantly and works miracles with it. The spirit is said to be that of a slave, whose blood chanced to fall upon the blade while it was being forged, and who died a voluntary death to expiate his involuntary offense. By means of the 2 former talismans, the Water King can raise a flood that would drown the whole earth. If the Fire King draws the magic sword a few inches from its sheath, the sun is hidden and men and beasts fall into a profound sleep. Were he to draw it quite out of the scabbard, the world would come to an end. 2. This wondrous brand sacrifices of buffaloes, pigs, fowls, and ducks are offered for rain. It is kept swathed in cotton and silk. And amongst the annual presents sent by the King of Cambodia were rich stuffs to wrap the sacred sword. Cite a note, gift sent by the kings of fire and water to the King of Cambodia. In return the kings of fire and water sent him a huge wax candle in 2 calabashes, one full of rice and the other of sesame. The candle bore the impress of the Fire King's middle finger, and was probably thought to contain the seed of fire, which the Cambodian monarch thus received once a year fresh from the Fire King himself. This holy candle was kept for sacred uses. On reaching the capital of Cambodia it was entrusted to the Brahmins, who laid it up beside the regalia, and with the wax made tapers which were burned on the altars on solemn days. As the candle was the special gift of the Fire King, we may conjecture that the rice and sesame were the special gift of the Water King. The latter was doubtless king of rain as well as of water, and the fruits of the earth were boons conferred by him on men. In times of calamity, as during plague, floods, and war, a little of this sacred rice and sesame was scattered on the ground to appease the wrath of the maleficent spirits. Contrary to the common usage of a country, which is to bury the dead, the bodies of both these mystic monarchs are burned, but their nails and some of their teeth and bones are religiously preserved as amulets. It is while the corpse is being consumed on the pyre that the kinsmen of the deceased magician flee to the forest and hide themselves for fear of being elevated to the invidious dignity which he has just vacated. The people go and search for them, and the first whose lurking place they discover is made king of fire or water. 4. These, then, are examples of what I have called departmental kings of nature. But it is a far cry to Italy from the forests of Cambodia and the sources of the Nile. And though kings of rain, water, and fire have been found, we have still to discover a king of the wood to match the Aritian priest who bore that title. Perhaps we shall find him nearer home. Footnote 1. A Bastian, Die Deutsche Expedition and der Longo Kust, E. 230. Footnote 2. Excursion the Embrun Roulette dans la Région Supérieure du Nil, Bulletin de la Société de Géographie, Paris, Ivem Siri, Iv. 1852, pages 421 to 423. Ib. V. 1854, pages 387 sq. Brun Roulette, Le Nil, Blanquet La Soudin, Paris, 1855, pages 227 sqq. As to the rain-making chiefs of this region, see above, vol. I pages 345 sqq. As to the distress and privations endured by these people in the dry season, see de Pruis in air, Reisen und Forstungen im Gebiet des Weißen und Blauen Nil, Petermann's Mitteilungen, Ergänzungsschrift, number 50, Gotha, 1877, pages 23. Footnote 3. W. Munzinger, Ostafrikanische Studien, Schaffhausen, 1864, pages 474. Footnote 4. Manager Cannot, in Annales de la Propagation de la Foi, G. 1841, p. 143. H. Muhat, Travels in the Central Parts of Indochina, London, 1864, e. 35. A. Bastian, Betrayed zur Kenntnis der Gebirgsstamm, in Cambodia, Zeitschrift der Gesellschaft für Erdkunde zu Berlin, I. 1866, pages 37. J. Moura, Le Royaume du Cambodge, Paris, 1883, I. 432 to 436. E. Ammonier, Notes sur les coutumes et grances superstitieuses des Cambodgiens, in Cochin française, Excursions et Reconnaissances, number 16, Saigon, 1883, pages 172 sq. Id. Notes sur le Laos, Saigon, 1885, pages 60. Le Capitaine Cupid, Chez les Populations Sauvages du Sud de l'Anam, Tour du Monde, number 1682, April 1, 1893, pages 193 to 204. Id. In Mission Pavy, Indochine 1879 to 1895, Geography et Voyages, E. Paris, 1900, pp. 297 to 318. Tournier, Notice sur le Laos français, Hanoi, 1900, pp. 111 sq. A. Lavalley, Notes ethnographiques sur diverses tribus du Sud Est de l'Indochine, Bulletin de l'École Française, Extreme Orient, I. Hanoi, 1901, pages 303 sq. Manager Cannot mentions only the King of Fire. Bastian speaks as if the King of Fire was also the King of Water. Both writers reported second-hand. Chapter 9, The Worship of Trees. Section 1. Tree Spirits. Cite a note, Great Forests of Ancient Europe. In the religious history of the Aryan race in Europe, the worship of trees has played an important part. Nothing could be more natural. For at the dawn of history Europe was covered with immense primeval forests, in which the scattered clearings must have appeared like islets in an ocean of green. Down to the 1st century before our era the Hercynian forest stretched eastward, from the Rhine for a distance at once vast and unknown. Germans whom Caesar questioned had traveled for 2 months through it without reaching the end. 5. 4 centuries later it was visited by the Emperor Julian, and the solitude, the gloom, the silence of the forest appear to have made a deep impression on his sensitive nature. He declared that he knew nothing like it in the Roman Empire. 6. In our own country the Wealds of Kent, Surrey, and Sussex are remnants of the great forest of Anderida, which once clothed the whole of the southeastern portion of the island. Westward it seems to have stretched till it joined another forest that extended from Hampshire to Devon. In the reign of Henry II, the citizens of London still hunted the wild bull and the boar in the woods of Hampstead. Even under the later Plantagenets the royal forests were 68 in number. In the forest of Arden it was said that down to modern times a squirrel might leap from tree to tree for nearly the whole length of Warwickshire. 7. The excavation of ancient pile villages in the valley of the Po has shown that long before the rise and probably the foundation of Rome the north of Italy was covered with dense woods of elms, chestnuts, and especially of oaks. 8. Archaeology is here confirmed by history. For classical writers contain many references to Italian forests which have now disappeared. 9. As late as the 4th century before our era Rome was divided from central Etruria by the dreaded Ciminian forest, which Livy compares to the woods of Germany. No merchant, if we may trust the Roman historian, had ever penetrated its pathless solitudes, and it was deemed a most daring feat when a Roman general, after sending 2 scouts to explore its intricacies, led his army into the forest and, making his way to a ridge of the wooded mountains, looked down on the rich Etrurian fields spread out below. 10. In Greece beautiful woods of pine, oak, and other trees still linger on the slopes of the high Arcadian mountains, still adorned with their verdure the deep gorge through which the Latin hurries to join the sacred Alpheus. And worse still, down to a few years ago, mirrored in the dark blue waters of the lonely lake of Phaenis. But they are mere fragments of the forests which clothed great tracts in antiquity, and which at a more remote epoch may have spanned the Greek peninsula from sea to sea. 11. Cita note, tree worship practiced by all the Aryan races in Europe. From an examination of the Teutonic words for temple Grimm has made it probable that amongst the Germans the oldest sanctuaries were natural ones. 12. However this may be, tree worship is well attested for all the great European families of the Aryan stock. Amongst the Celts the oak worship of the Druids is familiar to everyone. 13. And their old word for a sanctuary seems to be identical in origin and meaning with the Latin nemus, a grove or woodland glade, which still survives in the name of Nemi. 14. Sacred groves were common among the ancient Germans, and tree worship is hardly extinct amongst their descendants at the present day. 15. How serious that worship was in former times may be gathered from the ferocious penalty appointed by the old German laws for such as dared to peel the bark of a standing tree. The culprit's navel was to be cut out and nailed to the part of the tree which he had peeled, and he was to be driven round and round the tree till all his guts were wound about its trunk. 16. The intention of the punishment clearly was to replace the dead bark by a living substitute taken from the culprit. It was a life for a life, the life of a man for the life of a tree. At Uppsala, the old religious capital of Sweden, there was a sacred grove in which every tree was regarded as divine. 17. The heathen Slavs worshipped trees and groves. 18. The Lithuanians were not converted to Christianity till towards the close of the 14th century, and amongst them at the date of the conversion the worship of trees was prominent. Some of them revered remarkable oaks and other great shady trees, from which they received oracular responses. Some maintained holy groves about their villages or houses, where even to break a twig would have been a sin. They thought that he who cut a bough in such a grove either died suddenly or was crippled in one of his limbs. 19. Proofs of the prevalence of tree worship in ancient Greece and Italy are abundant. 20. In the sanctuary of Aesculapius at Kos, for example, it was forbidden to cut down the cypress trees under a penalty of 1,000 drams. 21. But nowhere, perhaps, in the ancient world, was this antique form of religion better preserved than in the heart of the great metropolis itself. In the Forum, the busy center of Roman life, the sacred fig tree of Romulus was worshipped down to the days of the empire, and the withering of its trunk was enough to spread consternation through the city. 22. Again, on the slope of the Palatine hill grew a cornel tree which was esteemed one of the most sacred objects in Rome. Whenever the tree appeared to a passerby to be drooping, he set up a hue and cry which was echoed by the people in the street, and soon a crowd might be seen running helter-skelter from all sides with buckets of water, as if, says Plutarch, they were hastening to put out a fire. 23. Cita note, tree worship among the Finnish-Ugrian peoples. Among the tribes of the Finnish-Ugrian stock in Europe, the heathen worship was performed for the most part in sacred groves, which were always enclosed with a fence. Such a grove often consisted merely of a glade or clearing, with a few trees dotted about, upon which in former times the skins of the sacrificial victims were hung. The central point of the grove, at least among the tribes of the Volga, was the sacred tree, beside which everything else sank into insignificance. Before it the worshippers assembled and the priest offered his prayers. At its roots the victim was sacrificed, and its boughs sometimes served as a pulpit. No wood might be hewn and no branch broken in the grove, and women were generally forbidden to enter it. The Ostyaks and Wogles, two peoples of the Finnish-Ugrian stock in Siberia, had also sacred groves in which nothing might be touched, and where the skins of the sacrificed animals were suspended. But these groves were not enclosed with fences. 24. Near Kuopio, in Finland, there was a famous grove of ancient moss-grown firs, where the people offered sacrifices and practiced superstitious customs, down to about 1650, when a sturdy veteran of the 30 Years' War dared to cut it down at the bidding of the pastor. Sacred groves now hardly exist in Finland, but sacred trees to which offerings are brought are still not very uncommon. On some firs the skulls of bears are nailed, apparently that the hunter may have good luck in the chase. 25. The Ostyaks are said never to have passed a sacred tree without shooting an arrow at it as a mark of respect. In many places they hung furs and skins on the holy trees in the forest. But having observed that these furs were often appropriated and carried off by unscrupulous travelers, they adopted the practice of hewing the trunks into great blocks, which they decked with their offerings and preserved in safe places. The custom marks a transition from the worship of trees to the worship of idols carved out of the sacred wood. Within their sacred groves no grass or wood might be cut, no game hunted, no fish caught, not even a draught of water drunk. When they passed them in their canoes, they were careful not to touch the land with the oar, and if the journey through the hallowed ground was long, they laid in a store of water before entering on it, for they would rather suffer extreme thirst than slake it by drinking of the sacred stream. The Ostyaks also regarded as holy any tree on which an eagle had built its nest for several years, and they spared the bird as well as the tree. No greater injury could be done than to shoot such an eagle or destroy its nest. 26. Cita note, trees are regarded by the savage as animate. But it is necessary to examine in some detail the notions on which the worship of trees and plants is based. To the savage the world in general is animate, and trees and plants are no exception to the rule. He thinks that they have souls like his own, and he treats them accordingly. They say, writes the ancient vegetarian Porphyry, that primitive men led an unhappy life, for their superstition did not stop at animals but extended even to plants. For why should the slaughter of an ox or a sheep be a greater wrong than the felling of a fir or an oak, seeing that a soul is implanted in these trees also? 27. Similarly, the Hidatsa Indians of North America believe that every natural object has its spirit, or to speak more properly, its shade. To these shades some consideration or respect is due, but not equally to all. For example, the shade of the cottonwood, the greatest tree in the valley of the Upper Missouri, is supposed to possess an intelligence which, if properly approached, may help the Indians in certain undertakings, but the shades of shrubs and grasses are of little account. When the Missouri, swollen by a freshet in spring, carries away part of its banks, and sweeps some tall tree into its current, it is said that the spirit of the tree cries while the roots still cling to the land and until the trunk falls with a splash into the stream. Formerly the Indians considered it wrong to fell one of these giants, and when large logs were needed they made use only of trees which had fallen of themselves. Till lately some of the more credulous old men declared that many of the misfortunes of their people were caused by this modern disregard for the rights of the living cottonwood. 28. The Iroquois believed that each species of tree, shrub, plant, and herb had its own spirit, and to these spirits it was their custom to return thanks. 29. The Wanaka of Eastern Africa fancy that every tree, and especially every coconut tree, has its spirit. The destruction of a coconut tree is regarded as equivalent to matricide, because that tree gives them life and nourishment, as a mother does her child. 30. In the Yasayu Islands of Fiji, a man will never eat a coconut without first asking its leave. May I eat you, my chief? 31. Among the Thompson Indians of British Columbia, young people addressed the following prayer to the sunflower root before they ate the first fruits of the season: I inform thee that I intend to eat thee. Mayst thou always help me to ascend, so that I may always be able to reach the tops of mountains, and may I never be clumsy. I ask this from thee, sunflower root. Thou art the greatest of all in mystery. To omit this prayer would have made the eater of the root lazy, and caused him to sleep long in the morning. We are not told, but may conjecture, that these Indians ascribed to the sunflower the sun's power of climbing above the mountain tops and of rising betimes in the morning. Hence whoever ate of the plant, with all the due formalities, would naturally acquire the same useful properties. It is not so easy to say why women had to observe continence in cooking and digging the root, and why, when they were cooking it, no man might come near the oven. 32. The Dykes ascribe souls to trees, and do not dare to cut down an old tree. In some places, when an old tree has been blown down, they set it up, smear it with blood, and deck it with flags to appease the soul of the tree. 33. Siamese monks, believing that there are souls everywhere, and that to destroy anything whatever is forcibly to dispossess a soul, will not break a branch of a tree, as they will not break the arm of an innocent person. 34. These monks, of course, are Buddhists. But Buddhist animism is not a philosophical theory. It is simply a common, savage dogma incorporated in the system of an historical religion. 2. Suppose with Benfey and others that the theories of animism and transmigration current among rude peoples of Asia are derived from Buddhism, is to reverse the facts. Buddhism in this respect borrowed from savagery, not savagery from Buddhism. 35. According to Chinese belief, the spirits of plants are never shaped like plants but have commonly the form either of human beings or of animals, for example, bulls and serpents. Occasionally at the felling of a tree the tree spirit has been seen to rush out in the shape of a blue bull. 36. In China to this day the belief in tree spirits dangerous to man is obviously strong. In southern Fujian it deters people from felling any large trees or chopping off heavy branches, for fear the indwelling spirit may become irritated and visit the aggressor or his neighbors with disease and calamity. Especially respected are the green banyan or king, the biggest trees to be found in that part of China. In Amoy, some people even show a strong aversion from planting trees, the planters, as soon as the stems have become as thick as their necks, being sure to be throttled by the indwelling spirits. No explanation of this curious superstition was ever given us. It may account to some extent for the almost total neglect of forestry in that part of China, so that hardly any except spontaneous trees grow there. 37. Cite a note, particular sorts of trees tenanted by spirits. Sacrifices to tree spirits. Sometimes it is only particular sorts of trees that are supposed to be tenanted by spirits. At Grbalj in Dalmatia it is said that among great beeches, oaks, and other trees there are some that are endowed with shades or souls, and whoever fells one of them must die on the spot, or at least live an invalid for the rest of his days. If a woodman fears that a tree which he has felled is one of the sort, he must cut off the head of a live hen on the stump of the tree with the very same axe with which he cut down the tree. This will protect him from all harm, even if the tree be one of the animated kind. 38. The silk cotton trees, which rear their sit a note, silk cotton trees in West Africa. Enormous trunks to a stupendous height, far outtopping all the other trees of the forest, are regarded with reverence throughout West Africa, from the Senegal to the Niger, and are believed to be the abode of a god or spirit. Among the Yu-speaking peoples of the Slave Coast, the indwelling god of this giant of the forest goes by the name of Huntin. Trees in which he specially dwells, for it is not every silk cotton tree that he thus honors, are surrounded by a girdle of palm leaves. And sacrifices of fowls, and occasionally of human beings, are fastened to the trunk or laid against the foot of the tree. A tree, distinguished by a girdle of palm leaves, may not be cut down or injured in any way. And even silk cotton trees which are not supposed to be animated by Huntin may not be felled unless the woodman first offers a sacrifice of fowls and palm oil to purge himself of the proposed sacrilege. To omit the sacrifices and offense which may be punished with death. 39. Sit a note, sycamores in ancient Egypt. Everywhere in Egypt, on the borders of the cultivated land, and even at some distance from the valley of the Nile, you meet with fine sycamores standing, solitary and thriving as by a miracle in the sandy soil. Their living, green contrasts strongly with the tawny hue of the surrounding landscape, and their thick impenetrable foliage bids defiance even in summer to the noonday sun. The secret of their virtue is that their roots strike down into rills of water that trickle by unseen sluices from the great river. Of all the Egyptians of every rank esteemed these trees divine, and paid them regular homage. They gave them figs, raisins, cucumbers, vegetables, and water in earthenware pitchers, which charitable folk filled afresh every day. Passers-by slaked their thirst at these pitchers in the sultry hours, and paid for the welcome draught by a short prayer. The spirit that animated these beautiful trees generally lurked unseen, but sometimes he would show his head or even his whole body outside the trunk, but only to retire into it again. 40. People in Congo set calabashes of palm wine at the foot of certain trees, for the trees to drink when they are thirsty. 41. The sit a note, sacred trees in Africa, Syria, and Patagonia. Wanaka of Eastern Africa pay special honor to the spirits of cocoa-nut palms in return for the many benefits conferred on them by the trees. To cut down a cocoa-nut palm is an inexpiable offense, equivalent to matricide. They sacrifice to the tree on many occasions. When a man in gathering the cocoa-nuts has fallen from the palm, they attribute it to the wrath of the tree spirit, and resort to the honest means of appeasing him. 42. The Maasai particularly reverence the sabugo tree, the bark of which has medical properties, and a species of parasitic fig which they call radate. The green figs are eaten by boys and girls, and older people propitiate the tree by pouring the blood of a goat at the foot of the trunk and strewing grass on the branches. 43. The natives of the Bisagos Islands, off the west coast of Africa, sacrifice dogs, cocks, and oxen to their sacred trees, but they eat the flesh of the victims and leave only the horns, fastened to the trees, for the spirits. 44. In a Turkish village of northern Syria there is a very old oak tree which the people worship, burning incense to it and bringing offerings as they would to a shrine. 45. In Patagonia, between the Rio Negro and the Rio Colorado, there stands, solitary, an ancient acacia tree with a gnarled and hollow trunk. The Indians revere it as the abode of a spirit, and hang offerings of blankets, ponchos, ribbons, and colored threads on it, so that the tree presents the aspect of an old clothes shop, the tattered, weather-worn garments drooping sadly from the boughs. No Indian passes it without leaving something, if it be only a little horsehair which he ties to a branch. The hollow trunk contains offerings of tobacco, beads, and sometimes coins. But the best evidence of the sanctity of the tree are the bleached skeletons of many horses which have been killed in honor of the spirit. for the horse is the most precious sacrifice that these Indians can offer. They slaughter the animal also to propitiate the spirits of the deep and rapid note, sacrifices to trees, rivers, which they have often to ford or swim. 46. The kinds of central Borneo ascribe souls to the trees which yield the poison they use to envenom their arrows. They think that the spirit of the tasm tree, Anaeris toxicaria, is particularly hard to please. But if the wood has a strong and agreeable scent, they know that the man who felled the tree must have contrived by his offerings to mollify the peevish spirit. 47. In some of the Louisiade Islands there are certain large trees under which the natives hold their feasts. These trees seem to be regarded as endowed with souls, for a portion of the feast is set aside for them, and the bones of pigs and of human beings are everywhere deeply embedded in their branches. 48. Among the Kangra Mountains of the Punjab, a girl used to be annually sacrificed to an old cedar tree, the families of the village taking it in turn to supply the victim. The tree was cut down not very many years ago. 49. On Christmas Eve it is still customary in some parts of Germany to gird fruit trees with ropes of straw on which the sausages prepared for the festival have lain. This is supposed to make the trees bear fruit. In the Mark of Brandenburg, the person who ties the straw round the tree says, "Little tree, I make you a present, and you will make me one." The people say that if the trees receive gifts, they will bestow gifts in return. The custom, which is clearly a relic of tree worship, is often observed on New Year's night or at any time between Christmas and Twelfth Night. 50. Note: trees supposed to be sensitive and to feel wounds. If trees are animate, they are necessarily sensitive, and the cutting of them down becomes a delicate surgical operation, which must be performed with as tender a regard as possible for the feelings of the sufferers, who otherwise may turn and rend the careless or bungling operator. When an oak is being felled, it gives a kind of shrieks or groans that may be heard a mile off, as if it were the genius of the oak lamenting. Wild, Esq, hath heard it several times. 51. The Ojibways very seldom cut down green or living trees, from the idea that it puts them to pain, and some of their medicine men profess to have heard the wailing of the trees under the axe. 52. Trees that bleed and utter cries of pain or indignation when they are hacked or burned occur very often in Chinese books, even in standard histories. 53. Old peasants in some parts of Austria still believe that forest trees are animate, and will not allow an incision to be made in the bark without special cause. They have heard from their fathers that the tree feels the cut. Note: apologies offered to trees for cutting them down. Less than a wounded man is hurt. In felling a tree they beg its pardon. 54. It is said that, in the Upper Palatinate also, old woodmen still secretly ask a fine, sound tree to forgive them before they cut it down. 55. So in Charquino, the woodman craves pardon of the tree he fells. 56. Before the Ilocanes of Luzon cut down trees in the virgin forest or on the mountains, they recite some verses to the following effect: "Be not uneasy, my friend, though we fell what we have been ordered to fell." This they do in order not to draw down on themselves the hatred of the spirits who live in the trees, and who are apt to avenge themselves by visiting with grievous sickness such as injure them wantonly. 57. When the Tagalogs of the Philippines wish to pluck a flower, they ask leave of the genius no of the flower to do so. When they are obliged to cut down a tree, they beg pardon of the genius of the tree and excuse themselves by saying that it was the priest who bade them fell it. 58. Among the Tiger-speaking tribes in the north of Abyssinia, people are afraid to fell a green and fruit-bearing tree lest they incur the curse of God, which is heard in the groaning of the tree as it sinks to the ground. But if a man is bold enough to cut down such a tree, he will say to it, "Thy curse abide in thee," or he will allege that it was not he but an elephant or a rhinoceros that knocked it down. 59. Amongst the Hos of Togoland, in West Africa, when a man wishes to make palm wine, he hires woodmen to fell the trees. They go into the palm wood, set some meal on the ground and say to the wood, "That is your food." The old man at home, "Send us to cut you down. We are still children who know nothing at all." the old man at home has sent us. They say this because they think that the wood is a spirit and that it is angry with them. 60. Before Karl Bough cuts down a tree, he will offer it betel and apologies. And if in passing the place afterwards he should see the tree weeping or, as we should say, exuding sap, he hastens to console it by sprinkling the blood of a fowl on the stump. 61. The Bosoka of Central Africa think that when a tree is cut down the angry spirit which inhabits it may cause the death of the chief and his family. To prevent this disaster, they consult a medicine man before they fell a tree. If the man of skill gives leave to proceed, the woodman first offers a fowl and a goat to the tree. Then as soon as he has given the first blow with the axe, he applies his mouth to the cut and sucks some of the sap. In this way he forms a brotherhood with the tree, just as two men become blood brothers, by sucking each other's blood. After that he can cut down his tree brother with impunity. 62. An ancient Indian ritual directs that in preparing to fell a tree the woodman should lay a stalk of grass on the spot where the blow is to fall, with the words, "O plant, shield it." And that he should say to the axe, "O axe, hurt it not." When the tree had fallen, he poured melted butter on the stump, saying, "Grow thou out of this, O Lord of the forest, grow with 100 shoots. May we grow with 1,000 shoots." Then he anointed the severed stem and wound a rope of grass round it. 63. Cite a note, bleeding trees. Again, when a tree or plant is cut it is sometimes thought to bleed. Some Indians dare not cut a certain plant, because there comes out a red juice which they take for the blood of the plant. 64. In Samoa there was a grove of trees which no one dared hew down. Once some strangers tried to do so, but blood flowed from the tree, and the sacrilegious strangers fell ill and died. 65. Down to 1859, there stood a sacred larch tree at Notters in the Tyrol which was thought to bleed whenever it was cut. Moreover, people fancied that the steel pierced the woodman's body to the same depth that it pierced the tree, and that the wound on his body would not heal until the bark closed over the scar on the trunk. So sacred was the tree that no one would gather fuel or cut timber near it. And to curse, scold, or quarrel in its neighborhood was regarded as a crying sin which would be supernaturally punished on the spot. Angry disputants were often hushed with the warning whisper, "Don't, the sacred tree is here." 66. Cite a note, trees threatened in order to make them bear fruit. But the spirits of vegetation are not always treated with deference and respect. If fair words and kind treatment do not move them, stronger measures are sometimes resorted to. The durian tree of the East Indies, whose smooth stem often shoots up to a height of 80 or 90 feet without sending out a branch, bears a fruit of the most delicious flavor and the most disgusting stench. The Malays cultivate the tree for the sake of its fruit, and have been known to resort to a peculiar ceremony for the purpose of stimulating its fertility. Near Jugra in Selangor there is a small grove of durian trees, and on a specially chosen day the villagers used to assemble in it. Thereupon one of the local sorcerers would take a hatchet and deliver several shrewd blows on the trunk of the most barren of the trees, saying, "Will you now bear fruit or not? If you do not, I shall fell you." To this the tree replied through the mouth of another man who had climbed a mangosteen tree hard by, the durian tree being unclimbable, "Yes, I will now bear fruit. I beg you not to fell me." 67. So in Japan, to make trees bear fruit, two men go into an orchard. One of them climbs up a tree and the other stands at the foot with an axe. The man with the axe asks the tree whether it will yield a good crop next year and threatens to cut it down if it does not. To this the man among the branches replies on behalf of the tree that it will bear abundantly. 68. Odd as this mode of horticulture may seem to us, it has its exact parallels in Europe. On Christmas Eve many a South Slavonian and Bulgarian peasant swings an axe threateningly against a barren fruit tree, while another man standing by intercedes for the maize tree, saying, "Do not cut it down. It will soon bear fruit." Thrice the axe is swung, and thrice the impending blow is arrested at the entreaty of the intercessor. After that the frightened tree will certainly bear fruit next year. 69. So at the village of Acria in Sicily, if a tree obstinately refuses to bear fruit, the owner pretends to hew it down. Just as the axe is about to fall, a friend intercedes for the tree, begging him to have patience for 1 year more, and promising not to interfere again if the culprit has not mended his ways by then. The owner grants his request, and the Sicilians say that a tree seldom remains deaf to such a menace. The ceremony is performed on Easter Saturday. 70. In Armenia the same pantomime is sometimes performed by 2 men for the same purpose on Good Friday. 71. In the Abruzzi the ceremony takes place before sunrise on the morning of St. John's Day, Midsummer Day. The owner threatens the trees which are slow to bear fruit. Thrice he walks round each sluggard repeating his threat, and striking the trunk with the head of an axe. 72. In Lesbos, when an orange tree or a lemon tree does not bear fruit, the owner will sometimes set a looking glass before the tree. Then standing with an axe in his hand over against the tree and gazing at its reflection in the glass, he will feign to fall into a passion and will say aloud, "Bear fruit, or I'll cut you down." 73. When cabbages merely curl their leaves, instead of forming heads as they ought to do, an Estonian peasant will go out into the garden before sunrise, clad only in his shirt, and armed with a scythe, which he sweeps over the refractory vegetables as if he meant to cut them down. This intimidates the cabbages and brings them to a sense of their duty. 74. Sidenote: attempts to deceive the spirits of trees and plants. If European peasants thus know how to work on the fears of cabbages and fruit trees, the subtle Malay has learned how to overreach the simple souls of the plants and trees that grow in his native land. Thus, when a bunch of fruit hangs from an orange palm tree, and in reaching after it, you tread on some of the fallen fruit, the Galileans say that you ought to grunt like a wild boar in order that your feet may not itch. The chain of reasoning seems weak to a European mind, but the natives find no flaw in it. They have observed that wild boars are fond of the fruit, and run freely about among it as it lies on the ground. From this, they infer that the animal's feet are proof against the itch which men suffer through treading on the fruit. And hence they conclude that if, by grunting in a natural and lifelike manner, you can impress the fruit with the belief that you are a pig, it will treat your feet as tenderly as the feet of its friends the real pigs. 75. Again, pregnant women in Java sometimes take a fancy to eat the wild species of a particular plant, Colocasia antiquarum, which, on account of its exceedingly pungent taste, is not commonly used as food by human beings, though it is relished by pigs. In such a case it becomes the husband's duty to go and look for the plant, but before he gathers it he takes care to grunt loudly, in order that the plant may take him for a pig, and so mitigate the pungency of its flavor. 76. Again, in the Madian district of Java, there grows a plant of which the fruit is believed to be injurious for men, but not for apes. The urchins who herd buffaloes, and to whom nothing edible comes amiss, eat this fruit also. But before plucking it, they take the precaution of mimicking the voices of apes, in order to persuade the plant that its fruit is destined for the maw of these creatures. 77. Once more, the Javanese scrape the rind of a certain plant, Sarcolepus narcoticus, into a powder, with which they poison such dangerous beasts as tigers and wild boars. But the rind is believed not to be a poison for men. Hence the person who gathers the plant has to observe certain precautions in order that its baneful quality may not be lost in passing through his hands. He approaches it naked and creeping on all fours to make the plant think that he is a ravenous beast and not a man, and to strengthen the illusion he bites the stalk. After that the deadly property of the rind is assured. But even when the plant has been gathered and a powder made from it in strict accordance with certain superstitious rules, care is still needed in handling the powder, which is regarded as alive and intelligent. It may not be brought near a corpse, nor may a corpse be carried past the house in which the powder is kept. For if either of these things were to happen, the powder, seeing the corpse, would hastily conclude that it had already done its work, and so all its noxious quality would be gone. 78. The Indians of the Upper Orinoco extract a favorite beverage from certain palm trees which grow in their forests. In order to make the trees bear abundance of fruit, the medicine men blow sacred trumpets under them. But how this is supposed to produce the desired effect does not appear. The trumpets, blown to those are objects of religious veneration. No woman may look on them under pain of death. Candidates for initiation into the mystery of the trumpets must be men of good character and celibate. The initiated members scourge each other, fast, and practice other austerities. 79. Cita note: trees marry to each other. The conception of trees and plants as animated beings naturally results in treating them as male and female, who can be married to each other in a real, and not merely a figurative or poetical sense of the word. The notion is not purely fanciful, for plants like animals have their sexes and reproduce their kind by the union of the male and female elements. But whereas in all the higher animals the organs of the two sexes are regularly separated between different individuals, in most plants they exist together in every individual of the species. This rule, however, is by no means universal, and in many species the male plant is distinct from the female. The distinction appears to have been observed by some savages, for we are told that the Maoris are acquainted with the sex of trees, etc., and have distinct names for the male and female of some trees. 80. The Cita note: artificial fertilization of the date palm. Ancients knew the difference between the male and the female date palm, and fertilized them artificially by shaking the pollen of the male tree over the flowers of the female. 81. The fertilization took place in spring. Among the heathen of Haran, the month during which the palms were fertilized bore the name of the date month, and at this time they celebrated the marriage festival of all the gods and goddesses. 82. Different from this true and fruitful marriage of the palm are the false and barren marriages of plants which play a part. Cita note: marriages of trees in India. In Hindu superstition, for example, if a Hindu has planted a grove of mangoes, neither he nor his wife may taste of the fruit until he has formally married one of the trees, as a bridegroom, to a tree of a different sort, commonly a tamarind tree, which grows near it in the grove. If there is no tamarind to act as bride, a jasmine will serve the turn. The expenses of such a marriage are often considerable, for the more Brahmins are feasted at it, the greater the glory of the owner of the grove. A family has been known to sell its golden and silver trinkets, and to borrow all the money they could in order to marry a mango tree to a jasmine with due pomp and ceremony. 83. According to another account of the ceremony, a branch of a bar tree is brought and fixed near one of the mango trees in the grove to represent the bar or bridegroom, and both are wrapped round with the same piece of cloth by the owner of the grove and his wife. To complete this ceremony, a bamboo basket containing the bride's belongings and dowry, on a miniature scale, is provided. And after the Brahmin priest has done his part, vermilion, the emblem of a completed marriage, is applied to the mango as to a bride. 84. Another plant which figures as Cita note: marriage of the holy basil. A bride in Hindu rites is the tulasi or holy basil, the summum sanctum. It is a small shrub, not too big to be grown in a large flower pot, and is often placed in rooms. Indeed, there is hardly a respectable Hindu family that does not possess one. In spite of its humble appearance, the shrub is pervaded by the essence of Vishnu and his wife Lakshmi, and is itself worshipped daily as a deity. The following prayer is often addressed to it: I adore that tulasi in whose roots are all the sacred places of pilgrimage, in whose center are all the deities, and in whose upper branches are all the Vedas. The plant is especially a woman's divinity, being regarded as an embodiment of Vishnu's wife Lakshmi, or of Rama's wife Sita, or of Krishna's wife Rukmini. Women worship it by walking round it and praying or offering flowers and rice to it. Now this sacred plant, as the embodiment of a goddess, is annually married to the god Krishna in every Hindu family. The ceremony takes place in the month Kartika or November. In western India they often bring an idol of the youthful Krishna in a gorgeous palanquin, followed by a long train of attendants, to the house of a rich man to be wedded to the basil. and the festivities are celebrated with great pomp. 85. Again, as the wife of Vishnu, the holy Basil is married to the Salagrama, a black fossil ammonite which is regarded as an embodiment of Vishnu. In northwestern India, this marriage of the plant to the fossil has to be performed before it is lawful to taste of the fruit of a new orchard. A man holding the fossil personates the bridegroom, and another holding the basil represents the bride. After burning a sacrificial fire, the officiating Brahmin puts the usual questions to the couple about to be united. Bride and bridegroom walk 6 times round a small spot marked out in the center of the orchard. 86. Further, no well is considered lucky until the Salagrama has been solemnly wedded to the holy basil, which stands for the garden that the well is intended to water. The relations assemble. The owner of the garden represents the bridegroom, while a kinsman of his wife personates the bride. Gifts are given to the Brahmins, a feast is held in the garden, and after that both garden and well may be used without danger. 87. The same marriage of the sacred fossil to the sacred plant is celebrated annually by the Raja of Orkha at Ladhora. A former Raja used to spend a sum equal to about £30,000, being 1/4 of his revenue, upon the ceremony. On one occasion over 100,000 people are said to have been present at the rite, and to have been feasted at the expense of the Raja. The procession consisted of 8 elephants, 1,200 camels, and 4,000 horses, all mounted and elegantly caparisoned. The most sumptuously decorated of the elephants carried the fossil god to pay his bridal visit to the little shrub goddess. On such an occasion all the rites of a regular marriage are performed, and afterwards the newly wedded couple are left to repose together in the temple till the next year. 88. On Christmas Eve, German peasants used to tie fruit trees together with straw ropes to make them bear fruit, saying that the trees were thus married. 89. Cita note: trees in blossom and rice in bloom treated like pregnant women. In the Moluccas, when the clove trees are in blossom, they are treated like pregnant women. No noise may be made near them. No light or fire may be carried past them at night. No one may approach them with his hat on, all must uncover in their presence. These precautions are observed lest the tree should be alarmed and bear no fruit, or should drop its fruit too soon, like the untimely delivery of a woman who has been frightened in her pregnancy. 90. So in the East the growing rice crop is often treated with the same considerate regard as a breeding woman. Thus in Amboina, when the rice is in bloom, the people say that it is pregnant and fire no guns and make no other noises near the field, for fear lest, if the rice were thus disturbed, it would miscarry, and the crop would be all straw and no grain. 91. The Javanese also regard the bloom on the rice as a sign that the plant is pregnant, and they treat it accordingly, by mingling in the water that irrigates the fields a certain astringent food prepared from sour fruit, which is believed to be wholesome for women with child. 92. In some districts of western Borneo there must be no talk of corpses or demons in the fields, else the spirit of the growing rice would be frightened and flee away to Java. 93. The Tabunkas of Central Celebes will not fire a gun in a rice field, lest the rice should be frightened away. 94. The Khams of Binthuan, in Cochin, China, do not dare to touch the rice in the granary at midday, because the rice is then asleep, and it would be both rude and dangerous to disturb its noonday slumber. 95. In Orissa, growing rice is considered as a pregnant woman, and the same ceremonies are observed with regard to it as in the case of human females. 96. In Poso, a district of Central Celebes, when the rice ears are beginning to form, women go through the field feeding the young ears with soft-boiled rice to make them grow fast. They carry the food in calabashes, and, grasping the ears in their hands, bend them over into the vessels that they may partake of the strengthening pap. The reason for boiling the rice soft is that the ears are regarded as young children who could not digest rice cooked in the usual way. 97. The Tamori of Central Celebes feed the ripening rice by touching it with the contents of a broken egg. 98. When the grain begins to form, the people of Koro, a district of northern Sumatra, regard the rice as pregnant and feed it with a pap, composed of rice meal, coconut, and treacle, which they deposit on leaves in the middle and at the corners of the field. And when the crop is plentiful and the rice has been threshed, they give it water to drink, in a pitcher, which they bury to the neck in the heap of grain. 99. Cite a note, trees supposed to be tenanted by the souls of the dead. Sometimes it is the souls of the dead which are believed to animate trees. The Dairy tribe of South Australia regard as very sacred certain trees which are supposed to be their fathers transformed. Hence they speak with reverence of these trees, and are careful that they shall not be cut down or burned. If the settlers require them to hew down the trees, they earnestly protest against it, asserting that were they to do so they would have no luck, and might be punished for not protecting their ancestors. 100. Some of the Philippine Islanders believe that the souls of their ancestors are in certain trees, which they therefore spare. If they are obliged to fell one of these trees, they excuse themselves to it by saying that it was a priest who made them do it. The spirits take up their abode, by preference, in tall and stately trees with great spreading branches. When the wind rustles the leaves, the natives fancy it is the voice of the spirit. And they never pass near one of these trees without bowing respectfully, and asking pardon of the spirit for disturbing his repose. Among the Ignorotes, in the district of Lepanto, every village has its sacred tree, in which the souls of the dead forefathers of the hamlet reside. Offerings are made to the tree, and any injury done to it is believed to entail some misfortune on the village. Were the tree cut down, the village and all its inhabitants would inevitably perish. 101. The natives of Bontoc, a province in the north of Luzon, cut down the woods near their villages, but leave a few fine trees standing as the abode of the spirits of their ancestors, Anidos. And they honor the spirits by depositing food under the trees. 102. The Dayaks believe that when a man dies by accident, as by drowning, it is a sign that the gods mean to exclude him from the realms of bliss. Accordingly his body is not buried, but carried into the forest and there laid down. The souls of such unfortunates pass into trees or animals or fish, and are much dreaded by the Dayaks, who abstain from using certain kinds of wood, or eating certain sorts of fish, because they are supposed to contain the souls of the dead. 103. Once, while walking with a Dayak through the jungle, Sir Hulo observed that his companion, after raising his sword to strike a great snake, suddenly arrested his arm and suffered the reptile to escape. On asking the reason, he was told by the Dayak that the bush in front of which they were standing had been a man, a kinsman of his own, who, dying some 10 years before, had appeared in a dream to his widow, and told her that he had become that particular bamboo tree. Hence the ground and everything on it was sacred, and the serpent might not be interfered with. The Dayak further related that in spite of the warning given to the woman in the vision, a man had been hardy enough to cut a branch of the tree, but that the fool had paid for his temerity with his life, for he died soon afterwards. A little bamboo altar stood in front of the bush, on which the remnants of offerings presented to the spirit of the tree were still visible when Sir Hulo passed that way. 104. In Korea the souls of people who die of the plague or by the roadside, and of women who expire in childbed, invariably take up their abode in trees. To such spirits offerings of cake, wine, and pork are made on heaps of stones piled under the trees. 105. In China it has been customary from time immemorial to plant trees on graves in order thereby to strengthen the soul of the deceased and thus to save his body from corruption. And as the evergreen cypress and pine are deemed to be fuller of vitality than other trees, they have been chosen by preference for this purpose. Hence the trees that grow on graves are sometimes identified with the souls of the departed. 106. Among the Myaokia, an aboriginal race of southern and western China, a sacred tree stands at the entrance of every village, and the inhabitants believe that it is tenanted by the soul of their first ancestor and that it rules their destiny. Sometimes there is a sacred grove near a village, where the trees are suffered to rot and die on the spot. Their fallen branches cumber the ground, and no one may remove them unless he has first asked leave of the spirit of the tree and offered him a sacrifice. 107. Among the Moravs of southern Africa, the burial ground is always regarded as a holy place where neither a tree may be felled nor a beast killed, because everything there is supposed to be tenanted by the souls of the dead. 108. Trees supposed to be inhabited by spirits of the dead are reported to be common in southern Nigeria. 109. Thus in the Indem tribe, on the Cross River, every village has a big tree into which the souls of the villagers are believed to pass at death. Hence they will not allow these trees to be cut, and they sacrifice to them when people are ill. 110. Other natives of the Cross River say that the big tree of the village is their life, and that anybody who breaks a bough of it will fall sick or die unless he pays a fine to the chief. 111. Some of the mountaineers on the northwest coast of New Guinea think that the spirits of their ancestors live on the branches of trees, on which, accordingly, they hang rags of red or white cotton, always in the number of 7 or a multiple of 7. Also, they place food on the trees or hang it in baskets from the boughs. 112. Among the Buryats of Siberia, the bones of a deceased shaman are deposited in a hole hewn in the trunk of a great fir, which is then carefully closed up. Thenceforth the tree goes by the name of the shaman's fir, and is looked upon as his abode. Whoever cuts down such a tree will perish with all his household. Every tribe has its sacred grove of firs in which the bones of the dead shamans are buried. In treeless regions these firs often form isolated clumps on the hills, and are visible from afar. 113. The Lukungan Indians of British Columbia fancy that trees are transformed men, and that the creaking of the branches in the wind is their voice. 114. In Croatia, they say that witches used to be buried under old trees in the forest, and that their souls passed into the trees and left the villagers in peace. 115. A tree that grows on a grave is regarded by the South Slavonian peasant as a sort of fetish. Whoever breaks a twig from it hurts the soul of the dead, but gains thereby a magic wand, since the soul embodied in the twig will be at his service. 116. This reminds us of the story of Polydorus in Virgil. 117, and of the bleeding pomegranate that grew on the grave of the fratricides Eteocles and Polynices at Thebes. 118. Similar stories are told far away from the classic lands of Italy and Greece. In an anime tale, an old fisherman makes an incision in the trunk of a tree which has drifted ashore. But blood flows from the cut, and it appears that an empress with her 3 daughters, who had been cast into the sea, are embodied in the tree. 119. On the slave coast of West Africa, the Negroes tell how from the moldering bones of a little boy, who had been murdered by his brother in the forest, there sprang up an edible fungus, which spoke and revealed the crime to the child's mother when she attempted to pluck it. 120. Cita note: trees sometimes conceived not as the body but merely as the abode of spirits. In most, if not all, of these cases the spirit is viewed as incorporate in the tree. It animates the tree and must suffer and die with it. But, according to another and probably later opinion, the tree is not the body, but merely the abode of the tree spirit, which can quit it and return to it at pleasure. The inhabitants of Sai, an island of the Sanji group in the East Indies, believe in certain sylvan spirits who dwell in forests or in great solitary trees. At full moon, this spirit comes forth from his lurking place and roams about. He has a big head, very long arms and legs, and a ponderous body. In order to propitiate the wood spirits, people bring offerings of food, fowls, goats, and so forth to the places which they are supposed to haunt. 121. The people of Nias think that, when a tree dies, its liberated spirit becomes a demon, which can kill a coconut palm by merely lighting on its branches, and can cause the death of all the children in a house by perching on one of the posts that support it. Further, they are of opinion that certain trees are at all times inhabited by roving demons, who, if the trees were damaged, would be set free to go about on errands of mischief. Hence the people respect these trees, and are careful not to cut them down. 122. On the Tangwa coast of East Africa, mischievous sprites reside in great trees, especially in the fantastically shaped baobabs. Sometimes they appear in the shape of ugly black beings, but as a rule they enter unseen into people's bodies, from which, after causing much sickness and misery, they have to be cast out by the sorcerer. 123. The Warmunga tribe of Central Australia believe that certain trees are the abode of disembodied human spirits waiting to be born again. Now, women will strike one of these trees with an axe, lest the blow might disturb one of the spirits, who might come forth from the tree and enter her body. 124. In the Gala region of East Africa, where the vegetation is magnificent, there are many sacred trees, the haunts of jinn. Most of them belong to the sycamore and maple family, but they do not all exhale an equal odor of sanctity. The watessa, with its edible fruit, is least revered. People climb it to get the fruit, and this disturbs the jinn, who naturally do not care to linger among its boughs. The gute, tubi, which has no edible fruit, is more sacred. Every Gala tribe has its sacred tree, which is always one individual of a particular species, called lato. When a tree has been consecrated by a priest it becomes holy, and no branch of it may be broken. Such trees are loaded with long threads, woolen bands, and bracelets. The blood of animals is poured on their roots and sometimes smeared on their trunks, and pots full of butter, milk, and flesh are placed among the branches or on the ground under them. In many Gala tribes women may not tread on the shadow of sacred trees or even approach the trees. 125. Siddha note, ceremonies at felling trees. Not a few ceremonies observed at cutting down haunted trees are based on the belief that the spirits have it in their power to quit the trees at pleasure or in case of need. Thus when the Palau Islanders are felling a tree, they conjure the spirit of the tree to leave it and settle on another. 126. The wily Negro of the Slave Coast, who wishes to fell an asherin tree, but knows that he cannot do it so long as the spirit remains in the tree, places a little palm oil on the ground as a bait, and then, when the unsuspecting spirit has quitted the tree to partake of this dainty, hastens to cut down its late abode. 127. The Alfers of Poso, in Central Celebes, believe that great trees are inhabited by demons in human form, and the taller the tree the more powerful the demon. Accordingly they are careful not to fell such trees, and they leave offerings at the foot of them for the spirits. But sometimes, when they are clearing land for cultivation, it becomes necessary to cut down the trees which cumber it. In that case the Alfer will call to the demon of the tree and beseech him to leave his abode and go elsewhere, and he deposits food under the tree as provision for the spirit on his journey. Then, and not till then, he may fell the tree. Woe to the luckless wight who should turn a tree spirit out of his house without giving him due notice. 128. When the Tabunkas of Central Celebes are about to clear a piece of forest in order to plant rice, they build a tiny house and furnish it with tiny clothes and some food and gold. Then they call together all the spirits of the wood, offer them the little house with its contents, and beseech them to quit the spot. After that they may safely cut down the wood, without fearing to wound themselves in so doing. 129. Before the Tamori of Central Celebes fell a tall tree they lay a quid of betel at its foot, and invite the spirit who dwells in the tree to change his lodging. Moreover, they set a little ladder against the trunk to enable him to descend with safety and comfort. 130. The Sundanese of the Eastern Archipelago drive golden or silver nails into the trunk of a sacred tree for the sake of expelling the tree spirit before they hew down his abode. 131. They seem to think that, though the nails will hurt him, his vanity will be soothed by the reflection that they are of gold or silver. In Roti, an island to the south of Timor, when they fell a tree to make a coffin, they sacrifice a dog as compensation to the tree spirit whose property they are thus making free with. 132. Before the Gaos of northern Sumatra clear a piece of forest for the purpose of planting tobacco or sugar cane, they offer a quid of betel to the spirit, whom they call the Lord of the Wood, and beg his leave to quarter themselves on his domain. 133. The Mandalings of Sumatra endeavor to lay the blame of all such misdeeds at the door of the Dutch authorities. Thus when a man is cutting a road through a forest and has to fell a tall tree which blocks the way, he will not begin to ply his axe until he has said, "Spirit who lodgest in this tree, take it not ill that I cut down thy dwelling, for it is done at no wish of mine but by order of the controller." And when he wishes to clear a piece of forest land for cultivation, it is necessary that he should come to a satisfactory understanding with the woodland spirits who live there before he lays low their leafy dwellings. For this purpose he goes to the middle of the plot of ground, stoops down, and pretends to pick up a letter. Then, unfolding a bit of paper, he reads aloud an imaginary letter from the Dutch government, in which he is strictly enjoined to set about clearing the land without delay. Having done so, he says, "You hear that, spirits? I must begin clearing at once, or I shall be hanged." 134. When the Tagals of the Philippines are about to fell a tree which they believe to be inhabited by a spirit, they excuse themselves to the spirit, saying, "The priest has ordered us to do it. The fault is not ours, nor the will either." 135. There is a certain tree called Rura, which the Dayaks believe to be inhabited by a spirit. Before they cut down one of these trees, they strike an axe into the trunk, leave it there, and call upon the spirit either to quit his dwelling or to give them a sign that he does not wish it to be meddled with. Then they go home. Next day they visit the tree, and if they find the axe still sticking in the trunk, they can fell the tree without danger. There is no spirit in it, or he would certainly have ejected the axe from his abode. But if they find the axe lying on the ground, they know that the tree is inhabited and they will not fell it. For it must surely have been the spirit of the tree in person who expelled the intrusive axe. Some sceptical Europeans, however, argue that what casts out the axe is strychnine in the sap rather than the tree spirit. They say that if the sap is running, the axe must necessarily be forced out by the action of heat and the expansion of the exuding gutta. Whereas if the axe remains in the trunk, this only shows that the tree is not vigorous but ready to die. 136. Before they cut down a great tree, the Indians in the neighborhood of Santiago Tapayucan hold a festival in order to appease the tree and so prevent it from hurting anybody in its fall. 137. In the Greek island of Sifnos, if woodmen have to fell a tree which they regard as possessed by a spirit, they are most careful, when it falls, to prostrate themselves humbly and in silence lest the spirit should chastise them as it escapes. Sometimes they put a stone on the stump of the tree to prevent the egress of the spirit. 138. In some parts of Sumatra, so soon as a tree is felled, a young tree is planted on the stump, and some betel and a few small coins are also placed on it. 139. The purpose of the ceremony seems plain. The spirit of the tree is offered a new home in the young tree planted on the stump of the old one, and the offering of betel and money is meant to compensate him for the disturbance he has suffered. Similarly, when the Mags of Bengal were obliged by Europeans to cut down trees which the natives believed to be tenanted by spirits, one of them was always ready with a green sprig, which he ran and placed in the middle of the stump when the tree fell, as a propitiation to the spirit which had been displaced so roughly, pleading at the same time the orders of the strangers for the work. 140. In Halmahera, however, the motive for placing a sprig on the stump is said to be to deceive the spirit into thinking that the fallen stem is still growing in its old place. 141. The Gileaks insert a stick with curled shavings on the stump of the tree which they have felled, believing that in this way they give back to the dispossessed tree spirit his life and soul. 142. German woodmen make a cross upon the stump while the tree is falling, in the belief that this enables the spirit of the tree to live upon the stump. 143. Before the Katodas fell a forest tree, they choose a tree of the same kind and worship it by presenting a coconut, burning incense, applying a red pigment, and begging it to bless the undertaking. 144. The intention, perhaps, is to induce the spirit of the former tree to shift its quarters to the latter. In clearing a wood, a Galeries must not cut down the last tree till the spirit in it has been induced to go away. 145. When the Dayaks fell the jungle on the hills, they often leave a few trees standing on the hilltops as a refuge for the dispossessed tree spirits. 146. sailing up the Biram River in Sarawak Pass from time to time a clearing in the forest where manioc is cultivated. In the middle of every one of these clearings a solitary tree is always left, standing as a home for the ejected spirits of the wood. Its boughs are stripped off, all but the topmost, and just under its leafy crown 2 cross pieces are fastened from which rags dangle. 147. Similarly in India, the Khans allow a grove of typical trees to remain as a home or reserve for the woodland spirits when they are clearing away a jungle. 148. The Mandaras have sacred groves which were left standing when the land was cleared, lest the sylvan gods, disquieted at the felling of the trees, should abandon the place. 149. The Maris in Assam are unwilling to break up new land for cultivation so long as there is fallow land available, for they fear to offend the spirits of the woods by hewing down trees needlessly. 150. On the other hand, when a child has been lost, the Padams of Assam think that it has been stolen by the spirits of the wood. So they retaliate on the spirits by felling trees, till they find the child. The spirits, fearing to be left without a tree in which to lodge, give up the child, and it is found in the fork of a tree. 151. Siddha note, propitiating tree spirits in house timber. Even when a tree has been felled, sawn into planks, and used to build a house, it is possible that the woodland spirit may still be lurking in the timber, and accordingly some people seek to propitiate them before or after they occupy the new house. Hence, when a new dwelling is ready the Torajas of Central Saleeps kill a goat, a pig, or a buffalo, and smear all the woodwork with its blood. If the building is a lobo or spirit house, a fowl or a dog is killed on the ridge of the roof, and its blood allowed to flow down on both sides. The Ruder Tonoppo in such a case sacrifice a human being on the roof. This sacrifice on the roof of a lobo or temple serves the same purpose as the smearing of blood on the woodwork of an ordinary house. The intention is to propitiate the forest spirits, who may still be in the timber. They are thus put in good humor and will do the inmates of the house no harm. For like reason people in Saleeps and the Moluccas are much afraid of planting a post upside down at the building of a house. For the forest spirit, who might still be in the timber, would very naturally resent the indignity and visit the inmates with sickness. 152. The Brahos or Kains of central Borneo are of opinion that tree spirits stand very stiffly on the point of honor, and visit men with their displeasure for any injury done to them. Hence, after building a house, whereby they have been forced to ill-treat many trees, these people observe a period of penance for a year, during which they must abstain from many things, such as the killing of bears, tiger cats, and serpents. The period of taboo is brought to an end by a ceremony at which head hunting, or the pretense of it, plays a part. The Ulu Dayaks on the Mando River are still more punctilious in their observance of taboos after building a house. The length of the penance depends chiefly on the kind of timber used in the construction of the dwelling. If the timber was the valuable ironwood, the inmates of the house must deny themselves various dainties for 3 years. But the spirits of humbler trees are less exacting. 153. When the clients have felled an ironwood tree in order to cut it up into planks for a roof, they will offer a pig to the spirits of the tree, hoping thus to prevent the spirits from molesting the souls of persons assembled under the roof. 154. Siddha note, sacred trees the abode of spirits. Thus the tree is regarded, sometimes as the body, sometimes as merely the house of the tree spirit. And when we read of sacred trees which may not be cut down, because they are the seat of spirits, it is not always possible to say with certainty in which way the presence of the spirit in the tree is conceived. In the following cases, perhaps, the trees are regarded as the dwelling place of the spirits rather than as their bodies. The Dayaks point to many a tree as sacred because it is the abode of a spirit, or spirits, and to cut one of these down would provoke the spirit's anger, who might avenge himself by visiting the sacrilegious woodman with sickness. 155. The Batas of Sumatra have been known to refuse to cut down certain trees because they were the abode of mighty spirits who would resent the injury. 156. One of the largest and stateliest of the forest trees in Perak is known as Tolong. It has a very poisonous sap which produces great irritation when it comes into contact with the skin. Many trees of this species have large hollow knobs on their trunks, where branches have been broken off. These knobs are looked upon by the Malays as houses of spirits, and they object strongly to cut down trees that are thus disfigured, believing that the man who fells one of them will die within the year. When clearings are made in the forest, these trees are generally left standing to the annoyance and expense of planters. 157. The Siamese fear to cut down any very fine trees lest they should incur the anger of the powerful spirits who inhabit them. 158. The Yen, a tribe of Upper Burma, worship the spirits of hills and forests, and over great tracts of country they will not lay out fields for fear of offending the spirits. They say that if a tree is felled a man dies. 159. In every Khan village a large grove, generally of sal trees, Sharia robusta, is dedicated to the forest god, whose favor is sought by the sacrifice of birds, hogs, and sheep, together with an offering of rice and an addled egg. This sacred grove is religiously preserved. The young trees are occasionally pruned, but not a twig may be cut for use without the formal consent of the village and the ceremonial propitiation of the god. 160. In some parts of Bharat the holy groves are so carefully preserved that during the annual festivals held in them it is customary to gather and burn solemnly all dead and fallen branches and trees. 161. The Larkakols of India believe that the tops of trees are the abode of spirits who are disturbed by the felling of the trees and will take vengeance. 162. The Parahia, a Dravidian tribe of Mirzapur, think that evil spirits live in the sal, peepal, and mahua trees. They make offerings to such trees and will not climb into their branches. 163. In Travancore demons are supposed to reside in certain large old trees, which it would be sacrilegious and dangerous to hew down. A rough stone is generally placed at the foot of one of these trees as an image or emblem, and turmeric powder is rubbed on it. 164. Some of the western tribes of British New Guinea dread certain female devils who inhabit large trees and are very dangerous. Trees supposed to be the abode of these demons are treated with much respect and never cut down. 165. Near Old Calabar there is a ravine full of the densest and richest vegetation, whence a stream of limpid water flows purling to the river. This spot was considered by a late king to be hallowed ground, the residence of Anansa, the tutelary god of Old Calabar. The people had strict orders to revere the grove, and no branch of it might be cut. 166. Among the members of the Upper Niger every village has its sacred tree, generally a tamarind, which is supposed to be the abode of the fetish and is carefully preserved. The fetish is consulted on every important occasion, and sacrifices of sheep, dogs, and fowls, accompanied with offerings of millet and fruits, are made under the sacred tree. 167. In the deserts of Arabia a modern traveler found a great solitary acacia tree which the Bedouin believed to be possessed by a jinni. Shreds of cotton and horns of goats hung among the boughs, and nails were knocked into the trunk. An Arab strongly dissuaded the traveler from cutting a branch of the tree, assuring him that it was dead to do so. 168. The Yuruks, who inhabit the southern coasts of Asia Minor and the heights of Mount Taurus, have sacred trees which they never cut down from fear of driving away the spirits that own them. 169. The old Prussians believed that gods inhabited tall trees, such as oaks, from which they gave audible answers to inquirers. Hence these trees were not felled, but worshipped as the homes of divinities. Amongst the trees thus venerated by them was the elder tree. 170. The Samogitians thought that if anyone ventured to injure certain groves, or the birds, or beasts in them, the spirits would make his hands or feet crooked. 171. Down to the 19th century the Estonians stood in such awe of many trees, which they considered as a seat of mighty spirits, that they would not even pluck a flower or a berry on the ground where the shadow of the trees fell, much less would they dare to break a branch from the tree itself. 172. Cita note, Sacred Groves. even where no mention is made of, with spirits, we may generally assume that when trees or groves are sacred and inviolable, it is because they are believed to be either inhabited or animated by sylvan deities. In central India, the bar tree, Ficus indica, and the peepal, Ficus religiosa, are sacred, and every child learns the saying that it is better to die a leper than pluck a leaf of a peepal, and he who can wound a bar will kick his little sister. 173. In Livonia there is a sacred grove in which, if any man fells a tree or breaks a branch, he will die within the year. 174. The Wodiaks have sacred groves. A Russian who ventured to hew a tree in one of them fell sick and died next day. 175. The heathen Cheremiss of southeastern Russia have sacred groves, and woe to him who dares to fell one of the holy trees. If the author of the sacrilege is unknown, they take a cock or a goose, torture it to death, and then throw it on the fire, while they pray to the gods to punish the sinner and cause him to perish like the bird. 176. Near a chapel of St. Ninian, in the parish of Belly, there stood more than a century and a half ago a row of trees, all of equal size, thick, planted for about the length of a bud, which were looked upon by the superstitious papists as sacred trees, from which they reckon it sacrilege to take so much as a branch or any of the fruit. 177. So in the island of Skye some 250 years ago there was a holy lake, surrounded by a fair wood, which none presumes to cut. And those who ventured to infringe its sanctity by breaking even a twig either sickened on the spot or were visited afterwards by some signal inconvenience. 178. Sacrifices offered at cutting down trees are doubtless meant to appease the wood spirits. In Gilgit it is usual to sprinkle goat's blood on a tree of any kind before felling it. 179. The Akakuau of British East Africa hold the makumu or mugomo tree, a species of fig, sacred on account of its size and fine appearance. Hence they do not ruthlessly cut it down like all other trees which cumber a patch of ground that is to be cleared for tillage. Groves of this tree are sacred. In them no axe may be laid to any tree, no branch broken, no firewood gathered, no grass burnt. And wild animals, which have taken refuge there, may not be molested. In these sacred groves sheep and goats are sacrificed and prayers are offered for rain, or fine weather, or in behalf of sick children. The whole meat of the sacrifices is left in the grove for God to eat. The fat is placed in a cleft of the trunk or in the branches as a tidbit for him. He lives up in the boughs but comes down to partake of the food. 180. Section 2. Beneficent powers of tree spirits. Cita note, transition of tree spirit into anthropomorphic deity of the once. When a tree comes to be viewed, no longer as the body of the tree spirit, but simply as its abode which it can quit at pleasure, an important advance has been made in religious thought. Animism is passing into polytheism. In other words, instead of regarding each tree as a living and conscious being, man now sees in it merely a lifeless, inert mass, tenanted for a longer or shorter time by a supernatural being who, as he can pass freely from tree to tree, thereby enjoys a certain right of possession or lordship over the trees, and, ceasing to be a tree soul, becomes a forest god. As soon as the tree spirit is thus in a measure disengaged from each particular tree, he begins to change his shape and assume the body of a man, in virtue of a general tendency of early thought to clothe all abstract spiritual beings in concrete human form. Hence in classical art the sylvan deities are depicted in human shape, their woodland character being denoted by a branch or some equally obvious symbol. 181. But this change of shape does not affect the essential character of the tree spirit. The powers which he exercised as a tree soul incorporate in a tree, he still continues to wield as a god of trees. This I shall now attempt to prove in detail. I shall show, first, that trees considered as animate beings are credited with the power of making the rain to fall, the sun to shine, flocks and herds to multiply, and women to bring forth easily. And, second, that the very same powers are attributed to tree gods conceived as anthropomorphic beings or as actually incarnate in living men. Cita note, trees supposed to give rain and sunshine. First, then, trees, or tree spirits are believed to give rain and sunshine. When the missionary Jerome of Prague was persuading the heathen Lithuanians to fell their sacred groves, a multitude of women besought the Prince of Lithuania to stop them, saying that with the woods he was destroying the house of God from which they had been wont to get rain and sunshine. 182. The Mundaris and Assam think that if a tree in the sacred grove is felled, the sylvan gods evince their displeasure by withholding rain. 183. In order to procure rain, the inhabitants of Monyo, a village in the Sogdian district of Upper Burma, chose the largest tamarind tree near the village and named it the haunt of the spirit, Natu, controls the rain. Then they offered bread, cocoa nuts, plantains, and fowls to the guardian spirit of the village and to the spirit who gives rain, and they prayed, O Lord Nat, have pity on us poor mortals, and stay not the rain. Inasmuch as our offering is given ungrudgingly, let the rain fall day and night. Afterwards libations were made in honor of the spirit of the tamarind tree. And still later 3 elderly women, dressed in fine clothes and wearing necklaces and earrings, sang the rain song. 184. In Cambodia each village or province has its sacred tree, the abode of a spirit. If the rains are late, the people sacrifice to the tree. 185. In time of drought, the elders of the Wakamba in East Africa assemble and take a calabash of cider and a goat to a baobab tree, where they kill the goat but do not eat it. 186. When Ovambo women go out to sow corn, they take with them in the basket of C2 green branches of a particular kind of tree, Pelto from African Msand, one of which they plant in the field along with the first seed sown. The branch is believed to have the power of attracting rain. Hence in one of the native dialects the tree goes by the name of the rain bush. 187. To extort rain from the tree spirit, a branch is sometimes dipped in water, as we have seen above. 188. In such cases the spirit is doubtless supposed to be immanent in the branch, and the water, thus applied to the spirit, produces rain by a sort of sympathetic magic, exactly as we saw that in New Caledonia the rainmakers pour water on a skeleton, believing that the soul of the deceased will convert the water into rain. 189. There is hardly room to doubt that Madhart is right in explaining as a rain charm the European custom of drenching with water the trees which are cut at certain popular festivals, as Midsummer, Whitsuntide, and Harvest. 190. Cita note, tree spirits supposed to make the crops grow. Again, tree spirits make the crops to grow. Amongst the Mundaris every village has its sacred grove, and the grove deities are held responsible for the crops, and are especially honored at all the great agricultural festivals. 191. The Negroes of the Gold Coast are in the habit of sacrificing at the foot of certain tall trees, and they think that if one of these were felled all the fruits of the earth would perish. 192. Before harvest the Wabonde of East Africa sacrifice a goat to the spirit that lives in baobab trees. The blood is poured into a hole at the foot of one of the trees. If the sacrifice were omitted, the spirit would send disease and death among the people. 193. The Galas dance in couples round sacred trees, praying for good harvest. Every couple consists of a man and woman who are linked together by a stick, of which each holds one end. Under their arms they carry green corn or grass. 194. Swedish peasants stick a leafy branch in each furrow of their cornfields, believing that this will sit a note, the harvest may ensure an abundant crop. 195. The same idea comes out in the German and French custom of the harvest may. This is a large branch or a whole tree, which is decked with ears of corn, brought home on the last wagon from the harvest field, and fastened on the roof of the farmhouse or of the barn, where it remains for a year. Madhart has proved that this branch or tree embodies the tree spirit conceived as the spirit of vegetation in general, whose vivifying and fructifying influence is thus brought to bear upon the corn in particular. Hence in Swabia the harvest may is fastened amongst the last stalks of corn left standing on the field. In other places it is planted on the cornfield and the last sheaf cut is attached to its trunk. 196. The harvest may of Germany has its counterpart in the Erigione of ancient Greece. 197. The Erigione was a branch of olive or laurel, bound about with ribbons, and hung with a variety of fruits. This branch was carried in procession at a harvest festival and was fastened over the door of the house, where it remained for a year. The object of preserving the harvest may or the Erigione for a year is that the life-giving virtue of the bough may foster the growth of the crops throughout the year. By the end of the year the virtue of the bough was supposed to be exhausted and it is replaced by a new one. Following a similar train of thought, some of the Dayaks of Sarawak are careful at the rice harvest to take up the roots of a certain bulbous plant, which bears a beautiful crown of white and fragrant flowers. These roots are preserved with the rice in the granary, and are planted again with the seed rice in the following season. 4. The Dayaks say that the rice will not grow unless a plant of this sort be in the field. 198. Cite a note. Customs like the harvest may in India and Africa. Customs like that of the harvest may appear to exist in India and Africa. At a harvest festival of the Lhosai of southeastern India, the chief goes with his people into the forest and fells a large tree, which is then carried into the village and set up in the midst. Sacrifice is offered, and spirits and rice are poured over the tree. The ceremony closes with a feast and a dance, at which the unmarried men and girls are the only performers. 199. Among the Bechuanas the hackthorn is very sacred, and it would be a serious offense to cut a bough from it and carry it into the village during the rainy season. But when the corn is ripe in the ear, the people go with axes, and each man brings home a branch of the sacred hackthorn, with which they repair the village cattle yard. 200. According to another authority, it is a rule with the Bechuanas that neither the hookthorn nor the milk tree must be cut down while the corn is on the ground, for this, they think, would prevent rain. When I was at Latako, though Mr. Hamilton stood in much need of some milk tree timber, he durst not supply himself till all the corn was gathered in. 201. Many tribes of southeastern Africa will not cut down timber while the corn is green, fearing that if they did so, the crops would be destroyed by blight, hail, or early frost. 202. The heathen Chermis, in the Russian government of Kazan, will not fell trees, mow grass, or dig the ground while the corn is in bloom. 203. Again, the fructifying power of the trees put forth at seed time as well as at harvest. Among the Aryan tribes of Gilgit, on the northwestern frontier of India, the sacred tree is the chili, a species of cedar, Junipers excelsa. At the beginning of wheat sowing, the people receive from the Raja's granary a quantity of wheat, which is placed in a skin mixed with sprigs of the sacred cedar. A large bonfire of the cedar wood is lighted, and the wheat which is to be sown is held over the smoke. The rest is ground and made into a large cake, which is baked on the same fire and given to the plowman. 204. Here the intention of fertilizing the seed by means of the sacred cedar is unmistakable. Cite a note. Fertilizing virtue attributed to trees. In all these cases, the power of fostering the growth of crops, and, in general, of cultivated plants, is ascribed to trees. The ascription is not unnatural, for the tree is the largest and most powerful member of the vegetable kingdom, and man is familiar with it before he takes to cultivating corn. Hence he naturally places the feebler and, to him, newer plant under the dominion of the older and more powerful. Cite a note. Tree spirits make herds to multiply and women to bring forth. Again, the tree spirit makes the herds to multiply and blesses women with offspring. The sacred chili or cedar of Gilgit was supposed to possess this virtue in addition to that of fertilizing the corn. At the commencement of wheat sowing, 3 chosen unmarried youths, after undergoing daily washing and purification for 3 days, used to start for the mountain where the cedars grew, taking with them wine, oil, bread, and fruit of every kind. Having found a suitable tree, they sprinkled the wine and oil on it, while they ate the bread and fruit as a sacrificial feast. Then they cut off the branch and brought it to the village, where, amid general rejoicing, it was placed on a large stone, beside running water. A goat was then sacrificed, its blood poured over the cedar branch, and a wild dance took place, in which weapons were brandished about, and the head of the slaughtered goat was borne aloft, after which it was set up as a mark for arrows and bullet practice. Every good shot was rewarded with a gourd full of wine and some of the flesh of the goat. When the flesh was finished, the bones were thrown into the stream and a general ablution took place, after which every man went to his house taking with him a spray of the cedar. On arrival at his house he found the door shut in his face, and on his knocking for admission, his wife asked, "What have you brought?" To which he answered, "If you want children, I have brought them to you. If you want food, I have brought it. If you want cattle, I have brought them. Whatever you want, I have it." The door was then opened and he entered, with the cedar spray. The wife then took some of the leaves, and pouring wine and water on them placed them on the fire, and the rest were sprinkled with flour and suspended from the ceiling. She then sprinkled flour on her husband's head and shoulders, and addressed him thus, "I, Sherry Bakertham, son of the fairies, you have come from far." Sherry Bakertham, the dreadful king, being the form of address to the cedar, when praying for wants to be fulfilled. The next day the wife baked a number of cakes, and taking them with her, drove the family goats to the chilly stone. When they were collected round the stone, she began to pelt them with pebbles, invoking the chilly at the same time. According to the direction in which the goats ran off, omens were drawn as to the number and sex of the kids expected during the ensuing year. Walnuts and pomegranates were then placed on the chilly stone, the cakes were distributed and eaten, and the goats followed to pasture in whatever direction they showed a disposition to go. For 5 days afterwards this song was sung in all the houses. "Dread fairy king, I sacrifice before you, how nobly do you stand. You have filled up my house, you have brought me a wife when I had not one, instead of daughters you have given me sons. You have shown me the ways of right, you have given me many children." 205. Cita note, fertilizing virtue attributed to trees. Here the driving of the goats to the stone on which the cedar had been placed is clearly meant to impart to them the fertilizing influence of the cedar. In northern India the Implica officinalis is a sacred tree. On the 11th of the month Falcon, February, libations are poured at the foot of the tree, a red or yellow string is bound about the trunk, and prayers are offered to it for the fruitfulness of women, animals, and crops. 206. Again, in northern India the cocoa nut is esteemed one of the most sacred fruits, and is called Srifala, or the fruit of Sri, the goddess of prosperity. It is the symbol of fertility, and all through Upper India is kept in shrines and presented by the priests to women who desire to become mothers. 207. In the town of Kwa, near Old Calabar, there used to grow a palm tree which ensured conception to any barren woman who ate a nut from its branches. 208. Insert a note, influence of May trees on cattle. Europe the May tree or maypole is apparently supposed to possess similar powers over both women and cattle. Thus in some parts of Germany on the 1st of May the peasants set up May trees, or May bushes at the doors of stables and byres, one for each horse and cow. This is thought to make the cows yield much milk. 209. Of the Irish, we are told that they fancy a green bough of a tree, fastened on May Day against the house, will produce plenty of milk that summer. 210. In Suffolk there was an old custom, observed in most farmhouses, that any servant who could bring in a branch of hawthorn in blossom on the 1st of May was entitled to a dish of cream for breakfast. 211. Similarly, in parts of Cornwall, till certainly 10 years ago, any child who brought to a dairy on May morning a piece of hawthorn in bloom, or a piece of fresh bracken, long enough to surround the earthenware bowl in which cream is kept, was given a bowl of cream. 212. On May Day English milkmaids used to dance with garlands on their pails. One May morning long ago Pepys on his way to Westminster saw many of them dancing thus to the music of a fiddle while pretty Nell Gwyn, in her smock sleeves and bodice, watched them from the door of her lodgings in Drury Lane. 213. Cita note, May tree or May bush a protection against witchcraft. However in these and similar European customs it seems that the influence of the tree, bush, or bough is really protective rather than generative. It does not so much fill the udders of the cows as prevent them from being drained dry by witches, who ride on broomsticks or pitchforks through the air on the eve of May Day, the famous Walpurgis night, and make great efforts to steal the milk from the kettle. Hence, the many precautions which the prudent herdsman must take to guard his beasts at this season from the raids of these baleful creatures. 4. Example: on May morning the Irish scatter primroses on the threshold, keep a piece of red-hot iron on the hearth, or twine branches of whitethorn and mountain ash or rowan about the door. To save the milk, they cut and peel boughs of mountain ash, rowan, and bind the twigs round the milk pails and the churn. 214. According to a writer of the 16th century, whose description is quoted by Camden, the Irish account every woman who fetches fire on May Day a witch, nor will they give it to any but sick persons, and that with an imprecation, believing she will steal all the butter the next summer. On May Day they kill all the hares they find among their cattle, supposing them the old women who have designs on the butter. They imagine the butter so stolen may be recovered if they take some of the thatch hanging over the door and burn it. 215. In the northeast of Scotland pieces of rowan tree and woodbine, or of rowan alone, used to be placed over the doors of the cowhouses on May Day to keep the witches from the kine. And a still better way of attaining the same object was to tie a cross of rowan tree wood with a scarlet thread to each animal's tail. 216. The Highlanders of Scotland believe that on Beltane Eve, that is the night before May Day, the witches go about in the shape of hares and suck the milk from the cows. To guard against their depredations, tar was put behind the ears of the cattle and at the root of the tail, and the house was hung with rowan tree. 217. For the same reason the Highlanders say that the peg of the cow shackle and the handle and cross of the churn staff should always be made of rowan, because that is the most potent charm against witchcraft. 218. In the Isle of Man on May Day, old style, people carried crosses of rowan in their hats and fastened mayflowers over their doors as a protection against elves and witches, and for the same purpose they tied crosses of rowan to the tails of the kettle. Also, women wash their faces in the dew early on May morning in order to secure good luck, a fine complexion, and immunity from witches. Further, the break of day on that morning was the signal for setting the ling or gorse on fire, which was done for the sake of burning out the witches, who are wont to take the shape of hares. In some places, indeed, as in the Lesser parish, the practice was to burn gorse in the hedge of every field to drive away the witches, who are still feared in the Isle of Man. 219. In Norway and Denmark branches of rowan are set a note, precautions against witchcraft on May Day and Walpurgis night. Similarly used to protect houses and cattle stalls against witches on Walpurgis night, and there too, it is thought that the churn staff should be made of rowan. 220. In Germany a common way of keeping witches from the cattle on Walpurgis night is to chalk up 3 crosses on the door of the cow house. 221. Branches of buckthorn stuck in the muck heaps on the eve of May Day answer the same purpose. 222. In Silesia the precautions taken at this season against witches are many and various. For example, pieces of buckthorn are nailed crosswise over the door of the cow house. Pitchforks and harrows, turned upside down, with the prongs pointing outwards, are placed at the doors. And a sod of fresh turf from a meadow is laid before the threshold and strewed with marsh marigolds. Before the witches can pass the threshold, they must count every blade of grass in the turf and every petal of the marigolds. And while they are still counting, the day breaks and their power is gone. For the same reason little birch trees are set up at the house door, because the witches cannot enter the house till they have counted all the leaves. And before they have done the sum it is broad daylight, and they must flee away with the shadows. 223. On Walpurgis night the Germans of Moravia put knives under the threshold of the cowhouse and twigs of birch at the door and in the muck heap to keep the witches from the cows. 224. For the same purpose the Bohemians at this season lay branches of gooseberry bushes, hawthorn, and wild rose trees on the thresholds of the cowhouses, because the witches are caught by the thorns and can get no farther. 225. We now see why thorny trees and bushes, whether hawthorn, buckthorn, or what not, afford protection against witchcraft. They serve as prickly hedges through which the witches cannot force their way. But this explanation clearly does not apply to the mountain ash and the birch. Cite a note: influence of tree spirits on cattle among the Wends, Esthonians, and Syracusans. On the 2nd of July some of the Wends used to set up an oak tree in the middle of the village with an iron cock fastened to its top. Then they danced round it, and drove the cattle round it to make them thrive. 226. Some of the Esthonians believe in a mischievous spirit called Metsik, who lives in the forest and has the wheel of the cattle in his hands. Every year a new image of him is prepared. On an appointed day all the villagers assemble and make a straw man, dress him in clothes, and take him to the common pasture land of the village. Here the figure is fastened to a high tree, round which the people dance noisily. On almost every day of the year prayer and sacrifice are offered to him that he may protect the cattle. Sometimes, the image of Metsik is made of a corn sheaf and fastened to a tall tree in the wood. The people perform strange antics before it to induce Metsik to guard the corn and the cattle. 227. The Syracusans regard the pear tree as the protector of cattle. So they cut down a young pear tree in the forest, branch it, and carry it home, where it is adored as a divinity. Almost every house has one such pear tree. In autumn, on the day of the festival, the tree is carried into the house with great ceremony to the sound of music and amid the joyous cries of all the inmates, who compliment it on its fortunate arrival. It is covered with candles, and a cheese is fastened to its top. Round about it they eat, drink, and sing. Then they bid the tree goodbye and take it back to the courtyard, where it remains for the rest of the year, set up against the wall, without receiving any mark of respect. 228. Cite a note: tree spirits grant offspring or an easy delivery to women. In the Tuho tribe of Maoris the power of making women fruitful is ascribed to trees. These trees are associated with the navel strings of definite mythical ancestors, as indeed the navel strings of all children used to be hung upon them down to quite recent times. A barren woman had to embrace such a tree with her arms, and she received a male or a female child according as she embraced the east or the west side. 229. The common European custom of placing a green bush on May Day before or on the house of a beloved maiden probably originated in the belief of the fertilizing power of the tree spirit. 230. In some parts of Bavaria, such bushes are set up also at the houses of newly married pairs, and the practice is only omitted if the wife is near her confinement. For in that case they say that the husband has set up a May bush for himself. 231. Among the South Slavonians a barren woman, who desires to have a child, places a new chemise upon the fruitful tree on the eve of St. George's Day. Next morning before sunrise she examines the garment, and if she finds that some living creature has crept on it, she hopes that her wish will be fulfilled within the year. Then she puts on the chemise, confident that she will be as fruitful as the tree on which the garment has passed the night. 232. Among the Karakurgis barren women roll themselves on the ground under a solitary apple tree, in order to obtain offspring. 233. Some of the hill tribes of India have a custom of marrying the bride and bridegroom to two trees before they are married to each other. For example, among the Mundas the bride touches with red lead a mawa tree, clasps it in her arms, and is tied to it. And the bridegroom goes through a like ceremony with a mango tree. 234. The intention of the custom may perhaps be to communicate to the newly wedded pair the vigorous reproductive power of the trees. 235. Lastly, the power of granting to women an easy delivery at childbirth is ascribed to trees both in Sweden and Africa. In some districts of Sweden there was formerly a barträd or guardian tree, lime, ash, or elm, in the neighborhood of every farm. No one would pluck a single leaf of the sacred tree, any injury to which was punished by a lack or sickness. Pregnant women used to clasp the tree in their arms in order to ensure an easy delivery. 236. In some Negro tribes of the Congo region, pregnant women make themselves garments out of the bark of a certain sacred tree, because they believe that this tree delivers them from the dangers that attend childbearing. 237. The story that Leto clasped a palm tree and an olive tree or two laurel trees, when she was about to give birth to the divine twins Apollo and Artemis, perhaps, points to a similar Greek belief in the efficacy of certain trees to facilitate delivery. 238. Footnote 5. Caesar, Bell. Gaul. Vi. 25. Footnote 6. Julian, Fogum. 4, ed. Hertmann, pages 608 sq. On the vast woods of Germany, their coolness and shade, see also Pliny, Nat. Hist. XVI. 5. Footnote 7. Ch. Elton, Origins of English History, London, 1882, pages 3, 106, sq. 224. Footnote 8. W. Helbig, Die Adeliger Interpobien, Leipzig, 1879, pages 25 sq. Footnote 9. H. Nissen, Italisch Landeskund, I. Berlin, 1883, pages 431 sqq. Footnote 10. Livy, X. 36-38. The Ciminian Mountains, Monte Cimino, are still clothed with dense woods of majestic oaks and chestnuts. Modern writers suppose that Livy has exaggerated the terrors and difficulties of the forest. C. G. Dennis, Cities and Cemeteries of Etruria, 3rd, ed. I. 146-149. Footnote 11. C. Newman on J. Parch, Physikalische Geographie von Griechenland, Berlau, 1885, pages 357 sqq. I am told that the dark blue waters of the Lake of Phineus, which still reflected the somber pine forests of the surrounding mountains when I traveled in Arcadia in the bright, unforgettable autumn days of 1895, have since disappeared, the subterranean chasms which drain this basin having been, whether accidentally or artificially, cleared so as to allow the pent-up waters to escape. The acres which the peasants have thereby added to their fields will hardly console future travelers for the loss of the watery mirror, which was one of the most beautiful, as it was one of the rarest, scenes in the parched land of Greece. Footnote 12. J. Grimm, Deutsche Mythologie, 4th ed. I. 53 sqq. O. Schrader, Rilxikon der Indo-Germanischen Altertumskunde, Strasbourg, 1901, SV. Temple, pages 855 sqq. Footnote 13. Pliny, Nat. Hist. XVI. 249 sqq. Maximus Tyrius, Dissert. V. 8. Footnote 14. O. Schrader, Obsit. Pages 857 sq. Footnote 15. Tacitus, Germania, 9, 39, 40, 43. Id. Annals, E. 12, Iv. 73. Id. Hist. Iv. 14. J. Grimm, Deutsche Mythologie, 4th ed., pp. 541 sqq. Bavaria lands on Volkesken des König Reichsbayern, E. 929 sq. Footnote 16. J. Grimm, Deutsche Rechtsliteratur, pages 519 sq. W. Mannhardt, Baumkultus, Berlin, 1875, pages 26 sqq. Footnote 17. Adam of Bremen, Discretio Insularum Aquilinus, 27, Mignes, Patrologia Latina, vol. CXLVI. Call 644. Footnote 18. L. Ledger, La Mythologie Slave, Paris, 1901, pages 73-75, 188-190. Footnote 19. Matthias Miov, De Sarmatia Asiana Aethiopia, in Simon, Grinosis Novus Orbis Redonum ac Insularum Veteribus Incognitorum, Paris, 1532, pages 455 sq. Raleigh numbered 445. 446. Martin, Cromer, The Origine et Rebus Gestis Pollinarum, Basel, 1568, pages 241. Fabricius, Livnaceae Historiae Compendiosa Series, Scriptores Rerum, Livonacarum, E. Riga and Leipzig, 1848, pages 441. Footnote 20. C.C. Botticher, Der Baumkultus der Hellenen, Berlin, 1856. L. Preller, Römisch Mythologie, 3rd. ed. I. 105-114. Footnote 21. The Classical Review, Zix. 1905, pages 331, referring to an inscription found in Kos some years ago. Footnote 22. Pliny, Nat. Hist. XV. 77. Tacitus, Anne. G. 58. The fig tree is represented on Roman coins and on the great marble reliefs which stand in the Forum. See Babylon, Monoliths de l'Art Public Romain, E. 336 SQ. Arlanciani, Ruins and Excavations of Ancient Rome, London, 1897, pages 258. E. Peterson, Vom Alten Rom, Leipzig, 1900, pages 26, 27. Footnote 23. Plutarch, Romulus, 20. Footnote 24. K. Ram, Der Heidnisch Gottesdienst des Finnischen Stamms, Globus, LXVII. 1895, pages 343, 348. This article is an abstract of a Finnish Boksvaman Sivun Pakanillan and Jumalan Palvelis, by J. Krohn, Helsingfors, 1894. Footnote 25. Heilig Baum der Finnen, Globus, Lix. 1891, pages 350, SQ. Footnote 26. P.S. Palace, Rees durch verschiedene Provinzen des Preußischen Reichs, St. Petersburg, 1771-1776, E. 60 SQ. Footnote 27. Porphyry, The Abstinentia, I. 6. This was an opinion of the Stoic and Peripatetic philosophy. Footnote 28. Washington Matthews, Ethnography and Philology of the Hidatsa, Indians, Washington, 1877, pages 48 SQ. Footnote 29. L. H. Morgan, League of the Iroquois, Rochester, 1851, pages 162, 164. Footnote 30. J. L. Kraft, Travels, Researches, and Missionary Labors during an 18 years residence in Eastern Africa, London, 1860, pages 198. Footnote 31. Reverend Lorimer Fisson, in a letter to the author dated November 3, 1898. Footnote 32. J. Teat, The Thompson Indians of British Columbia, pages 349, Memoir of the American Museum of Natural History, The Jesup North Pacific Expedition, Vol. I. Part F. Footnote 33. C. Hube, Over de Godsdienst, Zetten ens der Dutchakers, de Schrift, voor Nederlands Indie, 1846, Batavia, DLE. Pages 158. Footnote 34. De la Loubert, de Royaume de Siam, Amsterdam, 1691, I. 382. Compare Manager Bruguière, in Annales de l'Association de la Propagation de la Foi, v. 1831, pages 127. Footnote 35. The Buddhist conception of trees as animated often comes out in the Jatakas. For example, C.H. Oldenburg, Die Religion des Veda, pp. 259 SQQ. The Jataka, BKZ. Number 465, Volet pages 96 SQQ. English translation edited by E.B. Cowell. Footnote 36. J.J.M. de Groot, The Religious System of China, Inv. Latin, 1901, pages 272 SQQ. Footnote 37. J.J.M. de Groot, The Religious System of China, v. Latin, 1907, pages 663. Footnote 38. F.S. Kraus, Volksglaube und Religiöse Bruch der Satzhaven, Munster I. W. 1890, pages 33. Footnote 39. A.B. Ellis, The You-Speaking Peoples of the Slave Coast, London, 1890, pages 49 SQQ. Compared. The TSHI-Speaking Peoples of the Gold Coast, London, 1887, pages 34 SQQ. Missions Catholiques, X. 1877, pages 71. Footnote 40. G. Maspero, Histoire ancienne des peuples de l'Orient classique, Les Origines, Paris, 1895, pages 121 SQ. Footnote 41. Marola, Voyage to Congo, in Pinkerton's Voyages and Travels, XVI. 236. Footnote 42. C. C. van der Decken, Reisen in Ostafrika, Leipzig and Heidelberg, 1869–1871, I. 216. The writer does not describe the mode of appeasing the tree spirit in the case mentioned. As to the Wanaka beliefs, see above, pages 12. Footnote 43. Sir Harry Johnston, The Uganda Protectorate, London, 1902, e. 832. Footnote 44. J. B. Alderand, Voyage au Senegal, Paris, 1802, pages 119. Footnote 45. S. J. Curtis, Primitive Semitic Religion Today, Chicago, 1902, p. 94. Footnote 46. A. d'Orbigny, Voyage dans l'Amérique Méridionale, Paris and Strasbourg, 1839–1843, e. 157, 159 SQ. Footnote 47. A. W. Niwenahuas, in Central Borneo, Latin, 1900, I. 146. Footnote 48. H. H. Romilly, From My Veranda in New Guinea, London, 1889, pages 86. Footnote 49. D. C. J. Ibbotson, Outlines of Punjab Ethnography, Calcutta, 1883, pages 120. Footnote 50. W. von Schulenberg, Volkskundliche Mitteilungen aus der Mark, Verhandlungen der Berliner Gesellschaft für Anthropologie, Ethnologie und Geschichte, 1896, pages 189. Comparation on W. Schwartz, Norddeutsche Sagen, Marken und Gebräuche, pages 407, section 142. E. Meyer, Deutsche Sagen, Sitten und Gebräuche aus Schwaben, pages 463, section 208. A. Kuhn, Sagen, Gebräuche und Marken aus Westfalen, e. pages 108 SQ. Cubic millimeter 326, 327, pages 116, cubic millimeter 356, 358. A. Berlinger, Volkstümliches aus Schwaben, I. pages 464 SQ. Section 6. K. Bartsch, Sagen, Marken und Gebräuche aus Mecklenburg, e. 228 SQ. W. Kolb, Hessisch, Volkssitten und Gebräuche, 2nd ed., pages 29. Arndrey, Braunschweiger Volkskunde, Brunswick, 1896, pages 234. Arwutki, Sächsische Volkskunde 2nd ed., Dresden, 1901, pages 370. The custom has been discussed by Eugen, Die Deutschen Opfergebräuche bei Ackerbau, Unversucht, Berlau, 1884, pages 214–220. He comes to the conclusion, which I cannot but regard as erroneous, that the custom was in origin a rational precaution to keep the caterpillars from the trees. Compare the marriage of trees, below, pages 24 SQQ. Footnote 51. J. Aubrey, Remains of Gentilism and Judaism, London, 1881, p. 247. Footnote 52. Peter Jones, History of the Ojibwe Indians, pages 104. Footnote 53. J. J. M. de Groot, Religious System of China, Iv. 274. Footnote 54. A. Peter, Volkstümliches aus Österreichisch Skulsien, Troppau, 1865-67, E. 30. Footnote 55. P. Wagler, Die Alter und Neue Zeit, E. Berlin, 1891, p. 56. Note 1. Footnote 56. A. Bastian, in Don't Scene, I. 154. Compare id. Die Volker des Auslichen Scene, E. 457 SQ. E. 251 SQ. Iv. 42 SQ. Footnote 57. J. de los Reyes y Florentino, die Religios in Anschauungen der Eloquenen, Luzon, Mitteilungen der K. Geograph. Gesellschaften, Wien, XXXI. 1888, pages 556. Footnote 58. F. Gardner, Philippine, Tagalog, Superstitions, Journal of American Folklore, Zix. 1906, pages 191. These superstitions are translated from an old and rare work La Práctica del Ministerio, by Padre Tomás Ortiz, Manila, 1713. Footnote 59. Th. Noldik, Tiger Text, Zeitschrift für Assyriologie, XXIV. 1910, pages 298, referring to E. Littman, Publications of the Princeton Expedition to Abyssinia, Latin, 1910. Footnote 60. J. Spithe, Die Ustam, Berlin, 1906, pages 394-396. Footnote 61. J. H. Newman, De Tunde in Verband mit Siedechung, Mededelingen, van Wijheid Nederlandsche Zendelingen Uchap, XLVIII. 1904, pp. 124 SQ. Footnote 62. From a letter of the Reverend J. Roscoe, written in Busoga, May 21, 1908. Footnote 63. Satapatha Brahmana, translated by J. Egling, Part 2. Pages 165, SQ. Sacred Books of the East, Vol XXVI. H. Oldenburg, Die, Religion des Veda, pages 256 SQ. Footnote 64. De la Lubert, De Royaume de Siam, Amsterdam, 1691, I. 383. Footnote 65. G. Turner, Samoa, pages 63. Footnote 66. IV. Zinchel, Der Heilige Bombay Notters, Zeitschrift für Deutsche Mythologie und Sichtenkunde, Iv. 1859, pages 33 SQQ. According to Lucan, Frazer. E. 429-431, the soldiers whom Caesar ordered to cut down the sacred oak grove of the Druids at Marseille, believed that the axes would rebound from the trees and wound themselves. Footnote 67. W. W. Skeet, Malay Magic, pages 198 SQ. As to the durian tree and its fruit, C. A. R. Wallace, The Malay Archipelago 6th ed., London, 1877, pages 74 SQQ. Footnote 68. W. G. Aston, Shinto, London, 1905, pages 165. Footnote 69. F. S. Krauss, Volksglaube und Religiöse Brauch der Satzaven, p. 34. A. Strausch, Die Bulgaren, Leipzig, 1898, pages 352. Compare R.F. Kendall, Aus der Volksüberlieferung der Boken, Globus, LXXIX. 1901, pages 152. Footnote 70. G. Peiter, Spettacoli e Fest Popolari, Palermo, 1881, pages 221. Id. Usi Costumi, Credens e Pregiudizi del Popolo Siciliano, e. Palermo, 1889, pages 111. G. Voulier, Chez les magiciens et les sorciers de la Coraz, Tour du Monde, NSV. 1899, pages 512. Footnote 71. M. Shiraz, Notes sur la mythologie arménienne, Transactions of the 9th International Congress of Orientalists, London, 1893, E. 827. Compare Emma Begin, Der Armenische Volksglaube, Leipzig, 1899, p. 60. Footnote 72. G. Finnemore, Credens, Usi, Costumi Bruzzesi, Palermo, 1890, pp. 162 SQ. Footnote 73. Georgikas et Pinot, Folklore de Lesbos, Paris, 1894, pages 354. Footnote 74. Buchler Kreutzwald, Der Esten Abergläubische Gebräuch, Weissenund, Joan Hayden, St. Petersburg, 1854, pages 134. Footnote 75. M. J. van Barda, Fabeln, Verlin, en overleveringen der Galeeriezen, Bitrigen tot de Talland en Volkenkunde van, Nederlandsch Indie, XLV. 1895, pages 511. Footnote 76. A. G. Voderman, Planten Animism op Java, Tasmania, No. 2, 1896, pages 59 SQ. Internationales Archive for Ethnography, X. 1896, pages 175. Footnote 77. A. G. Voderman, Ob Sit. Pages 60. Internationales Archive for Ethnography, X. 1896, pages 176. Footnote 78. A. G. Voderman, Ob Sit. Pages 61 to 63. Footnote 79. A. de Humboldt, Voyage aux régions équinoxiales du Nouveau Continent, E. Paris, 1819, pages 369 SQ. 429 SQ. Footnote 80. Elston Best, Maori Nomenclature, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XXXII. 1902, pages 197. Footnote 81. Herodotus, I. 193. Theophrastus, Historia Plantarum, E. 8. 4. Pliny, Nut. Hist. G. 31, 34 SQ. In this passage Pliny states that naturalists distinguish the sexes of all trees and plants. On Assyrian monuments a winged figure is often represented holding an object which looks like a pine cone to a palm tree. This scene has been ingeniously and with great probability explained by Professor E.B. Tyler as the artificial fertilization of the date palm by means of the male inflorescence. See his paper in Proceedings of the Society of Biblical Archaeology, Z. 1890, pages 383 to 393. On the artificial fertilization of the date palm, C.C. Ritter, Vergliisch and Erdkind, von Arabien, Berlin, 1847, E. 811, 827 SQ. Footnote 82. Dietschwolsohn, Die Sabier under Sobismus, St. Petersburg, 1856, E. 36, 251. Muhammad forbade the artificial fertilization of the palm, probably because of the superstitions attaching to the ceremony. But he had to acknowledge his mistake. C.D.S. Margoliouth, Muhammad and the Rise of Islam, pages 230, a passage pointed out to me by Dr. A. W. Verrill. Footnote 83. Sir W. H. Sleeman, Rambles and Recollections of an Indian Official, Westminster, 1893, I. 38 SQ. Compare Census of India, 1901, Volgi, Central Provinces, Part I. Pages 92. Footnote 84. Journal of the Asiatic Society of Bengal, LXXII, Part E. Calcutta, 1904, pages 42. Footnote 85. J. A. Dubois, Maurice, Institutions et Cérémonies des Peuples de l'Inde, Paris, 1825, E. 448 SQ. Monier Williams, Religious Life and Thought in India, pages 333 to 335. W. Crook, Popular Religion and Folklore of Northern India, Westminster, 1896, E. 110 SQ. According to another account, it is Vishnu, not Krishna, to whom the holy plant is annually married in every pious Hindu family. C. Census of India, 1901, vol. XVIII, Baroda, pages 125. Footnote 86. Sir Henry M. Elliot, Memoirs on the History, Folklore, and Distribution of the Races of the Northwestern Provinces of India, edited by J. Beams, London, 1869, I. 233 SQ. Footnote 87. W. Crook, Obs. Cit. I. 49. Footnote 88. Sir W. H. Sleeman, Rambles and Recollections of an Indian Official, Westminster, 1893, I. 147-149, 175. The salagramma is commonly perforated in one or more places by worms or, as the Hindus believe, by the legendary insect Vatrakita or by Vishnu himself. The value of the fossil shell depends on its color and the number of its convolutions and holes. The black are prized as gracious embodiments of Vishnu. The violet are shunned as dangerous avatars of the god. He who possesses a black salagramma keeps it wrapped in white linen, washes and adores it daily. A draught of the water in which the shell has been washed is supposed to purge away all sin and to secure the temporal and eternal welfare of the drinker. These fossils are found in Nepal, in the upper course of the river Gandaka, a northern tributary of the Ganges. Hence the district goes by the name of Salagrami, and is highly esteemed for its sanctity. A visit to it confers great merit on a man. See Sonorat, Voyage Owens, Orientales et Alakine, Paris, 1782, I. 173 SQ. J. A. Dubois, Maurice, Institutions et Cérémonies des Peuples de l'Inde, Paris, 1825, E. 446-448. Sir W. H. Sleeman, Obs. Cit. I. 148 SQ. With the editor's notes. Monier Williams, Religious Thought and Life in India, pages 69 SQ. G. Watt, Dictionary of the Economic Products of India, Vi. Part 2. London and Calcutta, 1893, pages 384. W. Crook, Obs. Cit. E. 164 SQ. Indian Antiquary, XXV. 1896, pages 146. G. Oppert, On the Original Inhabitants of Bharatavarsha or India, Westminster in Leipzig, 1893, pages 337-359. Id. Notes or less, Salagrammas, Comes Rendus de l'Académie des Inscriptions et Belles Lettres, Paris, 1900, pages 472-485. The shell derives its name of Ammonite from its resemblance to a ram's horn, recalling the ram god Ammon. Footnote 89. Digest Regeltrag and Philosophy, Chemnitz, 1759, pages 239 SQ. Eugen, Die Deutschen Opfergebrit bei Ackerbau Angesucht, pages 214 SQQ. See above, pages 17. Footnote 90. Van Schmid, Aantekeningen nopens te zetten, Gewoonten en gebruiken, etc., der bevolking van the Eland en Sapere, etc. Tijdschrift voor Nederlands Indie, 1843, Batavia, DLE. Pages 605. A. Bastian, Indocene, I. 156. Footnote 91. G.W.W.C. Baron van Hovel, Ambon en Meer Bepeldelijke, Oleazers, Dordrecht, 1875, pages 62. Footnote 92. G. A. Wilken, Het Animisme de Volken van het Indischen Archipel, The Indisch Gids, June 1884, pages 958. Id. Handleiding voor de Vergelijk en Volkenkunde van Nederlandsch Indie, Latin, 1893, pp. 549 SQ. Footnote 93. E.L.N. Kerr, Schipsenit Borneo's Westerafdeling, Bitrigen Todd, De Taalland en Volkenkunde van Nederlandsch Indie, XLVII. 1897, pages 58 SQ. Footnote 94. ACKRUIJT, Enige Ethnographisch Aantekeningen omtrent Tobunco en de Tamori, Mededelingen van Wijch het Nederlandsche, Zendelingenootschap, XLIV. 1900, pages 221. Footnote 95. De Grangine, Les Camet leurs Superstitions, Missions Catholiques, XXVIII. 1896, pages 83. Footnote 96. Indian Antiquary, I. 1872, pages 170. Footnote 97. ACKRUIJT, Enan ander engen het geestelijk en, maatschappelijk leven van den Poso Alfoer, Mededelingen van Wijch, het Nederlandsche Zendelingenootschap, XXXIX. 1895, pages 22, 138. Footnote 98. Ed. In het Ethnographisch Aantekeningen Trinidad Tobago en Timori, Ib. XLIV. 1900, pages 227. Footnote 99. C. Snauker Grange, Het Gagelen en Zine Booners, Batavia, 1903, pages 344, 345. Footnote 100. S. Gasson, The Deri Tribe, Native Tribes of South Australia, p. 280. A. W. Howitt, The Deri and Other Kindred Tribes of Central Australia, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XX. 1891, p. 89. Footnote 101. F. Blamentrit, der Cultus und I Religios Anchoingen der, Malien des Philippinen Archipels, Mitteilungen der Wiener GOGR. Gesellschaft, 1882, pages 159 SQ. Ed. Versachiner, Ethnography der Philippinen, Gotha, 1882, pages 13, 29, Petermans, Mitteilungen, Ergänzungsschrift, number 67. J. Mallet, Les Philippines, Paris, 1846, I. 63 SQ. Footnote 102. A. Schadenberg, Betrayt zur Kenntnis der Minor Nordlesons, Lebensstamm, Verhandlungen der Berliner Gesellschaft für Anthropologie, Ethnologie und Geschichte, 1888, pages 40. Footnote 103. F. Grabowski, Der Tod, etc., Baden de Jaken, Internationales, Archive für Ethnographie, E. 1889, pages 181. Footnote 104. H. Lowe, Sarawak, London, 1848, pages 264. Footnote 105. Mrs. Bishop, Korea and Her Neighbors, London, 1898, I. 106 SQ. Footnote 106. J. J. M. de Groot, Religious System of China, E. 462 SQQ. Iv. 277 SQ. Footnote 107. La Mission Linéiste d'Exploration Commerciale en Con 1895-1897, Lyons, 1898, pages 361. Footnote 108. Der Modikazemba und die Volkerstam der Moravis, Chivas, Mumbas, Lundes und Anir von Südafrika, Zeitschrift für Allgemein, Erdkunde, vi. 1856, pages 273. Footnote 109. Major A. G. Leonard, The Lower Niger and Its Tribes, London, 1906, pages 298 SQQ. Footnote 110. C. H. Partridge, Cross River Natives, London, 1905, pages 272 SQ. Footnote 111. C. H. Partridge, Obsit. Pages 5, 194, 205 SQ. Footnote 112. FSA de Klerk, de Westen Noordkust van Nederlandsch, New Guinea, dit schrift van het Khan. Nederlandsch Aardrijkskundig, Genootschap, Tweede Serie, X. 1893, pages 199. Footnote 113. Shamanism in Siberia and European Russia, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XXIV. 1895, pages 136. Footnote 114. Fr. Boas, in 6th Report on the Northwestern Tribes of Canada, p. 28. Separate reprint from the report of the British Association for 1890. Footnote 115. F.S. Krauss, Volksglaube und Religiöse Zerbruch der Sachsen, p. 36. Footnote 116. F.S. Krauss, Loxit. Footnote 117. Enid, E. 22 SQQ. Footnote 118. Philostratus, Imagines, E. 29. Footnote 119. Elands, Contes et Legends Adamites, No. 9, in Cochin Klein, Française, Excursions et Reconnaissances, No. 20, Saigon, 1885, p. 310. Footnote 120. A.B. Ellis, The Yoruba-Speaking Peoples of the Slave Coast of West Africa, pages 134 to 136. Footnote 121. B.C.A.J. van Denter, Enige Geographisch en Ethnographisch, Aantekeningen betreffend het Eilandsee, Tijdschrift voor, Indisch Taalland en Volkenkunde, XLI. 1899, pages 379 SQ. Footnote 122. E. Modigliani, Un Viaggio a Nias, Milan, 1890, pages 629. Footnote 123. O. Bowman, Usambara und seine Nachbargebiet, Berlin, 1891, pages 57, SQ. Footnote 124. Spencer and Gillen, Northern Tribes of Central Australia, pages 162, 330 SQ. Footnote 125. P. H. Pollock, Ethnography Nordostafrikas, Die Geistige Kultur, der Donaukiel, Gala und Sommel, Berlin, 1896, pages 34 SQ. On the Gala Worship of Trees, see further Manager Massaja, in Annales de la Propagation de la Foi, XXX. 1858, pages 50. Calbo, Apesta, Menelik, Missions Catholiques, XXX. 1898, pages 418. Footnote 126. J. Kuberry, Die Religion der Peller, in A. Bastians allerlei Vogues und Menschenkunde, I. 52. Id. Betrayed zur Kenntnis des Carolinen Archipels, E. Leiden, 1895, pages 228. Footnote 127. A.B. Ellis, The Yoruba-Speaking Peoples of the Slave Coast, pages 115. Footnote 128. ACKRUIJT, Ihnen ander engen het geestelijk en, maatschappelijk leven van den poso alfoer, mededelingen van wege, het Nederlandsche zendelingen uchap, XL. 1896, pages 28 SQ. Footnote 129. ACKRUIJT, Enige Ethnographisch Aantekeningen omtrent Tobunco en de Tamori, mededelingen van wege het Nederlandsche, zendelingen uchap, XLIV. 1900, pages 220 SQ. Footnote 130. ACKRUIJT, Opsit. Pages 242. Footnote 131. J. Obama, Bichtlufen de Preengeregenschappen, Bitrigen Todd, de Taalland en Volkenkunde van Nederlandsch Indie, XLI. 1900, pp. 113, 115. Footnote 132. G. Hamering, Zetten en Juwelten op het Eiland Roddy, Tijdschrift, voor Nederlands Indie, 1844, DLI. Pages 358. Footnote 133. C. Snauker Grange, Het Gagelen en Zine Booners, Batavia, 1903, pages 351. Footnote 134. Th. A.L. Heading, Beschrijving der Afdeling Grootmandeling, en Batang Nadel, dit schrift van het Nederlandsch Aardrijkskundig, Genootschap, Tweede Serie, Ziv. 1897, pages 289 SQ. Footnote 135. F. Blementrit, Versachiner Ethnography der Philippinen, Gotha, 1882, pages 13, Petermans Mitteilungen, Ergänzungsheft, number 67. C. Above, pages 18 SQ. Footnote 136. Crossland, quoted by H. Lingroth, The Natives of Sarawak and British, North Borneo, I. 286. Compare Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XXI. 1892, pages 114. Footnote 137. Letter du Cure de Santiago to Pélucan Scientifique, Bulletin de la Société de Géographie, Paris, Im. Série, E. 1834, pages 182 SQ. Footnote 138. J.T. Bend, The Cyclops, pages 37. Footnote 139. A. L. van Hasselt, Volksbeschrijving van Midden-Sumatra, Leiden, 1882, pages 156. Footnote 140. W. Crook, Popular Religion and Folklore of Northern India, Westminster, 1896, E. 87. Footnote 141. I. M. van Barda, Al de Halma Ira, Bulletins de la Société d'Anthropologie de Paris, Iv. 1893, pages 547. Footnote 142. L. Sternberg, Die Religion der Giliac, Archiver, Religionswissenschaft, v. 1905, pages 246. Footnote 143. W. Mannard, Belm Cultus, pages 83. Footnote 144. Journal of the Royal Asiatic Society, vi. 1843, pages 29. Footnote 145. A. Bastian, Indocene, I. 17. Footnote 146. J. Perham, C. Dayak Religion, Journal of the Straits Branch of the Royal Asiatic Society, No. 10, December 1882, pages 217. H. Lingroth, The Natives of Sarawak and British North Borneo, I. 184. Footnote 147. W. Kukenthil, Forschungsreisen dem Moluccan in Borneo, Frankfurt, 1896, pages 265 SQ. Footnote 148. Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XXV. 1896, pages 170. Footnote 149. E. T. Dalton, Descriptive Ethnology of Bengal, pages 186, 188. Compare, A. Bastian, Vokarstam and Brahmaputra, pages 9. Footnote 150. E. T. Dalton, Ob Cit. Pages 33. A. Bastian, Ob Cit. Pages 16. Compare, L. A. Waddell, The Tribes of the Brahmaputra Valley, Journal of the Asiatic Society of Bengal, LXIX. 1901, Part 3. Pages 16. W. Robertson, Smith, The Religion of the Semites, 2nd ed., pages 132 SQ. Footnote 151. E. T. Dalton, Ob Cit. Pages 25. A. Bastian, Ob Cit. Pages 37. Footnote 152. ACKRUIJT, Het Koppensnellen der Torajas van Middensleeps en, Zini Betty Kennis, Verslichen en Mededelingen der Koning. Academie, van Wetenschappen, Afdeling Letterkunde, 4. Reeks, E. 1899, p. 195. Footnote 153. A. W. Nyenhuis, in Central Borneo, Leiden, 1900, I. 146. Ed. Kerdurch Borneo, I. Leiden, 1904, pages 107. Footnote 154. Ed. Tweed Race van Punchianik naar Samarinda, de Schrift van Het Koning. NEDERLANDSCH Ardrikskundig Genootschap, 2. Serie, XVII. 1900, pages 427. Footnote 155. J. Perham, C. Dayak Religion, Journal of the Straits Branch of the Royal Asiatic Society, No. 10, December 1882, pages 217. H. Lingroth, The Natives of Sarawak and British North Borneo, I. 184. Footnote 156. Behagen, betrayed zur Kenntnis der Beteiligten, die Schrift, vor in die Staatsland en Volkenkund, XXVIII. 530, note. Footnote 157. W. W. Skeet, Malay Magic, pages 202. Footnote 158. E. Young, The Kingdom of the Yellow Robe, Westminster, 1898, pp. 192 SQ. Footnote 159. J. G. Scott and J. P. Hardiman, Gazetteer of Upper Burma and the Shan, States, Part I. Vol. I. Rangoon, 1900, pages 518 SQ. Footnote 160. Captain McPherson, in North Indian Notes and Queries, E. 112 section, 428. Footnote 161. W. Crook, Popular Religion and Folklore of Northern India, Westminster, 1896, E. 91. Footnote 162. A. Bastian, Die Völker des Ausgleichnissin, I. 134. The authority, quoted by Bastian, calls the people Kirklecoles. As to the Larklecoles, C. E. T. Dalton, Descriptive Ethnology of Bengal, pages 177 SQQ. Footnote 163. W. Crook, Tribes and Castes of the Northwestern Provinces and, Odd, Iv. 130. Footnote 164. S. Mateer, The Land of Charity, London, 1871, pages 206. Footnote 165. B. A. Healy, in Annual Report on British New Guinea for 1894-95, p. 57. Footnote 166. T. J. Hutchinson, Impressions of Western Africa, London, 1858, pp. 130 SQ. Footnote 167. Gallini, Mission dans la Haute Niger Asiku, Bulletin de la Société de Géographie, Paris, Vime Siri, v. 1883, pages 577 SQ. Footnote 168. C. H. M. Doughty, Travels in Arabia Deserta, Cambridge, 1888, I. 365. Footnote 169. T. H. Bend, The Yearooks of Asia Minor, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XX. 1891, pages 275. Footnote 170. Erasmus Della, De Brucei Antiquitatis, in Simon Grenos's Novus Orbis Redonum ac Insularum Veteribus Incognitorum, Paris, 1532, pages 510. J. Lasicius, Lasici, De Die Samagitorum, Keterarum Xarmatorum, in Res Publicus Civ Status Regni Poloni, Lituani, Prussii, Livni, etc., Latin, 1627, pages 299 SQ. M. C. Hartnock, Alt an Neues Preußen, Frankfurt and Leipzig, 1684, pages 120. Lasicki's work has been reprinted by W. Mannard, in Magazine Herausgeber von der Literaturlichen Gesellschaft, Ziv. 82 SQQ. Mitai, 1868. Footnote 171. Matthias Miov, in Simon Grenos's Novus Orbis Redonum ac Insularum, Veteribus Incognitorum, Paris, 1532, pages 457. Footnote 172. J. G. Cole, Die Deutsche Recension Ostseeprüfungen, Dresden and Leipzig, 1841, E. 277. Footnote 173. Captain E. C. Luard, in Census of India, 1901, Zix. Lucknow, 1902, p. 76. Footnote 174. J. Grimm, Deutsche Mythologie, 4th ed., I. 497. Compare ed. E. 540, 541. Footnote 175. Mexbach, Die Jacken, Stuttgart, 1882, pages 124. Footnote 176. P.V. Stenen, Ein neuer Beitrag zur Ethnographie der Chermissen, Globus, LVIII. 1890, pages 204. Footnote 177. J. G. Dalziel, Darker Superstitions of Scotland, Edinburgh, 1834, pages 400. Footnote 178. J. G. Dalziel, Loxit. Footnote 179. J. Biddulph, Tribes of the Hindu Kush, pages 116. Footnote 180. H. R. Tate, Further Notes on the Kikwite Tribe of British East Africa, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XXXIV. 1904, p. 263. Ed. The Native Law of the Southern Kikwite of British East Africa, Journal of the African Society, No. 35, April 1910, pp. 242 SQ. Footnote 181. On the Representations of Sylvanus, the Roman wood god, C. H. Jordan, in L. Preller's Romish Mythology, 3rd ed., I. 393 Note. A. Baumeister, Denkmäler des Klassischen Altertums, E. 1665 SQ. A good representation of Sylvanus bearing upon branches given in the Sale Catalogue of H. Hoffman, Paris, 1888, pte. Footnote 182. Annius Sylvius, Opera, Bale, 1571, pages 418 wrongly numbered 420. Compare Erasmus Della, De Brucii Antiquitatis, in Novus Orbis, Radonum ac Insularum Veteribus Incognitorum, pages 510. Footnote 183. E. T. Dalton, Descriptive Ethnology of Bengal, pages 186. Footnote 184. J. G. Scott and J. P. Hardiman, Gazetteer of Upper Burma and the Shan States, Part 2. Volier. Rangoon, 1901, pages 63 SQ. Footnote 185. E. A. Monnier, in Coaching Conférences, Excursions et Reconnaissances, No. 16, Saigon, 1883, pages 175 SQ. Footnote 186. L. Deckel, 3 Years in Savage Africa, London, 1898, pages 489. Footnote 187. H. Shins, Deutschland West Africa, pages 295 SQ. Footnote 188. See above, vol. I pages 248, 250, 309. Footnote 189. Above, vol. I. Pages 284. Footnote 190. W. Mannhardt, Baumkultus, Berlin, 1875, pages 158, 159, 170, 197, 214, 351, 514. Footnote 191. E. T. Dalton, Descriptive Ethnology of Bengal, pages 188. Footnote 192. Villot, Relation des Coasts Appelées Guinea, Paris, 1669, pp. 266 SQ. Labat, Voyage du Chevalier des Marchés en Guinée, Isles, Voisins, et à Cayenne, Paris, 1730, I. 338. Footnote 193. Oboman, Usambara Unsani Nagbajibiat, Berlin, 1891, p. 142. Footnote 194. Cex Rajat Harcourt, Voyage sur la côte orientale de la mer, Rouge dans le pays d'Adelet le Royaume de Coa, Paris, 1841, pp. 166 SQ. Footnote 195. L. Lloyd, Peasant Life in Sweden, London, 1870, pages 266. Footnote 196. W. Mannhardt, Baumkultus, pages 190 SQQ. Footnote 197. W. Mannhardt, Antiquald und Feldkult, Berlin, 1877, pages 212, SQQ. Footnote 198. H. Lowe, Sarawak, pages 274. Ed. In Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XXV. 1896, pages 111. Footnote 199. T. H. Lewin, Wild Races of Southeastern India, London, 1870, p. 270. Footnote 200. J. Mackenzie, 10 Years North of the Orange River, Edinburgh, 1871, pages 385. Footnote 201. J. Campbell, Travels in South Africa, Second Journey, London, 1822, e. 203. Footnote 202. Reverend J. MacDonald, M.S. Notes. Compare ed. Light in Africa, p. 210. Ed. In Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XX. 1891, pages 140. The Nubis will not cut shoots of the Nabac, a thorn tree, during the rainy season. Missions Catholiques, Ziv. 1882, pages 460. Among some of the hill tribes of the Punjab, no one is allowed to cut grass or any green thing with an iron sickle till the festival of the ripening grain has been celebrated. Otherwise the field god would be angry and send frost to destroy or injure the harvest. D.C.J. Ibbotson, Outlines of Punjab Ethnography, pages 121. Footnote 203. Über die Religion der heidnischen Schirmissen im Gouvernement, Kaysen, Zeitschrift für Allgemeinheitkunde, NFE. 1857, p. 150. Footnote 204. J. Biddulph, Tribes of the Hindu Kush, pages 103 sq. Footnote 205. J. Biddulph, Obsit. Pages 106 sq. Footnote 206. W. Crook, Popular Religion and Folklore of Northern India, Westminster, 1896, e. 102. See also Sir H. M. Eliot, Memoirs on the History, Folklore, and Distribution of the Races of the Northwestern Provinces of India, edited by J. Beams, e. 217, where, however, the object of the prayers is said to be the fruitfulness of the tree itself, not the fruitfulness of women, animals, and cattle. Footnote 207. W. Crook, Obsit. E. 106. Footnote 208. T. H. J. Hutchinson, Impressions of Western Africa, pages 128. Footnote 209. W. Mannard, Baumkultus, pages 161. E. Meyer, Deutsch Sagen, Sitten, Angeblich aus Schwaben, pages 397. A. Peter, Volksthümliches aus Österreichisch e. 286. Footnote 210. W. Camden, Britannia, ed. Argoff, London, 1779, e. 659. Camden's authority is good, a writer of the 16th century. Footnote 211. County Folklore, Suffolk, collected and edited by Lady Evelyn, Camilla Gurdon, London, 1893, pages 117. Footnote 212. Mr. E. F. Benson, in a letter to the author dated December 15, 1892. Footnote 213. Memoirs of Samuel Pepys, ESQ, edited by Lord Braybrooke, 2nd edition, London, 1828, e. 209, under May 1, 1667. Footnote 214. Lady Wilde, Ancient Legends, Mystic Charms, and Superstitions of Ireland, London, 1887, I. 196 sq. If an Irish housewife puts a ring of rowan tree or quicken, as it is also called, on the handle of the churn dash when she is churning, no witch can steal her butter. P. W. Joyce, Social History of Ancient Ireland, London, 1903, I. 236, sq. Footnote 215. W. Camden, Loxit. Footnote 216. W. Gregor, Folklore of the Northeast of Scotland, London, 1881, pages 188. Footnote 217. J. G. Campbell, Witchcraft and Second Sight in the Highlands and Islands of Scotland, pages 270, compare ib. Pages 7 sqq. Footnote 218. J. G. Campbell, Obsit. Pages 11 sq. In Germany also the rowan tree is a charm against witchcraft. Owatki, Der Deutsche Volksüberglaube, 2nd ed., pages 106, section 145. Footnote 219. Sir John Rye's The Colony Calendar, Proceedings of the British Academy, Volet, pages 55 sq. Of the offprint. Footnote 220. A. Kuhn, Herabkunft des Führers, 2nd ed., Gütersloh, 1886, pages 178 sq. W. Mannhardt, Germanische Mythen, Berlin, 1858, pages 17 sq. Footnote 221. J. D. H. Tam, Die Volkssagen der Altmark, Berlin, 1839, pages 85. E. Sommer, 2nd, Marken angeblich aus Sachsen und Thüringen, Hal, 1846, pages 149. A. Kuhn, 2nd, Gebrecht und Marken aus Westphalen, E. pages 154, section 432, pages 155, section 436. A. Schleicher, Volkstammliches aus Sonnenberg, Weimar, 1858, pages 139. A. Peter, Volkstammliches aus Österreichisch Skulsien, Troppau, 1865-67, E. 252. R. Eisel, Sagenbuch des Volklands, Jura, 1871, pages 210. Rheinsberg Duringsfeld, Festkalender aus Böhmen, pages 210. P. Drexler, Sit, Brauch und Volksglaubenskulsien, I. Leipzig, 1903, pages 109. Footnote 222. A. Kuhn, Herabkunft des Führers, 2nd ed., pages 166. Footnote 223. P. Drexler, Ob Sit. I. 109 sq. Compare A. Peter, Locke Sit. Footnote 224. W. Müller, Betrachtung zur Volkskunde der Deutschen in Mauren, Vienna, and Olmütz, 1893, pages 324. Footnote 225. Rheinsberg Duringsfeld, Festkalender aus Böhmen, pages 210. Footnote 226. W. Mannhardt, Baumkultus, pages 174. Footnote 227. G. B. Holzmeier, Ossiliana, Verhandlungen der Gelatin-Estnischen Gesellschaft zu Dorpat, Vi. Number 2, Dorpat, 1872, pages 10 sq. W. Mannhardt, Baumkultus, pages 407 sq. Footnote 228. Potocki, Voyage dans les steppes d'Astrakhan et du Caucase, Paris, 1829, I. 309. Footnote 229. W. Foy, in Archiv für Religionswissenschaft, X. 1907, pages 551. 4. Details of the evidence. C. W. H. Goldie, M.D., Maori Medical Lore, Transactions and Proceedings of the New Zealand Institute, XXXVII. 1904, pages 93 to 95. Footnote 230. W. Mannhardt, Baumkultus, pages 163 sqq. To his authorities at 4, France, A. Mirac, Traditions, Customs, Legends et Contes des Ardennes, pages 84 sqq. L. F. Saad, Folklore des Hautes-Vosges, pages 131 sq. Berenger Farad, Superstitions et Survivances, v. 309, sq. Ch. Beauquer, Les Mots en French Conte, Paris, 1900, pp. 69-72. F. Chapuisseau, Le Folklore de la Beauce et du Perche, Paris, 1902, e. 109-111. For Salisa, F. Tutzner, Die Chicken und Maurer, in Skulsien, Globus, Luxxvi. 1900, pages 340. P. Drexler, Sit, Brauch und Volksglaubenskulsien, I. 112 sq. For Moravia, W. Müller, Betrachtung zur Volkskunde der Deutschen in Mauren, pages 26. 4. Sardinia, Artenand, Sardinia and its Resources, Rome and London, 1885, pages 185 sq. In Brunswick the custom is observed at Whitsuntide, Orangerie, Braunschweiger Volkskunde, pages 248. Footnote 231. Bavaria, Lenz and Volkskunde des Königreichs I. 373. Footnote 232. F.S. Krauss, Volksglaube und Religiöse Brauch der Sachsen, p. 35. Footnote 233. W. Radloff, Proben der Volksliteratur der Nordlichen Türkischen, Stem, v. 2, St. Petersburg, 1885. Footnote 234. E. T. Dalton, Descriptive Ethnology of Bengal, pages 194. A similar custom is practiced among the Kurmis, Ebed. Pages 319. Among the Mundas the custom seems now to have fallen into disuse. H. H. Risley, Tribes and Castes of Bengal, Ethnographic Glossary, E. 102. Footnote 235. The explanation has been suggested by Mr. W. Crook, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XXVIII. 1899, pages 243. There are other facts, however, which point to a different explanation, namely, that the practice is intended to avert possible evil consequences from bride or bridegroom. For example, the superstition regarding a man's third marriage, prevalent in Bough and, I believe in other parts of India, is not despised by the Velamas. A third marriage is unlucky. Should a man marry a third wife, it matters not whether his former wives be alive or not, evil will befall either him or that wife. No father would give his girl to a man whose third wife she would be. A man therefore, who has twice entered the married state and wishes to mate yet once again, cannot obtain as a third wife anyone who has both the wit and the tongue to say no. A tree has neither, so to a tree he is married. I have not been able to discover why the tree, or rather shrub, called in Marathi Rui and in Hindustani matter, Asclepias gigantea, is invariably the victim selected in Bough, nor do I know whether the shrub is similarly favored in other parts of India. The ceremony consists in the binding of a Mangal Sutra round the selected shrub, by which the bridegroom sits, while turmeric-dyed rice, Ada is thrown over both him and the shrub. This is the whole of the simple ceremony. He has gone through his unlucky third marriage, and any lady whom he may favor after this, will be his fourth wife. Captain Wellesley Haig, Notes on the Vilama, Caste in Bough, Journal of the Asiatic Society of Bengal, LXX Part, E. 1901, pages 28. Again, the Velalas of southern India observe a curious custom, derived from Brahmins, with regard to marriage, which is not unknown in other communities. A man marrying a second wife, after the death of his first has to marry a plantain tree, and cut it down before tying the tali, and, in case of a third marriage, a man has to tie a tali first to the Arakan, Arca, Calotropis gigantea, plant. The idea is that second and fourth wives do not prosper, and the tree and the plant are accordingly made to take their places. Mr. Hemingway, quoted by E. Thurston, Castes and Tribes of Southern India, Vi. 387. Tying the tali to the bride is the common Hindu symbol of marriage, like giving the ring with us. As to these Indian marriages to trees, see further mytotemism and exogamy, I. 32 SQ. Iv. 210 SQQ. Punjab Notes and Queries, E. Section 252, E. Cubic millimeter 12, 90, 562, Iv. Section 396. North Indian Notes and Queries, I. Section 110. D.C.J. Ibbotson, Settlement Report of the Karnal District, pages 155. H.H. Risley, Tribes and Castes of Bengal, I. 531. Captain E. C. Luard, in Census of India, 1901, Vol. 6. 76. W. Crook, Tribes and Castes of the Northwestern Provinces endowed, E. 363. Id. Popular. Religion and Folklore of Northern India, Westminster, 1896, e. 115-121. I was formerly disposed to connect the custom with totemism, but of this there seems to be no sufficient evidence. Footnote 236. W. Mannard, Belm Cultus, pages 51 sq. Footnote 237. Marola, Voyage to Congo, in Pinkerton's Voyages and Travels, XVI. 236 sq. Footnote 238. Seebot Teicher, Der Baumkultus der Hellenen, Berlin, 1856, pages 30 sq. Chapter X, Relics of Tree Worship in Modern Europe. Cita note, May trees in Europe. From the foregoing review of the beneficent qualities commonly ascribed to tree spirits, it is easy to understand why customs like the May tree or maypole have prevailed so widely and figured so prominently in the popular festivals of European peasants. In spring or early summer or even on Midsummer Day, it was and still is in many parts of Europe the custom to go out to the woods, cut down a tree and bring it into the village, where it is set up amid general rejoicings. Or the people cut branches in the woods, and fasten them on every house. The intention of these customs is to bring home to the village, and to each house, the blessings which the tree spirit has in its power to bestow. Hence the custom in some places of planting a May tree before every house, or of carrying the village May tree from door to door, that every household may receive its share of the blessing. Out of the mass of evidence on this subject a few examples may be selected. Cita note, May trees and May bushes in England. Sir Henry Peers, in his description of Westmeath, writing in 1682 says, on May Eve, every family sets up before their door a green bush, strewed over with yellow flowers, which the meadows yield plentifully. In countries where timber is plentiful, they erect tall slender trees, which stand high, and they continue almost the whole year. So as a stranger would go nigh to imagine that they were all signs of ale cellars, and that all houses were ale houses. 239. In Northamptonshire a young tree 10 or 12 feet high used to be planted before each house on May Day so as to appear growing. Flowers were thrown over it and strewn about the door. 240. Among ancient customs still retained by the Cornish, may be reckoned that of decking their doors and porches on the 1st of May, with green boughs of sycamore and hawthorn, and of planting trees, or rather stumps of trees, before their houses. 241. In the north of England it was said a note, May garlands in England. Formerly the custom, for young people to rise a little after midnight on the morning of the 1st of May, and go out with music and the blowing of horns into the woods, where they broke branches and adorned them with nosegays and crowns of flowers. This done, they returned about sunrise and fastened the flower-decked branches over the doors and windows of their houses. 242. At Abington in Berkshire young people formerly went about, in groups on May morning, singing a carol of which the following are two of the verses. We've been rambling all the night, and some time of this day. And now returning back again, we bring a garland gay. A garland gay we bring you here. And at your door we stand. It is a sprout well budded out, the work of our Lord's hand. 243. At the towns of Saffron Walton and Debden in Essex on the 1st of May, little girls go about in parties from door to door singing a song almost identical with the above and carrying garlands. A doll dressed in white is usually placed in the middle of each garland. 244. Similar customs have been and indeed are still observed in various parts of England. The garlands are generally in the form of hoops intersecting each other at right angles. Thus on May morning the girls of the neighboring villages used to flock into Northampton bringing their garlands, which they exhibited from house to house. The skeleton of the garland was formed of two hoops of osier or hazel crossing each other at right angles, and so twined with flowers and ribbons that no part of them could be seen. In the center of the garlands were placed gaily dressed dolls, 1, 2, or 3 in number according to the size of the garland. The whole was fixed to a staff about 5 feet long, by which it was carried. In showing their garlands the children chanted some simple ditties and received in return pennies, which furnished forth a feast on their return to their homes. A merry dance round the garland concluded the festivity. 245. At Exeter, groups of children carry garlands of flowers about the town on May Day. The garlands consist of 2 hoops, one passing through the other, which give the appearance of 4 half circles, and they are decorated with flowers and evergreens, and surmounted with a bunch of flowers as a sort of crown, and in the center of the hoops is a pendant orange in flowers. One or more of the children carry a little polar stick upright with a bunch of flowers fastened to the top. They are themselves decorated with flowers and ribbons, and receive pence from the houses which they visit. 246. At Watford in Hertfordshire, groups of children, almost entirely girls, go about the streets from door to door on May Day singing some verses, of which 2 agree almost verbally with those which, as we have seen, are sung at Abingdon in Berkshire. They are dressed in white, and adorned with gay ribbons and sashes of many hues. 2 of the girls carry, between them on a stick, what they call the garland, which in its simplest form is made of 2 circular hoops, intersecting each other at right angles. A more elaborate form has, in addition, smaller semicircles inserted in the 4 angles formed by the meeting of the hoops at the top of the garland. These hoops are covered with any wildflowers in season, and are further ornamented with ribbons. The garland in shape reminds me of the Christmas which used to form the center of the Christmas decorations in Yorkshire some few years ago, except that the latter had a bunch of mistletoe inside the hoops. 247. A similar custom was observed at Bampton in the Bush in Oxfordshire down to about the middle of the 19th century. The garland consisted of 2 crossed hoops covered with moss, flowers, and ribbons. 2 girls, known as the lady and her maid, bore the garland between them on a stick. And a boy called the Lord, who carried a stick dressed with ribbons and flowers, collected contributions from the spectators. From time to time the lady sang a few lines and was then kissed by the Lord. 248. At Sevenoaks in Kent, the children carry boughs and garlands from door to door on May Day. The boughs consist of sticks carried upright with bunches of leaves and wildflowers fastened to the top. The garlands are formed of 2 hoops interlaced crosswise and covered with blue and yellow flowers from the woods and hedges. Sometimes the garlands are fastened to the end of a stick carried perpendicularly, sometimes they hang from the middle of a stick borne horizontally by 2 children. 249. In the streets of Cambridge, little girls regularly make their appearance every May Day with female dolls enclosed in hoops, which are covered with ribbons and flowers. These they show to passers-by, inviting them to remember the May Lady by paying a small sum to her bearers. 250. At Salisbury, girls go through the streets on May Day in pairs, carrying between them on a stick a circular garland or hoop adorned with flowers and boughs. They visit the shops asking for money. A similar custom is observed at Wilton, a few miles from Salisbury. 251. At Cawthorne in Yorkshire on the 1st of May, the school children came with hoops to beg for artificial flowers. These my mother's maid used to sew onto the hoops, which with ribbons and other decorations were used in decking out a tall maypole planted in the village. 252. It appears that a hoop reeds with rowan and marsh, marigold, and bearing suspended within it 2 balls, is still carried on May Day by villagers in some parts of Ireland. The balls, which are sometimes covered with gold and silver paper, are said to have originally represented the sun and moon. 253. Cite a note, May customs in France, Germany, and Greece. In some villages of the Vosges Mountains on the first Sunday of May, young girls go in bands from house to house, singing a song in praise of May, in which mention is made of the bread and meal that come in May. If money is given them, they fasten a green bough to the door. If it is refused, they wish the family many children and no bread to feed them. 254. In the French department of Mayenne, boys who bore the name of Maylatons used to go about from farm to farm on the 1st of May singing carols, for which they received money or a drink. They planted a small tree or a branch of a tree. 255. Among the Germans of Moravia on the third Sunday, before Easter, which goes by the name of Lieder Sunday, it is customary in some places for young girls to carry a small fir tree about, from door to door, while they sing songs, for which they receive presents. The tree is tricked out with many colored ribbons, and, sometimes with flowers and dyed eggshells, and its branches are twined together so as to form what is called a crown. 256. In Corfu the children go about singing May songs on the 1st of May. The boys carry small cypresses adorned with ribbons, flowers, and the fruits of the season. They receive a glass of wine at each house. The girls carry nosegays. One of them is dressed up like an angel, with gilt wings, and scatters flowers. 257. Cita note, Whitsuntide customs in Russia. On the Thursday before Whitsunday, the Russian villagers go out into the woods, sing songs, weave garlands, and cut down a young birch tree, which they dress up in women's clothes, or adorn with many-colored shreds and ribbons. After that comes a feast, at the end of which they take the dressed-up birch tree, carry it home to their village with joyful dance and song, and set it up in one of the houses, where it remains as an honored guest till Whitsunday. On the 2 intervening days they pay visits to the house where their guest is. But on the 3rd day, Whitsunday, they take her to a stream and fling her into its waters, throwing their garlands after her. All over Russia every village and every town is turned, a little before Whitsunday, into a sort of a garden. Everywhere, along the streets the young birch trees stand in rows, every house and every room is adorned with boughs, even the engines upon the railway are, for the time, decked with green leaves. 258. In this Russian custom the dressing of the birch in women's clothes shows how clearly the tree is personified. And the throwing it into a stream is most probably a rain charm. In some villages of Altmark it was formerly the custom for serving men, grooms, and cowherds to go from farm to farm at Whitsuntide, distributing crowns made of birch branches and flowers to the farmers. These crowns were hung up in the houses and left till the following year. 259. Cita note, May trees in Germany and Sweden. In the neighborhood of Zabern in Alsace bands of people go about carrying May trees. Amongst them is a man dressed in a white shirt, with his face blackened. In front of him is carried a large May tree, but each member of the band also carries a smaller one. One of the company bears a huge basket in which he collects eggs, bacon, and so forth. 260. In some parts of Sweden on the eve of May daylights go about carrying each a bunch of fresh gathered birch twigs, wholly or partially in leaf. With a village fiddler at their head, they make the round of the houses singing May songs. The burden of their songs is a prayer for fine weather, a plentiful harvest, and worldly and spiritual blessings. One of them carries a basket in which he collects gifts of eggs and the like. If they are well received they stick a leafy twig in the roof over the cottage door. 261. Cita note, midsummer trees and poles in Sweden. But in Sweden midsummer is the season when these ceremonies are chiefly observed. On the eve of St. John, the 23rd of June, the houses are thoroughly cleansed and garnished with green boughs and flowers. Young fir trees are raised at the doorway and elsewhere about the homestead. And very often small, umbrageous arbors are constructed in the garden. In Stockholm on this day a leaf market is held at which thousands of maypoles, major stanger, from 6 inches to 12 feet high, decorated with leaves, flowers, slips of colored paper, gilt eggshells strung on reeds, and so on, are exposed for sale. Bonfires are lit on the hills, and the people dance round them and jump over them. But the chief event of the day is setting up the maypole. This consists of a straight and tall spruce pine tree, stripped of its branches. At times hoops and at others pieces of wood, placed crosswise, are attached to it at intervals. Whilst at other it is provided with bows, representing, so to say, a man with his arms akimbo. From top to bottom not only the major stang, maypole, itself, but the hoops, bows, etc., are ornamented with leaves, flowers, slips of various cloth, gilt eggshells, etc. And on the top of it is a large vane, or it may be a flag. The raising of the maypole, the decoration of which is done by the village maidens, is an affair of much ceremony. The people flock to it from all quarters, and dance round it in a great ring. 262. Midsummer customs of the same sort used to be observed in some parts of Germany. Thus in the towns of the Upper Harz Mountains tall fir trees, with the bark peeled off their lower trunks, were set up in open places and decked with flowers and eggs, which were painted yellow and red. Round these trees the young folk danced by day and the old folk in the evening. Many people disguised themselves, and dramatic representations were given, amongst others mock executions, at which the sufferer's head was knocked off, instead of his head. At the village of Lerbach in these fir-clad mountains children would gather together on Midsummer Day, each with a tiny fir tree, which they made to revolve from left to right in the direction of the sun. While they sang the maiden turned herself about, or "Oh, thou dear summertime! Oh, thou dear summertime!" 263. In some parts of Bohemia also a maypole or midsummer tree is erected on St. John's Eve. The lads fetch a tall fir or pine from the wood and set it up on a height, where the girls deck it with nosegays, garlands, and red ribbons. It is afterwards burned. 264. Cite a note, village maypoles in England. It would be needless to illustrate at length the custom, which has prevailed in various parts of Europe, such as England, France, and Germany, of setting up a village May tree or maypole on May Day. 265. A few examples will suffice. The puritanical writer Philip Stubbs in his Anatomy of Abuses, first published at London in 1583, has described with manifest disgust how they used to bring in the maypole in the days of good Queen Bess. His description affords us a vivid glimpse of merry England in the olden time. Against May, Whitsunday, or other time, all the young men and maids, old men and wives, run gadding overnight to the woods, groves, hills, and mountains, where they spend all the night in pleasant pastimes. And in the morning they return, bringing with them birchen branches of trees, to deck their assemblies withal. And no merveil, for there is a great lord present amongst them, a superintendent and lord over their pastimes and sports, namely, Satan, prince of hell. But the chiefest jewel they bring from thence is their maypole, which they bring home, cite a note, bringing in the maypole with great veneration, as thus. They have 20 or 40 yoke of oxen, every ox having a sweet nosegay of flowers placed on the tip of his horns, and these oxen draw home this maypole, this tinkine idol, rather, which is covered all over with flowers and herbs, bound round about with strings, from the top to the bottom, and sometime painted with variable colors, with 200 or 300 men, women and children following it with great devotion. And thus being reared up, with handkerchiefs and flags, hovering on the top, they straw the ground round about, bend green, boughs about it, set up summer halls, bowers, and arbors hard by it. And then fall they to dance about it, like as the heathen people did at the dedication of the idols, whereof this is a perfect pattern, or, rather the thing itself. I have heard it credibly reported, and that, viva voce by men of great gravity and reputation, that of 40, 80 or 100 maids go into the wood overnight, there have scarcely the third part of them returned home again undefiled. 266. Of the Cornish people their historian Borley says, from towns they make excursions, on May Eve, into the country, cut down a tall elm, bring it into town with rejoicings, and having fitted a straight taper pole to the end of it, and painted it, erected in the most public part, and, upon holidays and festivals dress it with garlands of flowers, or ensigns and streamers. 267. In Northumberland, down apparently to near the end of the 18th century, young people of both sexes used to go out early on May morning to gather the flowering thorn and the dew off the grass, which they brought home with music and acclamations. Then, having dressed a pole on the green with garlands, they danced about it. The dew was considered as a great cosmetic, and preserved the face from wrinkles, blotches, and the traces of old age. A syllabub made of warm milk from the cow, sweet cakes, and wine was prepared for the feast. And a kind of divination, to discover who should be wedded first, was practiced by dropping a marriage ring into the syllabub and fishing for it with a ladle. 268. At Padstow in Cornwall, when shipbuilding was a thriving industry at the port, the shipwrights used to erect a tall maypole at the top of Cross Street in the middle of a cross inlaid with stone. The pole was gaily decorated with spring flowers and so forth. But the custom has long been abandoned. A great feature of the celebration of May Day at Padstow used to be the hobby horse, that is, a man wearing a ferocious mask, who went dancing and singing before the chief houses, accompanied by a great flower-bedecked crowd of men and women, while the men fired pistols loaded with powder in all directions. 269. Cita note, village May trees and maypoles in Germany. In Swabia on the 1st of May a tall fir tree used to be fetched into the village, where it was decked with ribbons and set up. Then the people danced round it, merrily to music. The tree stood on the village green the whole year through, until a fresh tree was brought in next May Day. 270. In Saxony, people were not content with bringing the summer symbolically, as king, or queen, into the village. They brought the fresh green itself from the woods even into the houses, that is the May or Whitsuntide trees, which are mentioned in documents from the 13th century onwards. The fetching in of the May tree was also a festival. The people went out into the woods to seek the May, Maginquire, brought young trees, especially firs and birches, to the village and set them up before the doors of the houses or of the cattle stalls or in the rooms. Young fellows erected such May trees, as we have already said, before the chambers of their sweethearts. Besides these household Mays, a great May tree or maypole, which had also been brought in solemn procession to the village, was set up in the middle of the village or in the marketplace of the town. It had been chosen by the whole community, who watched over it most carefully. Generally the tree was stripped of its branches and leaves, nothing but the crown being left, on which were displayed, in addition to many colored ribbons and cloth, a variety of victuals such as sausages, cakes, and eggs. The young folk exerted themselves to obtain these prizes. In the greasy poles which are still to be seen at our fairs we have a relic of these old maypoles. Not uncommonly there was a race on foot or on horseback to the May tree, a Whitsuntide pastime which in course of time has been divested of its goal and survives as a popular custom to this day in many parts of Germany. In the great towns of our land the custom has developed into sport, for our spring races are in their origin nothing but the old German horse races, in which the victor received a prize, generally a red cloth, from the hand of a maiden, while the last rider was greeted with jeers and jibes by the assembled community. 271. The custom of the May tree is observed by the Wends of Saxony, as well as by the Germans. The young men of the village choose the slimmest and tallest tree in the wood, peel it and set it up on the village green. Its leafy top is decked with cloths and ribbons presented by the girls. Here it stands, towering high above the roofs, till Ascension Day, or in many places, till Whitsuntide. When it is being taken down, the young folk dance round it, and the youth who catches and breaks off the leafy crown of the falling tree is the hero of the day. Holding the green boughs aloft, he is carried shoulder high, with music and joyous shouts, to the alehouse, where the dance is resumed. 272. At Bordeaux on the Cita note, maypoles and maytrees in France. 1st of May the boys of each street used to erect in it a maypole, which they adorned with garlands and a great crown. And every evening during the whole of the month the young people of both sexes danced singing about the pole. 273. Down to the present day May trees decked with flowers and ribbons are set up on May Day in every village and hamlet of Gay province. Under them the young folk make merry and the old folk rest. 274. The red Karens of Cita note, maypoles among the Karens of Burma. Upper Burma hold a festival in April, at which the chief ceremony is the erection of a post on ground set apart for the purpose in or near each village. A new post is set up every year. The old ones are left standing, but are not renewed if they fall or decay. Omens are first drawn from chicken bones as to which tree will be the best to fell for the post, which day will be the luckiest, and so on. A pole some 20 or 30 feet long is then hewn from the tree and ornamented with a rudely carved capital. On the lucky day all the villagers assemble and drag the pole to the chosen spot. When it has been set up, the people dance a rude sort of maypole dance to the music of drums and gongs. Much pork is eaten and much liquor drunk on this festive occasion. 275. Sit a note, permanent maypoles. In all these cases, apparently, the custom is or was to bring in a new may tree each year. However, in England the village maypole seems as a rule, at least in later times, to have been permanent, not renewed annually. 276. Villages of Upper Bavaria renew their maypole once every 3, 4, or 5 years. It is a fir tree fetched from the forest, and amid all the wreaths, flags, and inscriptions with which it is bedecked, an essential part is the bunch of dark green foliage left at the top as a memento that in it we have to do, not with a dead pole, but with a living tree from the green wood. 277. We can hardly doubt that originally the practice everywhere was to set up a new may tree every year, as the object of the custom was to bring in the fructifying spirit of vegetation, newly awakened in spring. The end would have been defeated if, instead of a living tree, green and sappy, an old withered one had been erected year after year or allowed to stand permanently. When, however, the meaning of the custom had been forgotten, and the may tree was regarded simply as a center for holiday merrymaking, people saw no reason for felling a fresh tree every year, and preferred to let the same tree stand permanently, only decking it with fresh flowers on May Day. But even when the maypole had thus become a fixture, the need of giving it the appearance of being a green tree, not a dead pole, was sometimes felt. Thus at Weverham in Cheshire are 2 maypoles, which are decorated on this day, May Day, with all due attention to the ancient solemnity. The sides are hung with garlands, and the top terminated by a birch or other tall slender tree with its leaves on the bark being peeled, and the stem spliced to the pole, so as to give the appearance of one tree from the summit. 278. Thus the renewal of the May tree is like the renewal of the harvest May. 279. Each is intended to secure a fresh portion of the fertilizing spirit of vegetation, and to preserve it throughout the year. But whereas the efficacy of the harvest May is restricted to promoting the growth of the crops, that of the May tree or May branch extends also, as we have seen, to women and cattle. Lastly, sit a note, the May tree burned at the end of the year. It is worth noting that the old May tree is sometimes burned at the end of the year. Thus in the district of Prague young people break pieces of the public May tree and place them behind the holy pictures in the rooms, where they remain till next May Day, and are then burned on the hearth. 280. In Württemberg, the bushes which are set up on the houses on Palm Sunday are sometimes left there for a year and then burned. 281. The Erigioni, the harvest May of Greece, was perhaps burnt at the end of the year. 282. Sit a note, tree spirit detached from the tree and represented in human form. So much for the tree spirit conceived as incorporate or immanent in the tree. We have now to show that the tree spirit is often conceived and represented as detached from the tree and clothed in human form, and even as embodied in living men or women. The evidence for this anthropomorphic representation of the tree spirit is largely to be found in the popular customs of European peasantry. These will be described presently, but before examining them we may notice an Estonian folk tale which illustrates the same train of thought very clearly. Once upon a time, so runs Sit a Note, Estonian story of a tree elf. The tale: a young peasant was busy raking the hay in a meadow, when on the brim of the horizon a heavy thundercloud loomed black and angry, warning him to make haste with his work before the storm should break. He finished in time, and was wending his way homeward, when under a tree he espied a stranger fast asleep. "He will be drenched to the skin," thought the good-natured young fellow to himself, if I allow him to sleep on. So he stepped up to the sleeper and shaking him forcibly, roused him from a slumber. The stranger started up, and at sight of the thundercloud, which now darkened the sky, he blenched, fumbled in his pockets, and finding nothing in them wherewith to reward the friendly swain, he said, "This time I am your debtor. But the time will come when I shall be able to repay your kindness. Remember what I tell you. You will enlist. You will be parted from your friends for years, and one day a feeling of homesickness will come over you in a foreign land. Then look up, and you will see a crooked birch tree a few steps from you. Go to it, knock thrice on the trunk, and ask, 'Is the crooked one at home?' The rest will follow." With these words the stranger hastened away and was out of sight in a moment. The peasant also went his way, and soon forgot all about the matter. Well, time went by and part of the stranger's prophecy came true. For the peasant turned soldier and served in a cavalry regiment for years. One day, when he was quartered with his regiment in the north of Finland, it fell to his turn to tend the horses while his comrades were roistering in the tavern. Suddenly a great yearning for home, such as he had never known before, came over the lonely trooper. Tears started to his eyes, and dear visions of his native land crowded on his soul. Then he bethought him of the sleeping stranger in the wood, and the whole scene came back to him, as fresh as if it had happened yesterday. He looked up, and there, strange to tell, he was aware of a crooked birch tree right in front of him. More in jest than in earnest he went up to it and did as the stranger had bidden him. Hardly had the words, "Is the crooked one at home?" passed his lips when the stranger himself stood before him and said, "I am glad you have come. I feared you had forgotten me. You wish to be at home, do you not?" The trooper said yes, he did. Then the crooked one cried into the tree, "Young folks, which of you is the fleetest?" A voice from the birch replied, "Father, I can run as fast as a moorhen flies." "Well, I need a fleeter messenger today." A second voice answered, "I can run like the wind." "I need a swifter envoy," said the father. Then a third voice cried, "I can run like the thought of man." "You are after my own heart. Fill a bag full of gold and take it with my friend and benefactor to his home." Then he caught the soldier by the hat, crying, "The hat to the man, and the man to the house." The same moment the soldier felt his hat fly from his head. When he looked about for it, lo! He was at home in the old familiar parlor, wearing his old peasant clothes, and the great sack of money stood beside him. Yet on parade and at the roll call he was never missed. When the man who told this story was asked, who could the stranger be? He answered, "Who but a tree elf?" 283. Cita note: tree spirit represented simultaneously in vegetable and human form. There is an instructive class of cases in which the tree spirit is represented simultaneously in vegetable form and in human form, which are set side by side as if for the express purpose of explaining each other. In these cases the human representative of the tree spirit is sometimes a doll or puppet, sometimes a living person. But whether a puppet or a person, it is placed beside a tree or bough. So that, together the person or puppet, and the tree or bough, form a sort of bilingual inscription, the one being, so to speak, a translation of the other. Here, therefore, there is no room left for doubt that the spirit of the tree is actually represented in human form. Thus in Bohemia, on the fourth Sunday in Lent, young people throw a puppet called Death into the water. Then the girls go into the wood, cut down a young tree, and fasten to it a puppet dressed in white clothes to look like a woman. With this tree and puppet they go from house to house collecting gratuities and singing songs with the refrain, "We carry death out of the village, we bring summer into the village." 284. Here, as we shall see later on, the summer is the spirit of vegetation, returning or reviving in spring. In some parts of our own country, children go about asking for pens with some small imitations of maypoles, and with a finely dressed doll which they call the Lady of the May. 285. In these cases the tree and the puppet are obviously regarded as equivalent. Cite a note, the Little May Rose. At then, in Alsace, a girl called the Little May Rose, dressed in white, carries a small May tree, which is gay with garlands and ribbons. Her companions collect gifts from door to door, singing a song. Little May Rose, turn round 3 times, let us look at you round and round. Rose of the May, come to the greenwood away, we will be merry all. So we go from the May to the roses. In the course of the song a wish is expressed that those who give nothing may lose their fowls by the marten, that their vine may bear no clusters, their tree no nuts, their field no corn. The produce of the year is supposed to depend on the gifts offered to these May singers. 286. Here and in the cases mentioned above, where children go about with green boughs or garlands on May Day singing and collecting money, the meaning is that with the spirit of vegetation they bring plenty and good luck to the house, and they expect to be paid for the service. In Russian Lithuania, on the 1st of May, they used to set up a green tree before the village. Then the rustic swains chose the prettiest girl, crowned her, swathed her in birch branches and set her beside the May tree, where they danced, sang, and shouted, "O May! O May!" 287. In Brie, Ile-de-France, a May tree is set up in the midst of the village. Its top is crowned with flowers. Lower down it is twined with leaves and twigs, still lower with huge green branches. The girls dance round it, and at the same time a lad wrapped in leaves and called Father May is led about. 288. In the small towns of the Frankenwald, cite a note, the Walber Mountains in northern Bavaria, on the 2nd of May, a Walber tree is erected before a tavern, and a man dances round it, enveloped in straw from head to foot in such a way that the ears of corn unite above his head to form a crown. He is called the Walber, and used to be led in procession through the streets, which were adorned with sprigs of birch. 289. Cite a note, Green George in Carinthia. Amongst the Slavs of Carinthia, on St. George's Day, the 23rd of April, the young people deck, with flowers and garlands, a tree which has been felled on the eve of the festival. The tree is then carried in procession, accompanied with music and joyful acclamations, the chief figure in the procession being the Green George, a young fellow clad from head to foot in green birch branches. At the close of the ceremonies the Green George, that is an effigy of him, is thrown into the water. It is the aim of the lad who asks Green George to step out of his leafy envelope and substitute the effigy so adroitly that no one shall perceive the change. In many places, however, the lad himself who plays the part of Green George is ducked in a river or pond, with the express intention of thus ensuring rain to make the fields and meadows green in summer. In some places the cattle are crowned and driven from their stalls to the accompaniment of a song. Green George we bring, Green George we accompany, may he feed our herds well. If not, to the water with him. 290. Here we see that the same powers of making rain and fostering the cattle, which are ascribed to the tree spirit regarded as incorporate in the tree, are also attributed to the tree spirit represented by a living man. Cite a note, Green George among the gypsies. Among the gypsies of Transylvania and Romania, the festival of Green George is the chief celebration of spring. Some of them keep it on Easter Monday, others on St. George's Day, the 23rd of April. On the eve of the festival, a young willow tree is cut down, adorned with garlands and leaves, and set up in the ground. Women with child place one of their garments under the tree and leave it there overnight. If next morning they find a leaf of the tree lying on the garment, they know that their delivery will be easy. Sick and old people go to the tree in the evening, spit on it thrice, and say, "You will soon die, but let us live." Next morning, the gypsies gather about the willow. The chief figure of the festival is Green George, a lad who is concealed from top to toe in green leaves and blossoms. He throws a few handfuls of grass to the beasts of the tribe, in order that they may have no lack of fodder throughout the year. Then, he takes 3 iron nails, which have lain for 3 days and nights in water, and knocks them into the willow. After which he pulls them out, and flings them into a running stream to propitiate the water spirits. Finally, a pretense is made of throwing Green George into the water, but, in fact, it is only a puppet made of branches and leaves which is ducked in the stream. 291. In this version of the custom, the powers of granting an easy delivery to women and of communicating vital energy to the sick and old are clearly ascribed to the willow. While Green George, the human double of the tree, bestows food on the cattle, and further, ensures the favor of the water spirits by putting them in indirect communication with the tree. Cita note, double representation of the tree spirit by tree and man, among the Oriones. An example of the double representation of the spirit of vegetation by a tree and a living man is reported from Bengal. The Oriones have a festival in spring while the sal trees are in blossom, because they think that at this time the marriage of earth is celebrated, and the sal flowers are necessary for the ceremony. On an appointed day, the villagers go with their priest to the Sarna, the sacred grove, a remnant of the old sal forest in which a goddess Sarnabrahi, or woman, of the grove, is supposed to dwell. She is thought to have great influence on the rain. And the priest arriving with his party at the grove sacrifices to her 5 fowls, of which a morsel is given to each person present. Then they gather the sal flowers and return laden with them to the village. Next day the priest visits every house, carrying the flowers in a wide open basket. The women of each house bring out water to wash his feet as he approaches, and kneeling make him an obeisance. Then he dances with them and places some of the sal flowers over the door of the house and in the women's hair. No sooner is this done than the women empty their water jugs over him, drenching him to the skin. A feast follows, and the young people, with sal flowers in their hair, dance all night on the village green. 292. Here, the equivalence of the flower-bearing priest to the goddess of the flowering tree comes out plainly. For she is supposed to influence the rain, and the drenching of the priest with water is, doubtless, like the ducking of the Green George in Corinthia and elsewhere, a rain charm. Thus the priest, as if he were the tree goddess herself, goes from door to door, dispensing rain and bestowing fruitfulness on each house, but especially on the women. In some parts cite a note, double representation of the harvest goddess Gauri by a bundle of plants and an unmarried girl. Of India, the harvest goddess Gauri, the wife of Shiva, is represented both by an unmarried girl and by a bundle of the wild-flowering balsam plant, touch me not, impatiens sp, which is tied up in a mummy-like figure, with a woman's mask, dress, and ornaments. Before being removed from the soil to represent the goddess, the plants are worshipped. The girl is also worshipped. Then the bundle of plants is carried and the girl who personates the goddess walks through the rooms of the house, while the supposed footprints of Gauri herself are imprinted on the floor with red paste. On entering each room, the human representative of Gauri is asked, "Gauri, Gauri, whither have you come and what do you see?" And the girl makes appropriate replies. Then she is given a mouthful of sweets and the mistress of the house says, "Come with golden feet and stay for ever." The plant-formed effigy of Gauri is afterwards worshipped as the goddess herself and receives offerings of rice cakes and pancakes. On the third day it is thrown into a river or tank. Then a handful of pebbles or sand is brought home from the spot and thrown all over the house and the trees to bring good luck to the house and to protect the trees from vermin. A remarkable feature of the ceremonies is that the goddess Gauri is supposed to be secretly followed by her husband Shiva, who remains hidden under the fold of her garment and is represented by a low covered by a cocoa nut and filled with rice, which is carefully measured. After the image of Gauri has been thrown into the river or tank, the rice in the low representing Shiva is carefully measured, again, in order to see whether the quantity has increased or decreased, and according to the result an abundant or a scanty harvest is prognosticated. 293. Hence it appears that the whole ritual aims at ensuring a plentiful crop of rice. In this case the spirit of vegetation, thus represented in duplicate by a living girl in the effigy of a woman, is a harvest goddess, not a tree spirit, but the principle is the same. Cite a note, W. Manhart's summary of the evidence. Without citing more, Examples to the same effect. We may sum up the results of the preceding pages in the words of Maynard. The customs quoted suffice to establish with certainty the conclusion that in these spring processions, the spirit of vegetation is often represented both by the May tree and, in addition, by a man dressed in green leaves or flowers, or by a girl, similarly adorned. It is the same spirit which animates the tree and is active in the inferior plants, and which we have recognized in the May tree and the harvest May. Quite consistently, the spirit is also supposed to manifest his presence in the first flower of spring, and reveals himself both in a girl representing a May rose, and also, as giver of harvest, in the person of the Walber. The procession with this representative of the divinity was supposed to produce the same beneficial effects on the fowls, the fruit trees, and the crops as the presence of the deity himself. In other words, the mummer was regarded not as an image but as an actual representative of the spirit of vegetation. Hence the wish expressed by the attendants on the May rose and the May tree that those who refuse them gifts of eggs, bacon, and so forth, may have no share in the blessings which it is in the power of the itinerant spirit to bestow. We may conclude that these begging processions with May trees or May boughs from door to door, bringing the May or the summer, had everywhere originally a serious and, so to speak, sacramental significance. People really believed that the god of growth was present unseen in the bough. By the procession he was brought to each house to bestow his blessing. The names May, Father May, May, Lady, Queen of the May, by which the anthropomorphic spirit of vegetation is often denoted, show that the idea of the spirit of vegetation is blent with the personification of the season at which his powers are most strikingly manifested. 294. Cite a note. Tree spirit or vegetation spirit represented by a person, alone. Thus far we have seen that the tree spirit or the spirit of vegetation in general is represented either in vegetable form alone, as by tree, bough, or flower, or in vegetable and human form, simultaneously, as by a tree, bough, or flower in combination with a puppet or a living person. It remains to show that the representation of him by a tree, bough, or flower is sometimes entirely dropped, while the representation of him by a living person remains. In this case the representative character of the person is generally marked by dressing him or her in leaves or flowers. Sometimes too it is indicated by the name he or she bears. Cite a note. Green George in Russia. Thus in some parts of Russia on St. George's Day, the 23rd of April, a youth is dressed out, like our Jack in the Green, with leaves and flowers. The Slovenes call him the Green George. Holding a lighted torch in one hand and a pie in the other, he goes out to the cornfields, followed by a girl singing appropriate songs. A circle of brushwood is then lighted, in the middle of which is set the pie. All who take part in the ceremony then sit down around the fire and divide the pie among them. 295. In this custom the Green George dressed in leaves and flowers is plainly identical with a similarly disguised Green George who is associated with a tree in the Carinthian, Transylvanian, and Romanian customs observed on the same day. Again, cite a note. Whitsuntide customs in Russia. We saw that in Russia at Whitsuntide a birch tree is dressed in woman's clothes and set up in the house. Clearly equivalent to this is the custom observed on Whit Monday by Russian girls in the district of Pinsk. They choose the prettiest of their number, envelop her in a mass of foliage taken from the birch trees and maples, and carry her about through the village. In a district of Little Russia they take round a poplar, represented by a girl wearing bright flowers in her hair. 296. At Whitsuntide in Holland, poor women used to go about begging with a little girl called Whitsuntide flower, Pinksterbloem, perhaps a kind of iris. She was decked with flowers and sat in a wagon. In North Brabant she wears the flowers from which she takes her name, and a song is sung. Whitsuntide flower, turn yourself once round. 297. Cite a note. May customs in France. All over Provence on the 1st of May, pretty little girls are dressed in white, decked with crowns and wreaths of roses, and set on seats or platforms strewn with flowers in the streets, while the companions go about begging coppers for the mayos, or mays, as they are called, from the passers-by. 298. In some parts of the Ardennes on May Day a small girl, clad in white and wearing a chaplet of flowers on her head, used to go from house to house with her playmates, collecting contributions and singing that it was May, the month of May, the pretty month of May, that the wheat was tall, the hawthorn in bloom, and the lark a-rolling in the sky. 299. Cita note, the little leaf man. In Rula, Thuringen, as soon as the trees begin to grow green in spring, the children assemble on a Sunday, and go out into the woods, where they choose one of their playmates to be the little leaf man. They break branches from the trees and twine them about the child till only his shoes peep out from the leafy mantle. Holes are made in it for him to see through, and two of the children lead the little leaf man that he may not stumble or fall. Singing and dancing they take him from house to house, asking for gifts of food such as eggs, cream, sausages, and cakes. Lastly, they sprinkle the leaf man with water and feast on the food they have collected. 300. At Rollshausen on the Cita note, leaf-clad mummers at Whitsuntide. Schwamm, in Hesse, when afternoon service is over on Whitsunday, the schoolboys and schoolgirls go out into the wood in their clothes, a boy, from head to foot in leaves so that nobody would know him. He is called the little Whitsuntide man. A procession is then formed. 2 boys lead their leaf-clad playfellow. 2 others precede him with a basket. And 2 girls with another basket bring up the rear. Thus they go from house to house singing hymns or popular songs and collecting eggs and cakes in the baskets. When they have feasted on these, they strip their comrade of his verdant envelope on an open place in front of the village. 301. In some parts of Rhenish Bavaria at Whitsuntide a boy or lad is swathed in the yellow blossom of the broom, the dark green twigs of the firs, and other foliage. Thus attired he is known as the quack and goes from door to door, whirling about in the dance, while an appropriate song is chanted and his companions levy contributions. 302. In the Fricktal, Switzerland, at Whitsuntide boys go out into a wood and swathe one of their number in leafy boughs. He is called the Whitsuntide loud, Pfingstlummel, and being mounted on horseback with a green branch in his hand he is led back into the village. At the village well a halt is called and the leaf-clad loud is dismounted and ducked in the trough. Thereby he acquires the right of sprinkling water on everybody, and he exercises the right specially on girls and street urchins. The urchins march before him in bands begging him to give them a Whitsuntide wedding. 303. Cita note, Jack in the Green in England. In England the best known example of these leaf-clad mummers is the Jack in the Green, a chimney sweeper who walks encased in a pyramidal framework of wickerwork, which is covered with holly and ivy, and surmounted by a crown of flowers and ribbons. Thus arrayed he dances on May Day at the head of a troop of chimney sweeps, who collect pence. 304. This ceremony was witnessed at Cheltenham on the 2nd of May 1892, by Dr. W.H.D. Rouse, who has described in detail the costume of the performers. They were all chimney sweeps of the town. Jack in the Green or the bush carrier was enclosed in a wooden framework on which leaves were fastened so as to make a thick cone about 6 feet high, topped with a crown, which consisted of 2 wooden hoops placed crosswise and covered with flowers. The leafy envelope was unbroken except for a single opening through which peered the face of the mummer. From time to time, in their progress through the streets the performers halted, and 3 of them, dressed in red, blue, and yellow respectively, tripped lightly round the leaf-covered man to the inspiring strains of a fiddle and a tin whistle on which 2 of their comrades with blackened faces discoursed sweet music. The leader of the procession was a clown, fantastically clad in a long white pinafore or blouse with colored fringes and frills, and wearing on his head a beaver hat of the familiar pattern, the crown of which hung loose and was adorned with ribbons and a bird or a bundle of feathers. Large black rings surrounded his eyes, and a red dab over mouth and chin lent a pleasing variety to his countenance. He contributed to the public hilarity by flapping the yellow fringe of his blouse with quaint gestures and occasionally fanning himself languidly. His efforts were seconded by another performer, who wore a red fool's cap, all stuck with flowers, and a white pinafore enriched with black human figures in front and a black, gridiron-like pattern, crossed diagonally by a red bar, at the back. 2 boys in white pinafores, with similar figures, or stars, on the breast, and a fish on the back, completed the company. Formerly there used to be a man in woman's clothes, who personated the clown's wife. 305. In some parts also of France a young fellow is encased in a wicker framework, covered with leaves and is led about. 306. In Frickel, in the Swiss, city note, the Whitsuntide basket in Switzerland. Canton of Argyll, a similar frame of basket work is called the Whitsuntide basket. As soon as the trees begin to bud, a spot is chosen in the wood, and here the village lads make the frame with all secrecy, lest others should forestall them. Leafy branches are twined round 2 hoops, one of which rests on the shoulders of the wearer, the other encircles his calves. Holes are made for his eyes and mouth, and a large nosegay crowns the whole. In this guise he appears suddenly in the village at the hour of vespers, preceded by 3 boys blowing on horns made of willow bark. The great object of his supporters is to set up the Whitsuntide basket on the village well, and to keep it and him there, despite the efforts of the lads from neighboring villages, who seek to carry off the Whitsuntide basket and set it up on their own well. 307. In the neighborhood of Ertingen, Württemberg, a city note, the lazy man in Württemberg. Masker of the same sort, known as the lazy man, Lapsman, goes about the village on Midsummer Day. He is hidden under a great pyramidal or conical frame of wickerwork, 10 or 12 feet high, which is completely covered with sprigs of fir. He has a bell, which he rings as he goes, and he is attended by a suite of persons, dressed up in character, a footman, a colonel, a butcher, an angel, the devil, the doctor, and so on. They march in Indian file and halt before every house, where each of them speaks in character, except the lazy man, who says nothing. With what they get by begging from door to door, they hold a feast. 308. In the class of cases of which the foregoing were specimens, it is obvious that the leaf-clad person who is led about is equivalent to the May-tree, May-bough, or May-doll, which is carried from house to house by children begging. Both are representatives of the beneficent spirit of vegetation, whose visit to the house is recompensed by a present of money or food. Cita note, leaf-clad representative of vegetation, sometimes called a king or queen. Often the leaf-clad person who represents the spirit of vegetation is known as the king or the queen. Thus, for example, he or she is called the May King, Whitsuntide King, Queen of May, and so on. These titles, as Madhart observes, imply that the spirit incorporate in vegetation is a ruler, whose creative power extends far and wide. 309. Cita note, May Kings at Whitsuntide in Germany and Bohemia. In a village near Salzwedel a May tree is set up at Whitsuntide and the boys race to it. He who reaches it first is king. A garland of flowers is put round his neck, and in his hand he carries a May bush, with which, as a procession moves along, he sweeps away the dew. At each house they sing a song, wishing the inmates good luck, referring to the black cow in the stall milking white milk, blacken on the nestling white eggs, and begging a gift of eggs, bacon, and so on. 310. At the village of Elgoth in Silesia a ceremony called the King's Race is observed at Whitsuntide. A pole with a cloth tied to it is set up in a meadow, and the young men ride past it on horseback, each trying to snatch away the cloth as he gallops by. The one who succeeds in carrying it off and dipping it in the neighboring odor is proclaimed king. 311. Here the pole is clearly a substitute for a May tree. In some villages of Brunswick at Whitsuntide a May King is completely enveloped in a May bush. In some parts of Thuringen also they have a May King at Whitsuntide, but he is dressed up rather differently. A frame of wood is made in which a man can stand. It is completely covered with birch boughs and is surmounted by a crown of birchen flowers, in which a bell is fastened. This frame is placed in the wood and the May King gets into it. The rest go out and look for him, and when they have found him, They lead him back into the village to the magistrate, the clergyman, and others, who have to guess who was in the virtuous frame. If they guess wrong, the May King rings his bell by shaking his head, and a forfeited beer or the like must be paid by the unsuccessful guesser. 312. At Warstead in Brunswick the boys at Whitsuntide choose, by lot a king and a high steward, Fustmeyer. The latter is completely concealed in a May bush, wears a wooden crown wreathed with flowers, and carries a wooden sword. The king, on the other hand, is only distinguished by a nosegay in his cap, and a reed, with a red ribbon tied to it, in his hand. They beg for eggs from house to house, threatening that, where none are given, none will be laid by the hens, throughout the year. In this custom the high steward appears, for some reason, to have usurped the insignia of the king. 313. At Hildesheim, in Hanover, 5 or 6 young fellows go about on the afternoon of Whit Monday cracking long whips in measured time and collecting eggs from the houses. The chief person of the band is the Citanote, the Leaf King. Leaf King, a lad swathed so completely in birken twigs that nothing of him can be seen but his feet. A huge headdress of birken twigs adds to his apparent stature. In his hand he carries a long crook, with which he tries to catch stray dogs and children. 314. In some parts of Bohemia on Whit Monday the young fellows disguise themselves in tall caps of birch bark adorned with flowers. One of them is dressed as a king and dragged on a sledge to the village green, and if on the way they pass a pool the sledge is always overturned into it. Arrived at the green they gather round the king. The crier jumps on a stone or climbs up a tree and recites lampoons about each house and its inmates. Afterwards the disguises of bark are stripped off and they go about the village in holiday attire, carrying a May tree and begging. Cakes, eggs, and corn are sometimes given them. 315. At Grossvargula, near Langensalza, in Citanote, the Grass King. The 18th century a Grass King used to be led about in procession at Whitsuntide. He was encased in a pyramid of poplar branches, the top of which was adorned with a royal crown of branches and flowers. He rode on horseback with the leafy pyramid over him, so that its lower end touched the ground, and an opening was left in it only for his face. Surrounded by a cavalcade of young fellows, he rode in procession to the town hall, the parsonage, and so on, where they all got a drink of beer. Then under the 7 lindens of the neighboring Smørberg, the Grass King was stripped of his green casing. The crown was handed to the mayor, and the branches were stuck in the flax fields in order to make the flax grow tall. 316. In this last trait the fertilizing influence ascribed to the representative of the tree spirit comes out clearly. In the neighborhood of Pilsen, Bohemia, a conical hut of green branches, without any door, is erected at Whitsuntide in the midst of the village. To this hut rides a troop of village lads with the king at their head. He wears a sword at his side and a sugar-loaf hat of rushes on his head. In his train are judge, a crier, and a personage called the frog flayer, or hangman. This last is a sort of ragged Merry Andrew, wearing a rusty old sword and bestriding a sorry hack. On reaching the hut the crier dismounts and goes round it looking for a door. Finding none, he says, "Ah, this is perhaps an enchanted castle." The witches creep through the leaves and need no door. At last he draws his sword and hews his way into the hut, where there is a chair, on which he seats himself and proceeds to criticize in rhyme the girls, farmers, and farm servants of the neighborhood. When this is over, the frog flayer steps forward and, after exhibiting a cage with frogs in it, sets up a gallows on which he hangs the frogs in a row. 317. In the neighborhood of Place the ceremony differs in some points. The king and his soldiers are completely clad in bark, adorned with flowers and ribbons. They all carry swords and ride horses, which are gay with green branches and flowers. While the village dames and girls are being criticized at the arbor, a frog is secretly pinched and poked by the crier till it quacks. Sentence of death is passed on the frog by the king. The hangman beheads it and flings the bleeding body among the spectators. Lastly, the king is driven from the hut and pursued by the soldiers. 318. The pinching and beheading of the frog are doubtless, as Madhart observes, 319, a rain charm. We have seen that some Indians of the Orinoco beat frogs for the express purpose of producing rain, and that killing a frog is a European rain charm. 320. Cita note, make queens and Whitsuntide queens. Often the spirit of vegetation in spring is represented by a queen instead of a king. In the neighborhood of Lipchalik, Bohemia, on the fourth Sunday in Lent, girls dressed in white and wearing the first spring flowers, as violets and daisies, in their hair, lead about the village a girl who is called the queen and is crowned with flowers. During the procession, which is conducted with great solemnity, none of the girls may stand still, but must keep whirling round continually and singing. In every house the queen announces the arrival of spring and wishes the inmates good luck and blessings, for which she receives presents. 321. In German Hungary, the girls choose the prettiest girl to be their Whitsuntide queen, fasten a towering wreath on her brow, and carry her singing through the streets. At every house they stop, sing old ballads, and receive presents. 322. In the southeast of Ireland on May Day the prettiest girl used to be chosen queen of the district for 12 months. She was crowned with wild flowers. Feasting, dancing, and rustic sports followed, and were closed by a grand procession in the evening. During her year of office she presided over rural gatherings of young people at dances and merrymakings. If she married before next May Day, her authority was at an end, but her successor was not elected till that day came round. 323. The May Queen is common in France. 324, and familiar in England. Thus at the adjoining Cita note, the May Queen in Warwickshire. Villages of Charrington and Stourton in South Warwickshire, the Queen of May is still represented on May Day by a small girl dressed in white and wearing a wreath of flowers on her head. An older girl wheels the Queen in what is called a milk cart, that is, a child's perambulator on two wheels. Another girl carries a money box. 4 boys bear the maypole, a conical framework formed of a high tripod, with a central shaft. The whole structure is encased in a series of 5 hoops, which rise one above the other, diminishing in size from bottom to top with the tapering of the cone. The hoops, as well as the tripod and the central shaft, are all covered with whatever flowers happen to be in bloom, such as marsh marigolds, primroses, or bluebells. To the top of the central shaft is fastened a bunch of the flower called crown imperial, if it is in season. The lowest hoop is crossed by 2 bars at right angles to each other, and the projecting ends of the bars serve as handles, by which the 4 boys carry the maypole. Each of the bearers has a garland of flowers slung over his shoulder. Thus the children go from house to house, singing their songs and receiving money, which goes to provide a treat for them in the afternoon. 325. Cita note, spirit of vegetation represented simultaneously by a king and queen or a bridegroom and bride. Again the spirit of vegetation is sometimes represented by a king and queen, a lord and lady, or a bridegroom and bride. Here again the parallelism holds between the anthropomorphic and the vegetable representation of the tree spirit, for we have seen above that trees are sometimes married to each other. 326. At Havford in South Warwickshire the children go from house to house on May Day, Cita note, Whitsuntide king and queen. Walking 2 and 2 in procession and headed by a king and queen. 2 boys carry a maypole, some 6 or 7 feet high, which is covered with flowers and greenery. Fastened to it near the top are 2 crossbars at right angles to each other. These are also decked with flowers, and from the ends of the bars hang hoops similarly adorned. At the houses the children sing May songs, and receive money, which is used to provide tea for them at the schoolhouse in the afternoon. 327. In a Bohemian village near Knigritz on Whit Monday the children play the King's Game, at which a king and queen march about under a canopy, the queen wearing a garland, and the youngest girl carrying 2 wreaths on a plate behind them. They are attended by boys and girls called groomsmen and bridesmaids, and they go from house to house collecting gifts. 328, a regular feature in the popular celebration of Whitsuntide in Silesia used to be, and to some extent still is, the contest for the kingship. This contest took various forms, but the mark or goal was generally the May tree or maypole. Sometimes the youth who succeeded in climbing the smooth pole and bringing down the prize was proclaimed the Whitsuntide king and his sweetheart the Whitsuntide bride. Afterwards the king, carrying the May bush, repaired with the rest of the company to the alehouse, where a dance and a feast ended the merrymaking. Often the young farmers and laborers raced on horseback to the maypole, which was adorned with flowers, ribbons, and a crown. He who first reached the pole was the Whitsuntide king, and the rest had to obey his orders for that day. The worst rider became the clown. At the May tree all dismounted and hoisted the king on their shoulders. He nimbly swarmed up the pole and brought down the May bush and the crown, which had been fastened to the top. Meantime the clown hurried to the alehouse and proceeded to bolt 30 rolls of bread and to swig 4 quart bottles of brandy with the utmost possible dispatch. He was followed by the king, who bore the May bush and crown at the head of the company. If on their arrival the clown had already disposed of the rolls and the brandy, and greeted the king with a speech and a glass of beer, his score was paid by the king. Otherwise, he had to settle it himself. After church time the stately procession wound through the village. At the head of it rode the king, decked with flowers and carrying the May bush. Next came the clown with his clothes turned inside out, a great flaxen beard on his chin, and the Whitsuntide crown on his head. 2 riders disguised as guards followed. The procession drew up before every farmyard. The 2 guards dismounted, shut the clown into the house, and claimed a contribution from the housewife to buy soap with which to wash the clown's beard. Custom allowed them to carry off any victuals which were not under lock and key. Last of all they came to the house in which the king's sweetheart lived. She was greeted as Whitsuntide queen and received suitable presents, to wit, a many-colored sash, a cloth, and an apron. The king got as a prize a vest, a neckcloth, and so forth, and had the right of setting up the May bush or Whitsuntide tree before his master's yard, where it remained as an honorable token till the same day next year. Finally the procession took its way to the tavern, where the king and queen opened the dance. Sometimes the Whitsuntide king and queen succeeded to office in a different way. A man of straw, as said a note, king and queen of May, large as life and crowned with a red cap, was conveyed in a cart, between 2 men armed and disguised as guards, to a place where a mock court was waiting to try him. A great crowd followed the cart. After a formal trial the straw man was condemned to death and fastened to a stake on the execution ground. The young men with bandaged eyes tried to stab him with a spear. He who succeeded became king and his sweetheart queen. The straw man was known as a Goliath. 329, near Grenoble, in France, a king and queen are chosen on the 1st of May and are set on a throne for all to see. 330, at Addington, near Oxford, children used to carry garlands from door to door on May Day. Each garland was borne by 2 girls, and they were followed by a lord and lady, a boy and girl linked together by a white handkerchief, of which each held an end, and dressed with ribbons, sashes, and flowers. At each door they sang a verse. Gentlemen and ladies, we wish you happy May. We come to show you a garland, because it is May Day. On receiving money the lord put his arm about his lady's waist and kissed her. 331, at Fleurières in Switzerland on the 7th of May 1843, a May bridegroom, Époux de Mai and his bride were escorted in a procession of over 200 children, some of whom carried green branches of beech. A number of May fools were entrusted with the delicate duty of going round with the hat. The proceeds of their tact and industry furnished a banquet in the evening, and the day ended with a children's ball. 332, in some Saxon villages at Whitsuntide a lad and a lass used to disguise themselves and hide in the bushes or high grass outside the village. Then the whole village went out with music to seek the bridal pair. When they found the couple they all gathered round them. The music struck up, and the bridal pair was led merrily to the village. In the evening they danced. In some places the bridal pair was called the prince and the princess. 333. Cite note, Whitsuntide bridegroom and bride in Denmark. In a parish of Denmark it used to be the custom at Whitsuntide to dress up a little girl as the Whitsun bride, Prince Bruden, and the little boy as her groom. She was decked in all the finery of a grown-up bride, and wore a crown of the freshest flowers of spring on her head. Her groom was as gay as flowers, ribbons, and knots could make him. The other children adorned themselves as best they could with the yellow flowers of the trollius and caltha. Then they went in great state from farmhouse to farmhouse, 2 little girls walking at the head of the procession as bridesmaids, and 6 or 8 outriders galloping ahead on hobby horses to announce their coming. Contributions of eggs, butter, loaves, cream, coffee, sugar, and tallow candles were received and conveyed away in baskets. When they had made the round of the farms, some of the farmers' wives helped to arrange the wedding feast, and the children danced merrily in clogs on the stamped clay floor till the sun rose and the birds began to sing. All this is now a thing of the past. Only the old folks still remember the little Whitsun bride and her mimic pomp. 334. Cite note, Midsummer bridegroom and bride in Sweden and Norway. We have seen that in Sweden the ceremonies associated elsewhere with May Day or Whitsuntide commonly take place at midsummer. 335. Accordingly we find that in some parts of the Swedish province of Blekinge they still choose a midsummer's bride, to whom the church coronet is occasionally lent. The girl selects for herself a bridegroom, and a collection is made for the pair, who for the time being are looked on as man and wife. The other youths also choose each his bride. 336. A similar ceremony seems to be still kept up in Norway, for a correspondent writes to me as follows in reference to the Danish custom of the Whitsun bride. It may interest you to know that on June 23, 1893, I witnessed at Ullensvang, Hardanger, Norway, a ceremony almost exactly the same as that described in your book. Wildflowers are scarce there, and the bride wore the usual metal crown, the attendants for the most part wearing the pretty Hardanger costume. The dancing took place in an unlighted barn, as a farmer was afraid of fire. There were plenty of boys at the dance, but, so far as I can remember, none in the procession. The custom is clearly dying out, and the somewhat reluctant bridegroom was the subject of a good deal of chaff from his fellows. 337. In Sardinia the midsummer couples are known as the sweethearts of St. John, and their association with the growth of plants is clearly brought out by the pots of sprouting grain which form a principal part of the ceremony. 338. Cite note, Forsaken bridegroom or bride of May or Whitsuntide. In the neighborhood of Bryanson, Dauphine, on May Day the lads wrap up in green leaves a young fellow whose sweetheart has deserted him or married another. He lies down on the ground and feigns to be asleep. Then a girl, who likes him, and would marry him, comes and wakes him, and raising him up offers him her arm and a flag. So they go to the alehouse, where the pair lead off the dancing. But they must marry within the year, or they are treated as old bachelor and old maid, and are debert the company of the young folk. The lad is called the bridegroom of the month of May, le fiancé du mois de Mai. In the alehouse he puts off his garment of leaves, out of which, mixed with flowers, his partner in the dance makes a nosegay, and wears it at her breast next day, when he leads her again to the alehouse. 339. Like this is a Russian custom observed in the district of Nerikta on the Thursday before Whitsunday. The girls go out into a birch wood, wind a girdle or band round a stately birch, twist its lower branches into a wreath, and kiss each other in pairs through the wreath. The girls who kiss through the wreath call each other gossips. Then one of the girls steps forward, and mimicking a drunken man, flings herself on the ground, rolls on the grass, and feigns to fall fast asleep. Another girl wakens the pretended sleeper and kisses him. Then the whole bevy trips singing through the wood to twine garlands, which they throw into the water. In the fate of the garlands, floating on the stream they read their own. 340. Here the part of the sleeper was probably at one time played by a lad. In these French and Russian customs we have a forsaken bridegroom, in the following a forsaken bride. On Shrove Tuesday the Slovenes of Obergrain drag a straw puppet with joyous cries up and down the village. Then they throw it into the water or burn it, and from the height of the flames they judge of the abundance of the next harvest. The noisy crew is followed by a female masker, who drags a great board by a string and gives out that she is a forsaken bride. 341. Viewed in the light of what has gone before, the awakening of the forsaken sleeper in these ceremonies probably represents the revival of vegetation in spring. But it is not easy to assign their respective parts to the forsaken bridegroom and to the girl who wakes him from his slumber. Is the sleeper the leafless forest or the bare earth of winter? Is the girl who wakens him the fresh verdure or the genial sunshine of spring? It is hardly possible, on the evidence before us, to answer these questions. The Orions of Bengal, it may be remembered, celebrate the marriage of earth in the springtime, when the sal trees in blossom. 342. But from this we can hardly argue that in the European ceremonies the sleeping bridegroom is the dreaming earth and the girl, the spring blossoms. Cite a note, St. Bride in Scotland and the Isle of Man. In the Highlands of Scotland the revival of vegetation in spring used to be graphically represented on St. Bride's Day, the 1st of February. Thus in the Hebrides the mistress and servants of each family take a sheaf of oats, and dress it up in women's apparel, put it in a large basket, and lay a wooden club by it, and this they call Bride's bed. And then the mistress and servants cry 3 times, Bride is come, Bride is welcome. This they do just before going to bed, and when they rise in the morning they look among the ashes, expecting to see the impression of Bride's club there. Which if they do, they reckon it a true presage of a good crop, in prosperous year, and the contrary they take as an ill omen. 343. The same custom is described by another witness thus: upon the night before Candlemas it is usual to make a bed with corn and hay, over which some blankets are laid, in a part of the house, near the door. When it is ready, a person goes out and repeats 3 times, Bridget, Bridget, come in. Thy bed is ready. 1 or more candles are left, burning near it all night. 344. Similarly in the Isle of Man on the eve of the 1st of February, a festival was formally kept, called, in the Manx language, Lael Brishi, in honor of the Irish lady who went over to the Isle of Man to receive the veil from St. Moghold. The custom was to gather a bundle of green rushes, and standing with them in the hand on the threshold of the door, to invite the holy Saint Bridget to come and lodge with them that night. In the Manx language, the invitation ran thus: Breed, breed, targis my thigh tardine thyames, note. Foshelgi indoors da breed, as like da breedy heat stay. In English, Bridget, Bridget, come to my house, tonight. Open the door for Bridget, and let Bridget come in after. These words were repeated, the rushes were strewn on the floor by way of a carpet or bed for Saint Bridget. A custom very similar to this was also observed in some of the isles of the ancient kingdom of Man. 345. In these Manx and Highland ceremonies it is obvious that Saint Bride, or Saint Bridget, is an old heathen goddess of fertility, disguised in a threadbare Christian cloak. Probably she is no other than the Celtic goddess Bridget, who will meet us again later on. 346. Cite a note, May Bride or Whitsuntide Bride. Often the marriage of the spirit of vegetation in spring, though not directly represented, is implied by naming the human representative of the spirit, the bride, and dressing her in wedding attire. Thus in some villages of Altmark at Whitsuntide, while the boys go about carrying a May tree or leading a boy enveloped in leaves and flowers, the girls lead about the May Bride, a girl dressed as a bride with a great nosegay in her hair. They go from house to house, the May Bride singing a song in which she asks for a present, and tells the inmates of each house that if they give her something they will themselves have something the whole year through. But if they give her nothing they will themselves have nothing. 347. In Some parts of Westphalia. Two girls lead a flower-crowned girl called the Whitsuntide Bride from door to door, singing a song in which they ask for eggs. 348. At Wagham in Brunswick, when service is over on Whitsunday, the village girls assemble, dressed in white or bright colors, decked with flowers, and wearing chaplets of spring flowers in their hair. One of them represents the May bride, and carries a crown of flowers on a staff as a sign of her dignity. As usual, the children go about from cottage to cottage singing and begging for eggs, sausages, cakes, or money. In other parts of Brunswick it is a boy clothed all in birch leaves who personates the May bride. 349. In Bresse in the month of May, a girl called La Marie is tricked out with ribbons and nosegays and is led about by a gallant. She is preceded by a lad, carrying a green May tree, and appropriate verses are sung. 350. Footnote 239. Quoted by J. Brand, Popular Antiquities, I. 246, ed. Bone. Footnote 240. T.F. The Sultan Dyer, British Popular Customs, London, 1876, p. 254. Footnote 241. W. Borlase, The Natural History of Cornwall, Oxford, 1758, pages 294. Footnote 242. J. Brand, Obsit. I. 212 SQ. Footnote 243. T.F. The Sultan Dyer, Popular British Customs, pages 233. Footnote 244. R. Chambers, Book of Days, London and Edinburgh, 1886, I. 578. T. F. The Sultan Dyer, Obsit. Pages 237 SQ. Footnote 245. W. Hone, Everyday Book, London, North Dakota, E. 615 SQ. T.F. The Sultan Dyer, British Popular Customs, pages 251 SQ. At Polbrook, in Northamptonshire, the verses sung by the children on the rounds include two which are almost identical with those sung at Abingdon in Berkshire. C. Dyer, Obsit. Pages 255 SQ. The same verses were formerly sung on May Day at Hitchin in Hertfordshire. Hone, Everyday Book, I. 567 SQ. Dyer, Obsit. Pages 240 SQ. Footnote 246. Dyer, Obsit. Pages 263. Footnote 247. Percy Manning, in Folklore, Iv. 1893, pages 403 SQ. Footnote 248. Id. In Folklore, v. 1897, pages 308. Customs of the same sort are reported also from Combe, Headington, and Islip, all in Oxfordshire. Dyer, British Popular Customs, pages 261 SQ. See below, pages 90 SQ. Footnote 249. Dyer, Obsit. Pages 243. Footnote 250. W. H. D. Rouse, in Folklore, Iv. 1893, pages 53. I have witnessed the ceremony almost annually for many years. Many of the hoops have no doll, and ribbons or rags of colored cloth are more conspicuous than flowers in their decoration. Footnote 251. J. P. Emsley, in Folklore, Zi. 1900, pages 210. Footnote 252. Memoirs of Anna Maria Wilhelmina Pickering, edited by her son, Spencer Pickering, London, 1903, pages 160 SQ. Footnote 253. Lady Wilde, Ancient Cures, Charms, and Usages of Ireland, London, 1890, pages 101 SQ. At the ancient Greek festival of the Daphnephoria, or laurel bearing a staff of olive wood, decked with laurels, purple, ribbons, and many colored flowers, was carried in procession, and, attached to it were two large globes representing the sun and moon, together with a number of smaller globes which stood for the stars. See Proclus, quoted by Photius, Bibliotheca, pages 321, ed. Becker. Footnote 254. Écouted, Essais sur les fêtes religieuses, Paris, 1867, pages 167, SQQ. Footnote 255. Revue des traditions populaires, E. 1887, pages 200. Footnote 256. W. Müller, Betrage zur Volkskunde der Deutschen in Mauren, Wien und Almetz, 1893, pages 319 SQ. 355 to 359. Footnote 257. Folklore, I. 1890, pages 518 SQQ. Footnote 258. W. R. S. Ralston, Songs of the Russian People 2nd ed., London, 1872, pages 234 SQ. Footnote 259. A. Kuhn, Markus Sagen und Marken, Berlin, 1843, pages 315. Footnote 260. W. Mannard, Baumkultus, pages 162. Footnote 261. L. Lloyd, Peasant Life in Sweden, pages 235. Footnote 262. L. Lloyd, Opsit. Pages 257 SQQ. Footnote 263. H. Prohill, Harsbilder, Leipzig, 1855, pages 19 SQ. Compared. In Zeitschrift für Deutsche Mythologie und Sichtenkunde, I. 1853, pages 81 SQ. W. Mannard, Germanische Mythen, pages 512 SQQ. A. Kuhn und W. Schwartz, Norddeutsche Sagen, Marken und Gebräuche, Leipzig, 1848, pages 390, section 80. Footnote 264. Reinsberg Duringsfeld, Festkalender aus Böhmen, Prague, ND, pp. 308 SQ. A fuller description of the ceremony will be given later. Footnote 265. For the evidence C. J. Brand, Popular Antiquities, I. 234 SQQ. W. Hone, Everyday Book, I. 547 SQQ. E. 574 SQQ. R. Chambers, Book of Days, I. 574 SQQ. T. F. The Selton Dyer, British Popular, Customs, pages 228 SQQ. W. Mannard, Baumkultus, pages 168 SQQ. Footnote 266. Philip Stubbs, The Anatomy of Abuses, pages 149, F. J. Furnivals, reprint. In later editions some verbal changes were made. Footnote 267. W. Borlase, Natural History of Cornwall, Oxford, 1758, pages 294. Footnote 268. W. Hutchinson, View of Northumberland, Newcastle, 1778, E. Appendix, pages 13 SQ. Dyer, British Popular Customs, pages 257. Footnote 269. Padstow Hobbyhouse, Folklore, XVI. 1905, pages 59 SQ. Footnote 270. E. Meyer, Deutsche Sagen, Sitten und Gebräuche aus Schwaben, Stuttgart, 1852, pages 396. Footnote 271. EMOGK, Inner Wortgesetzliche Volkskunde 2nd ed., Dresden, 1901, pages 309 SQ. Footnote 272. M. Renge, Inner Wortges Opsit. Pages 359. Footnote 273. A. Dunor, Customs, Myths et Traditions des Provinces de France, Paris and Lyons, 1846, pages 137. Footnote 274. Berenger Farad, Superstitions et Survivances, Paris, 1896, v. 308, SQ. Compared. Reminiscences populaires de la Provence, pages 21, SQ. 26, 27. Footnote 275. J. G. Scott and J. P. Hardiman, Gazetteer of Upper Burma and the Shan, States, Pardival. I. Rangoon, 1900, pages 529. Footnote 276. W. Hone, Everyday Book, I. 547 SQQ. R. Chambers, Book of Days, I. 571. Footnote 277. Bavaria, Lenz and Volkskunde des Königreichs I. 372. Footnote 278. W. Hone, Everyday Book, E. 597 SQ. Mr. G. W. Prothero tells me that about the year 1875 he saw a permanent maypole decked with flowers on May Day on the road between Cambridge and St. Nuts, not far from the turning to Caxton. Footnote 279. See above, pages 47 SQ. Footnote 280. Rheinsberg Duringsfeld, Festkalender aus Böhmen, pages 217. W. Mannard, Baumkultus, pages 566. Footnote 281. A. Berlinger, Volksthümliches aus Schwaben, Freiburg im Breisgau, 1861–1862, E. 74 SQ. W. Mannard, Baumkultus, pages 566. Footnote 282. Aristophanes, Plutus, 1054. W. Mannard, Antiquald und Feldkult, pages 222 SQ. Footnote 283. Buchler Kreutzwald, Der Esten Abergläubische Gebrecht, Weissen und Jonheiten, pages 112–114. Some traits in this story seem to suggest that the return of the trooper to his old home was, like that of the war-broken veteran in Campbell's poem, only a soldier's dream. Footnote 284. Rheinsberg Duringsfeld, Festkalender aus Böhmen, pages 86 SQQ. W. Mannard, Baumkultus, pages 156. Footnote 285. R. Chambers, Book of Days, I. 573. Compare the Cambridge custom, described above, pages 62. Footnote 286. W. Mannard, Baumkultus, pages 312. Footnote 287. W. Mannard, Baumkultus, pages 313. Footnote 288. Ebed. Pages 314. Footnote 289. Bavaria, Lenz and Volkskunde des Königreichs E. 357. W. Mannard, Baumkultus, pages 312 SQ. The word Walber probably comes from Walpurgis, which is doubtless only another form of the better-known Walpurgis. The 2nd of May is called Walpurgis Day, at least in this part of Bavaria. Footnote 290. W. Mannard, Baumkultus, pages 313 SQ. Footnote 291. H. von Lislocki, Volksglaube und Religiöser Brauch der Zigeuner, Munster I. W. 1891, pages 148 SQ. Footnote 292. E. T. Dalton, Descriptive Ethnology of Bengal, pages 261. Footnote 293. B. A. Gupt, Harvest Festivals in Honor of Gauri and Ganesh, Indian Antiquary, XXXV. 1906, pages 61. Footnote 294. W. Mannard, Baumkultus, pages 315 SQ. Footnote 295. W. R. S. Ralston, Russian Folk Tales, pages 345. As to Green George C., above, pages 75 SQ. Footnote 296. W. R. S. Ralston, Songs of the Russian People, pages 234. Footnote 297. W. Mannard, Baumkultus, pages 318. J. Grimm, Deutsche Mythologie, 4th ed., E. 657. Footnote 298. A. Dunor, Keltums, Myths et Traditions des Provinces de France, pages 17 SQ. Berenger Farad, Reminiscences populaires de la Provence, pages 1 SQ. Footnote 299. A Mirac, Traditions, Customs, Legends et Contes des Ardennes, Charleville, 1890, pages 79-82. The girl was called the Trimisette. A custom of the same general character was practiced down to recent times in the Jura, Beranger Farad, Reminiscences populaires de la Province, pages 18. Footnote 300. F. A. Riemann, Deutsche Volksfestimnunzenten Jahrhundert, Weimar, 1839, pages 159 SQ. W. Mannhardt, Thum Cultus, pages 320. A. Witzel, Second, Sitten Ungebrecht aus Thüringen, pages 211. Footnote 301. W. Kolb, Hessisch Volkssitten Ungebrecht im Licht der Heidnischen Verzicht, Marburg, 1888, pages 70. Footnote 302. Bavaria, Lenz and Volkskunde des Königreichs Bayern, Iv. 2, pp. 359 SQ. Similarly in the Department de l'Aisne, France, on the 1st of May 8 or 10 boys unite, clothe one of their number in leaves, and go from house to house begging. W. Mannhardt, Thum Cultus, p. 318. Footnote 303. E. Hoffmann Kreyer, Fruchtbarkeitsretten im Schweizerischen, Volksbrauch, Schweizerisches Archiv für Volkskunde, Zi. 1907, p. 252. Footnote 304. W. Mannhardt, Thum Cultus, pages 322. W. Hone, Everyday Book, I. 583, SQQ. T. F. The Sultan Dyer, British Popular Customs, pages 230 SQ. Footnote 305. W. H. G. Rouse, May Day in Cheltenham, Folklore, Iv. 1893, pp. 50-53. On May Day 1891 I saw a Jack in the Green in the streets of Cambridge. Footnote 306. W. Mannhardt, Thum Cultus, pages 323. Footnote 307. W. Mannhardt, Thum Cultus, pages 323. H. Herzog, Schweizerisch, Volksfest, Sitten Ungebrecht, Arau, 1884, pages 248 SQ. Footnote 308. A. Berlinger, Volkstümliches aus Schwaben, E. 114 SQ. W. Mannhardt, Thum Cultus, pages 325. Footnote 309. W. Mannhardt, Thum Cultus, pages 314 SQ. Footnote 310. A. Kuhn on W. Schwartz, Norddeutsche Sagen, Marken Ungebrecht, pages 380. Footnote 311. F. Tutzner, Die Chicken on Mauerenskelsen, Globus, Alex VIII, 1900, pages 340. Footnote 312. A. Kuhn on W. Schwartz, Obsit. Pages 383 SQ. W. Mannhardt, Thum Cultus, pages 342. Footnote 313. Arndré, Braunschweiger Volkskunde, Brunswick, 1896, pages 249, SQ. Footnote 314. K. Seifert, Segen, Marken, Schwank Ungebrecht aus Stadtund, Stift Hildesheim, Zwaadoflinge, Hildesheim, 1889, pages 180 SQ. Footnote 315. Rheinsberg Duringsfeld, Festkalender aus Böhmen, pages 260 SQ. W. Mannhardt, Thum Cultus, pages 342 SQ. Footnote 316. F. A. Riemann, Deutsche Volksfestimnunzenten Jahrhundert, pp. 157-159. W. Mannhardt, Thum Cultus, pages 347 SQ. A. Witzel, Segen, Sitten Ungebrecht aus Thüringen, Vienna, 1878, pages 203. Footnote 317. Rheinsberg Duringsfeld, Festkalender aus Böhmen, pages 253 SQQ. Footnote 318. Rheinsberg Duringsfeld, Festkalender aus Böhmen, pages 262. W. Mannhardt, Thum Cultus, pages 353 SQ. Footnote 319. Bough cultus, pages 355. Footnote 320. Above, vol. I pages 292, 293. Footnote 321. Reinsberg Duringsfeld, Festkalender aus Böhmen, pages 93. W. Mannhardt, Bough cultus, pages 344. Footnote 322. W. Mannhardt, Bough cultus, pages 343 SQ. Footnote 323. T. F. The Selton Dyer, British Popular Customs, pages 270 SQ. Footnote 324. W. Mannhardt, Bough cultus, pages 344 SQQ. E. Corded, Fates, Religieuses, pages 160 SQQ. D. Monnier, Traditions Populaires, Comperies, pages 282 SQQ. Berenger Farad, Reminiscences Populaires, de la Provence, pages 17 SQ. Ch. Beauquier, Les Moyens, French Conte, Paris, 1900, pages 65 to 69. In French Conte she seems to be generally known as La Poussée, the spouse. Footnote 325. From information given me by Mabel Bailey, in the service of Miss A. Wise of Hafford. My informant's father is a native of Sturton, and she herself has spent much of her life there. I conjecture that the conical flower-beaded structure may once have been borne by a mummer, concealed within it. Compare the customs described above, pages 82 SQ. Footnote 326. Above, pages 24 SQQ. Footnote 327. From information given me by Miss A. Wise of Hafford. Footnote 328. Reinsberg Duringsfeld, Festkalender aus Böhmen, pages 265 SQ. W. Mannhardt, Bough cultus, pages 422. Footnote 329. P. Drexler, Sit, Brot und Volksglaubensgeschichte, I. Leipzig, 1903, pages 125 to 129. Footnote 330. D. Monnier, Traditions Populaires Comperies, Paris, 1854, pages 304. E. Corded, Fates Religieuses, pages 161. W. Mannhardt, Bough cultus, p. 423. Footnote 331. J. Brand, Popular Antiquities, I. 233 SQ. W. Mannhardt, Bough cultus, pages 424. We have seen, p. 62, that a custom of the same sort used to be observed at Bampton in the Bush in Oxfordshire. Footnote 332. E. Hoffmann Kreher, Fruchtbarkeitsretten im Schweizerischen, Volksbrauch, Schweizerisches Archiv für Volkskund, Zi. 1907, pp. 257 SQ. Footnote 333. E. Sommer, Segen, Marken angeblich aus Sachsen und Thüringen, Hal, 1843, pages 151 SQ. W. Mannhardt, Bough cultus, pages 431 SQ. The custom is now obsolete, EMOGK, in Arwutki Volkskund, 2nd ed., Dresden, 1901, pages 309. Footnote 334. H. F. Feilberg, in Folklore, vi. 1895, pages 194 SQ. Footnote 335. See above, pages 65. Footnote 336. L. Lloyd, Peasant Life in Sweden, pages 257. Footnote 337. Mr. W. C. Crofts, in a letter to me dated February 3, 1901, 9, Northwich Terrace, Cheltenham. Footnote 338. For details see Adonis, Attis, Osiris, 2nd edition, pages 202 SQ. Footnote 339. This custom was told to W. Mannhardt by a French prisoner in the War of 1870-71, Bough cultus, pages 434. Footnote 340. W. Mannhardt, Bough cultus, pages 434 SQ. Footnote 341. Ebed. Pages 435. Footnote 342. See above, pages 76 SQ. Footnote 343. M. Martin, Description of the Western Islands of Scotland, London, 1673-1703, pages 119. Ed. In Pinkerton's Voyages and Travels, E. 613. W. Mannard, Dome Cultus, pages 436. According to Martin, the ceremony took place on Candlemas Day, the 2nd of February. But this seems to be a mistake. C. J. G. Campbell, Witchcraft in Second Sight in the Highlands and Islands of Scotland, pages 247 SQ. The Reverend James MacDonald, of Ray and Caithness, was assured by old people that the sheaf used in making Breed's Bed was the last sheaf cut at harvest. J. MacDonald, Religion and Myth, pages 141. Later on we shall see that the last sheaf is often regarded as embodying the spirit of the corn, and special care is therefore taken of it. Footnote 344. John Ramsay of Outerdire, Scotland and Scotsmen in the 18th century, edited by Alex. Allardyce, Edinburgh, 1888, e. 447. At Ballinasloe in County Galway it is customary to fasten a cross of twisted corn in the roof of the cottages on Candlemas Day. The cross is fastened by means of a knife stuck through a potato, and remains in its place for months, if not for a year. This custom, of which I was informed by Miss Nina Hill in a letter dated May 5, 1898, may be connected with the Highland one described in the text. Footnote 345. J. Train, Historical and Statistical Account of the Isle of Man, Douglas, Isle of Man, 1845, e. 116. Footnote 346. See below, pages 240 SQQ. Bridget is the true original form of the name, which has been corrupted into Breed, Bride, and Bridget. C. Douglas Hyde, A Literary History of Ireland, London, 1899, pages 53, note 2. Footnote 347. A. Kuhn, Marcus Sagan und Marken, pages 318 SQQ. W. Mannard, Dome Cultus, pages 437. Footnote 348. W. Mannard, Dome Cultus, pages 438. Footnote 349. Arendry, Braunschweiger Volkskind, Brunswick, 1896, pages 248. Footnote 350. D. Monier, Traditions Populaires Camperies, pages 283 SQ. E. Corded, Fates Religieuses, pages 162 SQ. W. Mannard, Dome Cultus, pages 439 SQ. Chapters I. The Influence of the Sexes on Vegetation. Cite a note. The marriage of the king and queen of May intended to promote the growth of vegetation by homeopathic magic. From the preceding examination of the spring and summer festivals of Europe we may infer that our rude forefathers personified the powers of vegetation as male and female, and attempted, on the principle of homeopathic or imitative magic, to quicken the growth of trees and plants by representing the marriage of the sylvan deities in the persons of a king and queen of May, a Whitsun bridegroom and bride, and so forth. Such representations were accordingly no mere symbolic or allegorical dramas, pastoral plays, designed to amuse or instruct a rustic audience. They were charms, intended to make the woods to grow green, the fresh grass to sprout, the corn to shoot, and the flowers to blow. And it was natural to suppose that the more closely the mock marriage of the leaf-clad or flower-decked mummers aped the real marriage of the woodland sprites, the more effective would be the charm. Accordingly we may assume with a high degree of probability that the profligacy which notoriously attended these ceremonies 351, was at one time not an accidental excess, but an essential part of the rites, and that in the opinion of those who performed them the marriage of trees and plants could not be fertile, without the real union of the human sexes. At the present day it might, perhaps be vain to look in civilized Europe for customs of this sort, observed for the explicit purpose of promoting the growth of vegetation. But ruder races in other parts of the world have consciously employed the intercourse of the sexes as a means to ensure the fruitfulness of the earth. And some rites which are still, or were till lately, kept up in Europe can be reasonably explained only as stunted relics of a similar practice. The following facts will make this plain. Cite a note: intercourse of the sexes practiced in order to make the crops grow. For 4 days before they committed the seed to the earth, the peoples of Central America kept apart from their wives in order that on the night before planting they might indulge their passions to the fullest extent. Certain persons are even said to have been appointed to perform the sexual act at the very moment when the first seeds were deposited in the ground. The use of their wives at that time was indeed enjoined upon the people by the priests as a religious duty, in default of which it was not lawful to sow the seed. 352. The only possible explanation of this custom seems to be that the Indians confused the process by which human beings reproduce their kind with the process by which plants discharge the same function, and fancied that by resorting to the former they were simultaneously forwarding the latter. In the month of December, when the alligator pears begin to ripen, the Indians of Peru used to hold a festival called Acatemita in order to make the fruit grow mellow. The festival lasted 5 days and nights, and was preceded by a fast of 5 days during which they ate neither salt nor pepper and refrained from their wives. At the festival men and boys assembled stark naked in an open space among the orchards, and ran from there to a distant hill. Any woman whom they overtook on the way they violated. 353. In some parts of Java, at the season when the bloom will soon be on the rise, the husbandman and his wife visit their fields by night and there engage in sexual intercourse for the purpose of promoting the growth of the crop. 354. In the Ledi, Sarmata, and some other groups of islands which lie between the western end of New Guinea and the northern part of Australia, the heathen population regard the sun as the male principle by whom the earth or female principle is fertilized. They call him a Pulera or Mr. Sun, and represent him under the form of a lamp made of coconut leaves, which may be seen hanging everywhere in their houses and in the sacred fig tree. Under the tree lies a large flat stone, which serves as a sacrificial table. On it the heads of slain foes were and are still placed in some of the islands. Once a year, at the beginning of the rainy season, Mr. Sun comes down into the holy fig tree to fertilize the earth, and to facilitate his descent a ladder with 7 rungs is considerately placed at his disposal. It is set up under the tree and is adorned with carved figures of the birds whose shrill clarion heralds the approach of the sun in the east. On this occasion pigs and dogs are sacrificed in profusion. Men and women alike indulge in a Saturnalia. And the mystic union of the sun and the earth is dramatically represented in public, amid song and dance, by the real union of the sexes under the tree. The object of the festival, we are told, is to procure rain, plenty of food and drink, abundance of cattle and children and riches from Grandfather Sun. They pray that he may make every she-goat to cast 2 or 3 young, the people to multiply, the dead pigs to be replaced by living pigs, the empty rice baskets to be filled, and so on. And to induce him to grant the requests they offer him pork and rice and liquor, and invite him to fall to. In the Babar Islands a special flag is hoisted at this festival as a symbol of the creative energy of the sun. It is a white cotton, about 9 feet high, and consists of the figure of a man in an appropriate attitude. 355. Among the tackles of Manipur, before the rice is sown and when it is reaped, the boys and girls have a tug of war, with a tough rope of twisted creeper. Great jars of beer are set ready, and the strictness of their ordinary morality is broken by a night of unbridled license. 356. It would be unjust to treat these orgies as a mere outburst of unbridled passion. No doubt they are deliberately and solemnly organized as essential to the fertility of the earth and the welfare of man. Cite a note: intercourse of the sexes practiced in order to make trees bear fruit. The same means which are thus adopted to stimulate the growth of the crops are naturally employed to ensure the fruitfulness of trees. The work known as the Agriculture of the Nabateans contained apparently a direction that the grafting of a tree upon another tree of a different sort should be done by a damsel, who at the very moment of inserting the graft in the bough should herself be subjected to treatment which can only be regarded as a direct copy of the operation she was performing on the tree. 357. In some parts of Amboina, when the state of the clove plantation indicates that the crop is likely to be scanty, the men go naked to the plantations by night, and there seek to fertilize the trees precisely as they would impregnate women, while at the same time they call out for more cloves. This is supposed to make the trees bear fruit more abundantly. 358. In Java, when a palm tree is to be tapped for wine, the man who proposes to relieve the tree of its superfluous juices deems it necessary to approach the palm in the character of a lover and a husband, as well as of a son. When he comes upon the palm which he thinks suitable, he will not begin cutting at the trunk until he has intimated as delicately as he can the reasons which lead him to perform that surgical operation, and the ardent affection which he cherishes for the tree. For this purpose he holds a dialogue with the palm, in which he naturally speaks in the character of the tree, as well as in his own. O mother Indangrini, he begins, for the sake of you I have let myself be drenched by the rain and scorched by the sun. Long have I sought you. Now at last have I found you. How ardently have I longed for you. Often before have you given me the breast. Yet I still thirst. Therefore now I ask for 4 potfuls more. Well, fair youth, replies the tree, I have always been here. What is the reason that you have sought me? The reason I have sought you is, that I have heard you suffer from incontinentia urinae. So I do, says the tree. Will you marry me? Says the man. That I will, says the tree, but first you must plight your troth and recite the usual confession of faith. On that the man takes a rattan leaf and wraps it round the palm as a pledge of betrothal, after which he says the creed, there is no God but Allah, and Muhammad is his prophet. The maidenly and orthodox scruples of the tree having thus been satisfied, he embraces it as his bride. At first he attaches only a small dish to the trunk to receive the juices which exude from the cut in the bark. A large dish might frighten the tree. In fastening the dish to the palm he says, Bak Indangrini, your child is languishing away for thirst. He asks you for a drink. The tree replies, let him slake his thirst. Mother's breasts are full to overflowing. 359. We have already seen that in some parts of northern India a mock marriage between 2 actors is performed in honor of a newly planted orchard. 360. No doubt for the purpose of making it bear fruit. In the Nicobar Islands a pregnant woman is taken into the gardens in order to impart the blessing of fertility to the plants. 361. Cite a note. In Uganda parents of twins are supposed to fertilize the plantains. The Baganda of Central Africa believe so strongly in the intimate relation between the intercourse of the sexes and the fertility of the ground that among them a barren wife is generally sent away, because she is supposed to prevent her husband's garden from bearing fruit. On the contrary, a couple who have given proof of extraordinary fertility by becoming the parents of twins are believed by the Baganda to be endowed with a corresponding power of increasing the fruitfulness of the plantain trees, which furnish them with their staple food. Some little time after the birth of the twins a ceremony is performed, the object of which clearly is to transmit the reproductive virtue of the parents to the plantains. The mother lies down on her back in the thick grass near the house and places a flower of the plantain between her legs. Then her husband comes and knocks the flower away with his genital member. Further, the parents go through the country, performing dances in the gardens of favored friends, apparently for the purpose of causing the plantain trees to bear fruit more abundantly. The same belief in the fertilizing power of such parents probably explains why in Uganda the father of twins is inviolable and may go into anybody's garden and take the produce at will. To distinguish him from the common herd his hair is cut in a special way, and he wears little bells at his ankles which tinkle as he walks. His sacred character is further manifested by a rule which he must observe after the round of visits has been paid, and the dances in the gardens are over. he has to remain at home until the next time that the army goes forth to battle, and in the interval he may neither dress his hair nor cut his fingernails. When war has been proclaimed, his whole body is shaved and his nails cut. The clipped hair and nails he ties up in a ball, which he takes with him to the war, along with the bar cloth which he wore at the dances. When he has killed a foe, he crams the ball into the dead man's mouth, ties the bar cloth round his neck, and leaves them there on the battlefield. 362. Apparently the ceremony is intended to rid him of the peculiar sanctity or state of taboo which he contracted by the birth of twins, and to facilitate his return to ordinary life. 4. To the mind of the savage, as we shall see later on, sanctity has its dangers and inconveniences, and the sacred man may often be glad to divest himself of it by stripping himself of those separable parts of his person, the hair and nails, to which the holy contagion is apt to cling. Note, relics of similar customs in Europe. In various parts of Europe customs have prevailed both at spring and harvest which are clearly based on the same crude notion that the relation of the human sexes to each other can be so used as to quicken the growth of plants. For example, in the Ukraine on St. George's Day, the 23rd of April, the priest in his robes, attended by his acolytes, goes out to the fields of the village, where the crops are beginning to show green above the ground, and blesses them. After that the young married people lie down in couples on the sown fields and roll several times over on them, in the belief that this will promote the growth of the crops. In some parts of Russia the priest himself is rolled by women over the sprouting crop, and that without regard to the mud and holes which he may encounter in his beneficent progress. If the shepherd resists or remonstrates, his flock murmurs, "Little father, you do not really wish us well, you do not wish us to have corn, although you do wish to live on our corn." 363. In England it seems to have been customary for young couples to roll down a slope together on May Day. On Greenwich Hill the custom was practiced at Easter and Whitsuntide. 364, as it was till lately practiced near Dublin on Whit Monday. 365. When we consider how closely these seasons, especially May Day and Whitsuntide, are associated with ceremonies for the revival of plant life in spring, we shall scarcely doubt that the custom of rolling in couples at such times had originally the same significance which it still has in Russia. And, when further we compare this particular custom with the practice of representing the vernal powers of vegetation by a bridal pair, and remember the traditions which even in our own country attach to May Day, 366, we shall probably do no injustice to our forefathers if we conclude that they once celebrated the return of spring with grosser rites, of which the customs I have referred to are only a stunted survival. Indeed, these rites in their grossest form are said to be still observed in various parts of Holland at Whitsuntide. 367. In some parts of Germany at harvest the men and women, who have reaped the corn, roll together on the field. 368. This again is probably a mitigation of an older and ruder custom designed to impart fertility to the field by methods like those resorted to by the Pipals of Central America long ago and by the cultivators of rice in Java at the present time. In Poso, when the rice crop is not thriving, the farmer's wife sets bowls of rice and betel in various parts of the field. Then she lies down, draws her petticoat over her head, and pretends to fall asleep. But one of her children thereupon mimics the crowing of a cock, and at the sound she gets up, because a new day has dawned. The intention of the ceremony, which the natives could not or would not explain to the Dutch missionary, who reports it, may be to place the woman at the disposal of the god of the field. We are expressly told that there is a special god of the rice fields named Pui, and that the ceremony in question is performed in his honor. 369. Note, continence practiced in order to make the crops grow. To the student who cares to track the devious course of the human mind in its gropings after truth, it is of some interest to observe that the same theoretical belief in the sympathetic influence of the sexes on vegetation, which has led some peoples to indulge their passions as a means of fertilizing the earth, has led others to seek the same end by directly opposite means. From the moment that they sowed the maize till the time that they reaped it, the Indians of Nicaragua lived chastely, keeping apart from their wives and sleeping in a separate place. They ate no salt, and drank neither cocoa nor chicha, the fermented liquor, made from maize. In short, the season was for them, as the Spanish historians observe, a time of abstinence. 370. To this day some of the Indian tribes of Central America practice continence for the purpose of thereby promoting the growth of the crops. Thus we are told that before sowing the maize the Quechua Indians sleep apart from their wives, and eat no flesh for 5 days, while among the Languaderos and Cochaboneros, the period of abstinence from these carnal pleasures extends to 13 days. 371. So among some of the Germans of Transylvania it is a rule, that no man may sleep with his wife during the whole of the time that he is engaged in sowing his fields. 372. The same rule is observed at Kalatashik in Hungary. The people think that if the custom were not observed the corn would be mildewed. 373. Similarly, Central Australian hetman of the Kadish tribe strictly abstains from marital relations with his wife all the time that he is performing magical ceremonies to make the grass grow. For he believes that a breach of this rule would prevent the grass seed from sprouting properly. 374. In some of the Melanesian islands, when the yam vines are being trained, the men sleep near the gardens and never approach their wives. Should they enter the garden after breaking this rule of continence, the fruits of the garden would be spoiled. 375. In the Moda tribe of New Guinea, when rain has fallen plentifully and there is promise of a good crop of bananas, one of the chief men becomes holy or taboo, and must live apart from his wife and eat only certain kinds of food. He bids the young men beat the drum and dance, in order that by so doing there may be a large harvest. If the dancing is not given, there will be an end to the good growth. But if it is continued, all will go well. People come in from other villages to assist, and will dance all night. 376. In the Mikio district of British New Guinea, when a taboo has been put on the cocoa nuts and areca nuts to promote their growth, some 14 or 15 men act as watchmen to enforce the taboo. Every evening they go round the village armed with clubs and wearing masks or so covered with leaves that nobody would know them. All the time they are in office they may not chew betel nor drink coconut water, lest the areca nuts, which are eaten with betel, and the cocoa nuts should fail. Moreover, they may not live with their wives. Indeed, they may not even look at a woman, and if they pass one they must keep their eyes on the ground. 377. Among the Kabwas of Manipur, before the rice is sown and when it is reaped, the strictest chastity has to be observed, especially by the religious head of the village, who, besides always taking the omens on behalf of the villagers, is the first to sow and the first to reap. 378. Some of the tribes of Assam believe that so long as the crops remain ungarnered, the slightest incontinence might ruin all. 379. In the incense-growing region of Arabia in antiquity there were 3 families charged with the special care of the incense trees. They were called sacred, and at the time when they cut the trees or gathered the incense they were forbidden to pollute themselves with women or with the contact of the dead. The observance of these rules of ceremonial purity was believed to increase the supply of incense. 380. Apparently the incense itself was deemed holy, for on being gathered it was deposited in the sanctuary of the sun, where the merchants inspected and purchased it. 381. With ancient Greek husbandmen it was a maxim that olives should always be planted and gathered by pure boys and virgins. The uncommon fruitfulness of the olive trees at Alnazarbus in Cilicia was attributed to their being tended by young and innocent children. In default of such workers, the olive gatherer had to swear that he had been faithful to his own wife, for his fidelity was believed to ensure an abundant crop of fruit the following year. 382. Cita note, illicit love supposed to blight the fruits of the earth. Again, the sympathetic relation supposed to exist between the commerce of the sexes and the fertility of the earth manifests itself in the belief that illicit love tends, directly or indirectly, to mar that fertility and to blight the crops. 383. Such a belief prevails, for example, among the Karens of Burma. They imagine that adultery or fornication has a powerful influence to injure the harvest. Hence, if the crops have been bad for a year or two, and no rain falls, the villagers set down the dearth to secret sins of this kind, and say that the God of heaven and earth is angry with them on that account. And they all unite in making an offering to appease him. Further, whenever adultery or fornication is detected, the elders decide that the sinners must buy a hog and kill it. Then the woman takes 1 foot of the hog, and the man takes another, and they scrape out furrows in the ground with each foot, and fill the furrows with the blood of the hog. Next they scratch the ground with their hands and pray, God of heaven and earth, God of the mountains and hills, I have destroyed the productiveness of the country. Do not be angry with me, do not hate me, but have mercy on me, and compassionate me. Now I repair the mountains, now I heal the hills, and the streams and the lands. May there be no failure of crops, may there be no unsuccessful labors, or unfortunate efforts in my country. Let them be dissipated to the foot of the horizon. Make thy paddy fruitful, thy rice abundant. Make the vegetables to flourish. If we cultivate but little, still grant that we may obtain a little. After each has prayed, thus, they return to the house and say they have repaired the earth. 384. The Badus of Sumatra think that if an unmarried woman is big with child, it is necessary to give her in marriage at once, even to a man of lower rank. For otherwise the people will be infested by tigers, and the crops in the field will not yield an abundant return. The crime of incest, in their opinion, would blast the whole harvest if the wrong were not speedily repaired. Epidemics and other calamities that affect the whole people are almost always traced by them to incest, by which is to be understood any marriage that conflicts with their customs. 385. Cite note. Dayak believe that lewdness may cause bad weather and spoil the crops. Similar views are held by various tribes of Borneo. Thus when the rain pours down steadily day after day and week after week, and the crops are rotting in the fields, the Dayaks of Borneo come to the conclusion that someone has been indulging in fleshly lusts. So the elders lay their heads together and adjudicate on all cases of incest and bigamy, and purify the earth with the blood of pigs, which appears to possess in a high degree the valuable property of atoning for moral guilt. For 3 days the villages are tabooed and all labor discontinued. The inhabitants remain at home, and no strangers are admitted. Not long ago the offenders, whose lewdness had thus brought the whole country into danger, would have been punished with death or at least slavery. A Dayak may not marry his first cousin unless he first performs a special ceremony called Burgipal to avert evil consequences from the land. The couple repair to the waterside, fill a small pitcher with their personal ornaments, and sink it in the river. Or instead of a jar they fling a chopper and a plate into the water. A pig is then sacrificed on the bank, and its carcass, drained of blood, is thrown in after the jar. Next the pair are pushed into the water by their friends, and ordered to bathe together. Lastly, a joint of bamboo is filled with pig's blood, and the couple perambulate the country and the villages round about, sprinkling the blood on the ground. After that they are free to marry. This is done, we are told, for the sake of the whole country, in order that the rice may not be blasted. 386. The Bough or Kayans, a tribe in the interior of Borneo, cite a note. Kayan believe that adultery or fornication spoils the harvest. Believe that adultery is punished by the spirits, who visit the whole tribe with failure of the crops and other misfortunes. Hence, in order to avert these calamities from the innocent members of the tribe, the 2 culprits, with all their possessions, are put in quarantine on a gravel bank in the middle of the river. Then, in order thoroughly to disinfect them, pigs and fowls are killed, and with the blood priestesses smear the property of the guilty pair. Finally the 2 are set on a raft, with 16 eggs, and allowed to drift down the stream. They may save themselves by swimming ashore, but this is perhaps a mitigation of an older sentence of death by drowning. Young people shower long grass stalks, which stand for spears, at the shamefaced and dripping couple. 387. The Blue Ukrainians of the same region similarly imagine that an intrigue between an unmarried pair is punished by the spirits with failure of the harvest, of the fishing, and of the hunt. Hence the delinquents have to appease the wrath of the spirits by sacrificing a pig and some rice. 388. Cita note: incest and seduction supposed to be a cause of bad weather, and failure of crops in Celebes. Among the Macassars and Bugenies of southern Celebes, incest is a capital crime. In the Bugenese language, this misdeed is called sapotana, which, literally translated, signifies that the ground, tana, which has been polluted with the blood of such a person must above all be shunned, sapa. When we remember how afraid of evil spirits a native is in passing even a spot that has been stained with innocent blood, we can easily conceive what passes in his mind at the thought of the blood of one who has been guilty of such a crime. When the rivers dry up and the supply of fish runs short, when the harvest and the produce of the gardens miscarry, when edible fruits fail, and especially when sickness is rife among the cattle and horses, as well as when civil strife breaks out and the country suffers from any other widespread calamity, the native generally thinks that earth and air have been sullied with the blood of persons who have committed incest. The blood of such people should naturally not be shed. Hence the punishment usually inflicted on them is that of drowning. They are tied up in a sack and thrown into the sea. Yet they get with them on their journey to eternity the necessary provisions, consisting of a bag of rice, salt, dried fish, cocoa nuts and so on, not forgetting 3 quarts of betel. 389. Among the Timori of Central Celebes, a person guilty of incest is throttled. No drop of his blood may fall on the ground, for if it did, the rice would never grow again. The union of uncle and niece is regarded by these people as incest, but it can be expiated by an offering. A garment of the man and one of the woman are laid on a copper vessel. The blood of a sacrificed animal, either a goat or a fowl, is allowed to drip on the garments, and then the vessel with its contents is suffered to float down the river. 390. Among the Tulalaki, another tribe of central Celebes, persons who have defiled themselves with incest are shut up in a basket and drowned. No drop of their blood may be spilt on the ground, for that would hinder the earth from ever bearing fruit again. 391. When it rains in torrents, the Galilees of Halmahera say that brother and sister, or father and daughter, or in short some near relations are having illicit relations with each other, and that every human being must be informed of it, for then only will the rain cease to descend. The superstition has repeatedly caused blood relations to be accused, rightfully or wrongfully, of incest. The people also regard other alarming natural phenomena, for instance a violent earthquake or the eruption of a volcano, as consequences of crimes of the same sort. Persons charged with such offenses are brought to Ternate. It is said that formerly they were often drowned on the way or, on being held thither, were condemned to be thrown into the volcano. 392. Cita note: breaches of sexual morality supposed to prevent rain and so to blight the fruits of the earth in Africa. In some parts of Africa, also, it is believed that breaches of sexual morality disturb the course of nature, particularly by blighting the fruits of the earth. Thus the Negroes of Longo suppose that the intercourse of a man with an immature girl is punished by God with drought and consequent famine, until the culprits atone for their sin by dancing naked before the king and an assembly of the people, who throw hot gravel and bits of glass at the pair. For example, in the year 1898, it was discovered that a long drought was caused by the misconduct of 3 girls, who were with child, before they had passed through what is called the paint house, that is, before they had been painted red and secluded for a time in token that they had attained to the age of puberty. The people were very angry and tried to punish or even kill the girls. 393. Amongst the Bavili of Longo, it is believed that if a man breaks the marriage law by marrying a woman of his mother's clan, God will in like manner punish the crime by withholding the rains in the due season. 394. Similar notions of the blotting influence of sexual crime appear to be entertained by the Nandi of British East Africa, for amongst them a girl who has been gotten with child by a warrior may never look inside of a granary for fear of spoiling the corn. 395. Among the Basidos likewise, while the corn is exposed to view, all defiled persons are carefully kept from it. If the aid of a man in this state is necessary for carrying home the harvest, he remains at some distance while the sacks are filled, and only approaches to place them upon the draft oxen. He withdraws as soon as the load is deposited at the dwelling, and under no pretext can he assist in pouring the corn into the baskets in which it is preserved. 396. The nature of the defilement which thus disqualifies a man for handling the corn is not mentioned, but probably it would include unchastity. We may conjecture that it was for a similar reason that the Basoga of Central Africa used to punish severely the seduction of a virgin. If a man was convicted of such a crime, and the woman's guilt was discovered, he and she were sent at night time to Kaluba's village, where they were tied to a tree. This tall spreading incense tree was thought to be under the protection of a spirit called Kakua Kambuzi. Next morning the erring couple were discovered by people in the surrounding plantations, who released them. They were then allowed to settle near the tree of the protecting spirit. This practice of tying the culprits to a sacred tree may have been thought to atone for their crime and so to ensure the fertility of the earth which they had imperiled. The notion perhaps was to deliver the criminals into the power of the offended tree spirit. If they were found alive in the morning, it was a sign that he had pardoned them. Curiously enough, the Basoga also held in great abhorrence anything like incest amongst domestic animals, that is to say, they greatly disapproved of intercourse between a bull calf and its mother cow, or between a bull and a cow that were known to be brother and sister. If this occurred, the bull and cow were sent by night to a fetish tree and tied there. The next morning the chief of the district appropriated the animals and turned them to his own use. 397. Following out the same train of thought, the Torajas of Central Celebes ingeniously employ Sidanote, incest of animals employed as a rain charm in Africa. The incest of animals as a rain charm. 4. They believe that the anger of the gods at incest or bestiality manifests itself in the form of violent storms, heavy rain, or long drought. Accordingly they think that it is always in their power to enrage the gods by committing incest and so to procure rain when it is needed. However, they abstain from perpetrating the crime among themselves, first, because it would be necessary to put the culprits to death, and second, because the storms thus raised would be so furious that they would do more harm than good. But they fancy that the incest, real or simulated, of animals is a lighter offense, which by discomposing, without exasperating, the higher powers will disturb the balance of nature just enough to improve the weather. A ceremony of this sort was witnessed by a missionary. Rain was wanted, and the headman of the village had to see that it fell. He took his measures accordingly. Attended by a crowd he carried a cock and a little sow to the river. Here the animals were killed, laid side by side in an intimate embrace, and wrapped tightly up in a piece of cotton. Then the headman engaged in prayer. "O gods above and gods below," said he, "if you have pity on us, and will that we eat food this year, give rain. If you will not give rain, well, we have here buried a cock and a sow in an intimate embrace." By which he meant to say, be angry at this abomination which we have committed, and manifest your anger in storms. 398. These examples suffice to prove that among many savage races breaches of the marriage laws are thought to blast the fruits of the earth through excessive rain or excessive drought. Similar notions of the disastrous effects of sexual crimes may sit a note. Similar notions of the blotting effect of sexual crime may be detected among the civilized races of antiquity, for example, among the Jews. Be detected among some of the civilized races of antiquity, who seem not to have limited the supposed sterilizing influence of such offenses to the fruits of the earth, but to have extended it also to women and cattle. 399. Thus among the Hebrews we read how Job, passionately protesting his innocence before God, declares that he is no adulterer. For that, says he, were an heinous crime. Yea, it were an iniquity to be punished by the judges, for it is a fire that consumeth unto destruction, and would root out all mine increase. 400. In this passage the Hebrew word translated, increase commonly means the produce of the earth. 401. And if we give the word its usual sense here, then Job affirms adultery to be destructive of the fruits of the ground, which is just what many savages still believe. This interpretation of his words is strongly confirmed by two narratives in Genesis, where we read how Sarah, Abraham's wife, was taken into his harem by a king who did not know her to be the wife of the patriarch, and how thereafter God visited the king and his household with great plagues, especially by closing up the wombs of the king's wives and his maidservants, so that they bore no children. It was not till the king had discovered and confessed his sin, and Abraham had prayed God to forgive him, that the king's women again became fruitful. 402. These narratives seem to imply that adultery, even when it is committed in ignorance, is a cause of plague and especially of sterility among women. Again, in Leviticus, after a long list of sexual crimes, we read, 403, Defile not ye yourselves in any of these things, for in all these the nations are defiled which I cast out from before you, and the land is defiled, therefore I do visit the iniquity thereof upon it, and the land vomited out her inhabitants. This passage appears to imply that the land itself was somehow physically tainted by sexual transgressions so that it could no longer support the inhabitants. Cite a note, blighting effect attributed to incest by the ancient Greeks and Irish. It would seem that the ancient Greeks and Romans entertained similar notions as to the wasting effect of incest. According to Sophocles, the land of Thebes suffered from blight, from pestilence, and from the sterility both of women and of cattle under the reign of Oedipus, who had unwittingly slain his father and wedded his mother, and the Delphic oracle declared that the only way to restore the prosperity of a country was to banish the sinner from it, as if his mere presence withered plants, animals, and women. 404. No doubt the poet and his hearers set down these public calamities in great part to the guilt of parricide, which rested on Oedipus. But they can hardly have failed to lay much also of the evil at the door of his incest with his mother. Again, in ancient Italy, under the Emperor Claudius, a Roman noble was accused of incest with his sister. He committed suicide, his sister was banished, and the emperor ordered that certain ancient ceremonies, traditionally derived from the laws of King Servius Tullius, should be performed, and that expiation should be made by the pontiffs at the sacred grove of Diana. 405, probably the famous Erysian grove, which has furnished the starting point of our enquiry. As Diana appears to have been a goddess of fertility in general and of the fruitfulness of women in particular, the atonement made at her sanctuary for incest may perhaps be accepted as evidence that the Romans, like other peoples, attributed to sexual immorality a tendency to bless the fruits both of the earth and of the womb. This inference is strengthened by a precept laid down by grave Roman writers that bakers, cooks, and butlers ought to be strictly chaste and continent, because it was most important that food and cups should be handled either by persons under the age of puberty, or at all events by persons who indulged very sparingly in sexual intercourse. For which reason if a baker, a cook, or a butler broke this rule of continence, it was his bounden duty to wash in a river or other running water before he applied himself again to his professional duties. But for all such duties the services of a boy or of a virgin were preferred. 406. The Celts of ancient Ireland similarly believed that incest blighted the fruits of the earth. According to legend, Munster was afflicted in the 3rd century of our era with a failure of the crops and other misfortunes. When the nobles enquired into the matter, they were told that these calamities were the result of an incest which the king had committed with his sister. In order to put an end to the evil, they demanded of the king his 2 sons, the fruit of his unholy union, that they might consume them with fire and cast their ashes into the running stream. However, one of the sons, Cork by name, is said to have been purged of his inherited taint by being sent out of Ireland to an island, where a druid purified him every morning by putting him on the back of a white cow with red ears, and pouring water over him, till one day the cow jumped into the sea and became a rock, no doubt taking the sin of Kort's father away with her. After that the boy was brought back to Aaron. 407. Side note: belief in the blotting effect of incest may have helped to institute the forbidden degrees. Thus the belief that incest or sexual crime in general has power to bless the fruits of the earth is widespread and probably goes back to a very remote antiquity. It may long have preceded the rise of agriculture. We may conjecture that in its origin the belief was magical rather than religious. In other words, that the blight was at first supposed to be a direct consequence of the act itself rather than a punishment inflicted on the criminal by gods or spirits. Conceived as an unnatural union of the sexes, incest might be thought to subvert the regular processes of reproduction, and so to prevent the earth from yielding its fruits and to hinder animals and men from propagating their kinds. At a later time the anger of spiritual beings would naturally be invoked in order to give a religious sanction to the old taboo. If this was so, it is possible that something of the horror which incest has excited among most, though by no means all, races of men, sprang from this ancient superstition and has been transmitted as an instinct in many nations long after the imaginary ground of it had been forgotten. Certainly a course of conduct which was supposed to endanger or destroy the general supply of food and therefore to strike a blow at the very life of the whole people, could not but present itself to the savage imagination as a crime of the blackest dye, fraught with the most fatal consequences to the public weal. How far such a superstition may in the beginning have operated to prevent the union of near kin, in other words, to institute the system of prohibited degrees which still prevails among the great majority of mankind, both savage and civilized, is a question which deserves to be considered by the historians of marriage. 408. Side note: explanation of the seeming contradiction in the foregoing customs. If we ask why it is that similar beliefs should logically lead, among different peoples, to such opposite modes of conduct as strict chastity and more or less open debauchery, the reason, as it presents itself to the primitive mind, is perhaps not very far to seek. If rude man identifies himself, in a manner, with nature, if he fails to distinguish the impulses and processes in himself from the methods which nature adopts to ensure the reproduction of plants and animals, he may leap to one of two conclusions. Either he may infer that by yielding to his appetites he will thereby assist in the multiplication of plants and animals. Or he may imagine that the vigor which he refuses to expend in reproducing his own kind will form as it were a store of energy whereby other creatures, whether vegetable or animal, will somehow benefit in propagating their species. Thus from the same crude philosophy, the same primitive notions of nature and life, the savage may derive by different channels a rule either of profligacy or of asceticism. Side note: indirect benefit of some of these superstitious customs. 2. Readers bred in a religion which is saturated with the ascetic idealism of the East, the explanation which I have given of the rule of continence observed under certain circumstances by rude or savage peoples may seem far-fetched. Side note: the ascetic view of chastity not understood by the savage, and improbable. They may think that moral purity, which is so intimately associated in their minds with the observance of such a rule, furnishes a sufficient explanation of it. They may hold with Milton 409, that chastity in itself is a noble virtue, and that the restraint which it imposes on one of the strongest impulses of our animal nature marks out those who can submit to it as men raised above the common herd, and therefore worthy to receive the seal of the divine approbation. However natural this mode of thought may seem to us, it is utterly foreign and indeed incomprehensible to the savage. If he resists on occasion the sexual instinct, it is from no high idealism, no ethereal aspiration after moral purity, but for the sake of some ulterior yet perfectly definite and concrete object, to gain which he is prepared to sacrifice the immediate gratification of his senses. That this is or may be so, the examples I have cited are amply sufficient to prove. They show that where the instinct of self-preservation, which manifests itself chiefly in the search for food, conflicts or appears to conflict with the instinct which conduces to the propagation of the species. The former instinct, as the primary, and more fundamental, is capable of overmastering the latter. In short, the savage is willing to restrain his sexual propensity for the sake of food. Another object for the sake of which he consents to exercise the same self-restraint is victory in war. Not only the warrior in the field, but his friends at home will often bridle their sensual appetites from a belief that by so doing they will the more easily overcome their enemies. 410. The fallacy of such a belief, like the belief that the chastity of the sower conduces to the growth of the seed, is plain enough to us. Yet perhaps the self-restraint which these and the like beliefs, vain and false as they are, have imposed on mankind, has not been without its utility in bracing and strengthening the breed. 4. Strength of character in the race as in the individual consists mainly in the power of sacrificing the present to the future, of disregarding the immediate temptations of ephemeral pleasure for more distant and lasting sources of satisfaction. The more the power is exercised, the higher and stronger becomes the character, till the height of heroism is reached in men who renounce the pleasures of life and even life itself, for the sake of keeping or winning for others, perhaps in distant ages, the blessings of freedom and truth. Footnote 351. See above, pages 67, and below, pages 104. Footnote 352. Brasseur de Bourbourg, Histoire des Nations Civilisées du Mexique, de l'Amérique Centrale, Paris, 1857–1859, e. 565. H. Bancroft, Native Races of the Pacific States, e. 719 sq. e. 507. O. Stoll, Die Ethnologie der Indianerstam von Guatemala, Latin, 1889, pages 47. Footnote 353. P.J. the Arriaga, Extirpación de la Idolatría del Perú, Lima, 1621, pages 36 sq. Footnote 354. G. A. Wilken, Het Animisme bij de Volken van den Indischen Archipel, The Indisch Gids, June 1884, pages 958. Footnote 355. J. G. F. Riedel, Das Leuk en Cruciere Rassen tussen Sleeps en, Papua, pages 337, 372–375, 410 sq. G. W. C. Baron van Hovel, in Tijdschrift voor Indisch Taalland en Volkenkunde, XXXIII. 1890, pages 204 sq. 206 sq. Id. An Internationales Archiver, Ethnography, v. 1895, pages 134. J. A. Jacobson, Reisen in die Inselwelt des Bannermeers, Berlin, 1896, pages 123, 125. J. H. de Vries, Reis door een Eilandgroepen de Residentium Bona, Tijdschrift van het Koning. Nederlandsch Aardrijkskundig, Genootschap, Tweede serie, XVII. 1900, pages 594, 612, 615 sq. The name of the festival is variously given as Porik, Porika, Porka, and Perka. In the island of Timor, the marriage of the sun god with Mother Earth is deemed the source of all fertility and growth. C. J.S.G. Gramberg, Een Monden de Benelanden van Timor, Verhandelingen van het Bataviasch Genootschap van Kunsten en Wetenschappen, XXXVI. 206 sq. H. Zondervan, Timor Inda, Timorezen, Tijdschrift van het Nederlandsch Aardrijkskundig, Genootschap, Tweede serie, DLV. 1888, Afdeling Meertjebride, Artikelen, pages 397. Footnote 356. T. C. Hudson, The Native Tribes of Manipur, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XXXI. 1901, pages 307. Footnote 357. Maimonides, translated by D. Joelson, Die Sabier under Sobismus, e. 475. It is not quite clear whether the direction, which Maimonides here attributes to the heathen of Haran, is taken by him from the beginning of the agriculture of the Nabateans, which he had referred to a few lines before. The first part of that work appears to be lost, though other parts of it exist in manuscript at Paris, Oxford, and elsewhere. C.D. Chwolson, Op. Cit. I. 697, SQQ. The book is an early Mohammedan forgery, but the superstitions it describes may very well be genuine. C. A. von Gutschmidt, Klein, Schriffen, E. 568-713. Footnote 358. G. W. C. Baron van Hovel, Ambon and Meerbepoldlichty, Oleazers, Dordrecht, 1875, pages 62 SQ. Footnote 359. J. Creamer, Tingdeers Mededelingen van Wijheid Nederlandsche, Zendeling Genootschap, XXVI. 1882, pages 128-132. This and the preceding custom have been already quoted by G. A. Wilken, Het, Animism BD Volken van den Indischen Archipel, The Indisch, Gids, June 1884, pages 962 SQ. And Handleiding voor die, Vorgelijk en Volkenkunde van Nederlandsch Indi, Leiden, 1893, p. 550. Footnote 360. Above, pages 26. Footnote 361. W. Svoboda, Die Bewohner des Nicobar Archipels, Internationales, Archiv für Ethnography, v. 1892, pages 193 SQ. For other examples of a fruitful woman making trees fruitful, see above, vol. I pages 140, SQ. Footnote 362. J. Roscoe, further notes on the manners and customs of the Baganda, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XXXII. 1902, pages 32-35, 38, 80. The Peruvian custom described above, vol. I. Pages 266, may like manner have been intended to promote the growth of bean through the fertilizing influence of the parents of twins. On the contrary, among the Basari of Togo, in Western Africa, women who have given birth to twins may not go near the farm at the seasons of sowing and reaping, lest they should destroy the crop. Only after the birth of another child does custom allow them to share again the labor of the fields. C.H. Close, Togo unter Deutscher Flag, Berlin, 1899, p. 510. Footnote 363. W. Manard, Baumkultus, pages 480 SQ. Ed. Mythologisch, Forstjungen, Strasbourg, 1884, pages 341. Footnote 364. J. Brand, Popular Antiquities, I. 181. Footnote 365. My informant is Professor W. Ridgway. The place was a field at the head of the Dargle Vale, near Enniskerry. Footnote 366. See above, pages 67. Footnote 367. G. W. C. Baron van Hovel, An Internationales Archiv für Ethnography, v. 1895, pages 134. Note. The custom seems to go by the name of Dolwetroppen or dew treading. As districts or places in which the practice is still kept up, the writer names South Holland, Dordrecht, and Rotterdam. Footnote 368. Elstrakirchen, Oberglaube und Sagen aus dem Herzogtum Oldenburg, 1867, e. Pages 78, section 361. W. Manard, Baumkultus, p. 481. Ed. Mythologische Forstjungen, pages 340. Compare Th. Siebes, Das Sadeland, Zeitschrift für Volkskunde, e. 1893, pages 277. Footnote 369. ACKRUIJT, Ihnen ander engen het geestelijk en maatschappelijk leven van den Poso alvoer, mededelingen van Wijge, het Nederlandsche Zendelingenootschap, XXXIX. 1895, pages 138, ebed. XL. 1896, pages 16 SQ. Footnote 370. G.F. Oviedo y Valdez, Historia de Nicaragua, published in Tourneau Compagnie's Voyages, Relations et Mémoires Originaux, etc., Paris, 1840, pages 228 sq. A. de Herrera, General History of the Vast Continent and Islands called America, Stevens's translation, London, 1725-26, E. 298. Footnote 371. C. Saber, Die Gebrechen und Religiosen Anschauungen der Ketschi Indiener, Internationales Archiv für Ethnographie, v. 1895, pages 203. Abstinence from women for several days is also practiced before the sowing of beans and of chilies, but only by Indians who do a large business in these commodities. Ebed. Pages 205. Footnote 372. A. Heinrich, Agrich sitten angeblich unter den Sachsen, Siebenbergens, Hermannstadt, 1880, pages 7. Footnote 373. Artemisvari, Volksbrot und Aberglatten in der Geburtshilfund, der Pflicht der Neugeborenen in Ungarn, Leipzig, 1900, pages 16. Footnote 374. Spencer and Gillen, Northern Tribes of Central Australia, pages 293. See above, vol. I. Pages 88. Footnote 375. R. H. Codrington, The Melanesians, pages 134. Footnote 376. J. Chalmers, Pioneering in New Guinea, London, 1887, pages 181. The word which I have taken to mean holy or taboo is hilaga. Mr. Chalmers does not translate or explain it. Dr. C. G. Seligman says that the word conveys something of the idea of sacred, set apart, charged with virtue. The Melanesians of British New Guinea, p. 101, note 2. Footnote 377. A. C. Haddon, Headhunters, London, 1901, pages 270 to 272, 275 sq. Footnote 378. T. C. Hudson, The Native Tribes of Manipur, Journal